battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels, cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers, scattered fights, streaming through the endless nights, triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Across the streets where shadows roam, silent screams we far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the game where lines are played. Ghostly tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense.
Your attention, please. The show starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
All right. Are we from the holy fucking traders everywhere? I guess we'll fucking, I don't know. Haven't been on the beer garden in a while, so a little bit of food. Come on, Elon. Put a full bandage in there, homie. And I don't mind having rags in there, but at least fucking wouldn't hurt. Oh, you motherfucker. Fuck. Oh my fucking god. You wonder why I don't fucking play this shit. If it's gonna be like this, we won't be playing on the. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Run for it. Run for it, Forrest. Holy fucking shit. And now we're sick. She thought she was. And we're instantly sick. I don't remember why I stopped playing them. Why does he bother to give you fucking, I don't know why Elon bothers to give you. Fucking die. Oh. Ugh. And we're fucking cut. Oh my god. You know what? Oh, fuck. I don't know why Elon makes it. Instant sickness. Fucking. I don't have a fucking melee weapon. Can't fucking. The fuck is a mission zone? Enter the fucking. Don't know what the. All I know is I'm fucking sick. Yeah. Vitamins. I'll have to have some special fucking Tetra fucking cure. Water's probably. Or it'll make. But the zombies breaking down doors. That whole fucking thing. Horrible, horrible turn off for me. Zombies breaking down doors and throwing rocks. Certain things I can't abide in zombie. They're throwing rocks and they know how to smash on doors. Tells me they're not zombies. Just infected fucking people with kind of fucking weird virus. AZ was supposed to be a zombie apocalypse, not fucking virus fucking. I'm guessing there's still dinos Elon still has failed to pick a fucking lane. Oh my god, and he's fucked up the fucking infinite stamina is no longer in on here. You jump and you lose half your fucking stamina. Kidding me? Jump a fucking wall and half your fucking. Don't think of me. I want to play on the beer garden, but I just. I don't think. Okay, I change servers. Yeah, yeah, I'll be changing the title of that. I want to play on the beer garden. I really, really want to, but I just, I can't do it. I can't bring myself to. So we're gonna go. We'll go play on. I probably have a character on this, but I'll keep I can't. Good evening, Anthony. How are you? How you doing? Playing Minecraft. Minecraft or Minecraft? Minecraft. Oh, right. Ah, oh, you're blaming her for breaking the server, huh? Okay. I don't even know where I'm at on the map. Okay, we're up by the. I have a car on here. Here we do, and we have baller stuff. Boredom Hub gear. Oh, that's why I wanted to hold on to this. Like, never mind. Up high or up high? Holy cow, look at that sucker stick up off my shoulder. Need a probably. I mean, want to keep the boredom hub vest? Baller's Vest has more attachments. Can't put all the bears on there, but the Boredom Vest rifle slots. Not that it really matters. You know what? Doesn't really matter. They're about the same. There. No, it doesn't look like I have ginormous antennas hanging out all. How's my audio? Audio sounding all right? Hopefully my audio's sounding okay. Good. Good. I thought I fucked it up for a little bit there. All I had to do was just re-click a couple of things and it put all of my audio back where it was. I moved my microphone over to make sure that I could still use a mic. They really have to move my mic over. Don't know if that will switch the channel for which I will come. I I don't know. One of these days I'll get all that shit sorted out, but I really want to play on the BeerGarden. Still, it still becomes something that I don't want. And I have to remember that I'm just not going to play it till it's going to be something that certain things just break the game for me. I'm okay with headshot only, but it needs to be one shot, any gun, not multiple fucking headshots. That kills me. In a zombie apocalypse game, that kills me. There's certain rules that everybody pretty much just abides by, and one tap to the head is usually one of those everybody pretty much do and abides by. And when it's not like that, and the whole zombies glitching through the floor of other things. Fucking throw shit off for me. Makes things unplayable. Don't like it. I want to loot and shit. Have fun. If I'm not doing that, then play it. Servers restarting in 5 minutes. Whoa. Can't remember. We probably if it's an actual start. Said 5 minutes. Thinking we're creeping up past that. Kind of waiting for it to just see if it kicks me out or not. We'll just going. And be like, oh, now it's starting in 10 minutes. First it's 5, now it's maybe the next one. If it's restarting in reverse, maybe. Kind of weird time warp thing. Then that's infinite stamina. Jump, you can climb, you can call the fucking bar, ever taking the dog vest. Something on top of that. What is it? What to suppose the server doesn't restart while I'm all the teddy bears. Cargo pin. Carrying your cargo. Filling up. Now it's 5 minutes. Why be? Okay. We will get back on there soon as the server starts. Hang tight, get yourself a drink. Well, should be back up by now. Should be. Oh, guaranteed. Everybody's got batteries. Seems like the zombie apocalypse battery. Find all the hidden batteries. all the lost batteries come out during the zombie apocalypse. Every single one of them. Got to go to the trader or kids and meat. Wanted to. They had a. Never. Never did see if they had a air mod. Let's break into a cash register, shall we? What's the first thing you're gonna do? Break into something like a common criminal. Nothing says apocalypse like fucking the stuff. A whole $3. Dropping on the floor. Ruined it with some water. Or to have that on, or look at the gas pump and fuel the fucking car up. Chopper. Always make sure you empty the fuel out. Always empty. Don't be the person that runs around. Oh, shit. Oops. Flip that barrier. Bonk. Barrel rolls are for show off. Honestly. Tactically speaking, they're more for show than they are for practicality. If you're diving for cover, you don't need to roll. You need to get to cover. Dolphin dive is a better tactic. I mean, unless you have to roll into the hole, or like a foxhole or something, possibly acceptable for somebody younger. Now, for old guys like me, though, oh, this is bad. That's hell. Probably shouldn't have rode the brakes so hard. Anyways, we're gonna go up north and around instead of down around the southern coastline. Oh, left. Uh, oh, um, is it just me or is that a ghost? There's supposed to be a crash here that show up. I mean, all the shit's just floating in the air. Did I drive up here that fast? So fast that nothing else could render in, just the loop. Or my D. Speed through the Ooh, lava bear. Yeah, that's kind of an oddity. Um, why it did that. Makes it easy for finding all the loot. All black bear. Wow. Um, okay. Well, that's interesting. Um, probably make a note of that in their Discord. Hi, Ghost. How are you? Uh, that was I think I've seen that happen. Maybe it's kind of similar to um like an airdrop or a helicopter crash when they spawn and all the shit doesn't go with it. I wonder if maybe something went in and then it spawned for some reason. Yeah, let's. I want to go across here. We'll have to find a spot to take a bunch out of the car. Or actually, we'll have to stop and a bunch of shit in the car. I know I won't sell over stuff that kind of about it. Yeah, today's going. Been tired from the weekend. My mom got sick, so everybody's been trying to eye on her because she is getting pretty old, getting up there in years, and we worry about her quite a bit. Other than that, it's been fairly quiet. Other than the random late night, early morning trips to the store to pick up medication, been fairly quiet. Oh, DC. Oh, it freaks me out when that happens. In the rubber banding. Oh, scares the shit out of me. How are you doing, Ghost? How's your day going? How's everybody's week One. Guys doing all right? Oh, hopefully you guys is all right. Always stand on top of your 6:30 here in freezing. Oh, I hear that. We've had colder than a well ass. That's pretty cold. Any recognize some of That's a little. Can of whomever comes along. You never know. Never know. Somebody might need that random can of food because they're starving. Got beat up at airfield something. They're limping towards a freighter. Whoa. Oh. Yeah, my wolf pelt, Brenda. Going over there, fucking. That's one shot. Fucking. So badly need to fix that fucking mechanic. One hole in a wolf pelt does not make it ruined. Come on, guys, get the fucking program. Everything. For a repair for repair belts. Nope, they don't have the that below. Don't know that I really care for temperature mechanics. It's a little weird. Some people may like it, some people may not. Like me. No reason for this to really need to know if it's hot or cold. Being honest. It can't really think of a situation where I would to really be reminded soup is hot or cold. Down goes Brenda. Ooh, shot her right in the hip. Took out Granny and gave her a bad hit. Good replacement for you, Granny. That shit shattered now. Oh, probably go on that though. And garbage, garbage, garbage. I hate that. In game. Can't say whether it is or not in real life, but in game they're terrible guns. McGurd. DC. Barn. Boy, I ran over top of Scary, the brawler. Top of Scary brawler. What? What in what? Doink. Other wolves? All by himself. Got him. Saw the blood spray on that one. Probably ruin the pelts on these ones too. Oh no. Oh, two more wolves. You can tell we're headed towards the trader camp. See, I shot that one in the ass. Got one in the ass and one in the shoulder, but the other one I shot in the shoulder and it might have been but possibly. Not entirely sure. Okay. You just keep not hit free. That one. Buggy. Bridge. There you go over to this little section down the slope towards the lump mill. takes me wrong direction. We got our little 4-wheel drive. Well, I'd really like to have one of these in real life. Actually, pretty cool looking cars. Up. Look them up. They're supposed to be super reliable, goes anywhere, 4-wheel drive. Not like super roomy or nothing, but they're supposed to be badass little cars. I'd like to have one. Uh, okay. Going the right way. Stand to put the hunting trailer in more direct. To put it in like the lumber mill right there. That would be a good acceptable spot for it. That way you don't have to drive over try to get. Even not actually in the lumber mill, but buy it. Or up at the northwest castle. I wouldn't spot. At least this one has a bridge over the water. Instead of drowning your car in like this tiniest on the hillside. Left and then stay to the right. Correct? Correct. That was our turn right there. That's our little turn off right there. sell this shit. Fair. There we go. All that got sold. 27 grand. Was it all? 40,000 in the bank. Not bad. Not great, but it's not bad. I mean that book. Like that. I like that. I expected I was going to have to put some garbage. Garbage. Oh, that's right. This fucking. This be a safe zone. No shooting bears in the safe zone. Uh, Might as well fill up our water bottle while we're here. Whilst we're here, and we'll probably get killed by a bear. Even that wouldn't be a first. Get swatted by a bear while I'm driving. Bastard. Zoom. Started thinking that little bush in the middle of the road was a pig. Hi, Bob. Hi, Bob. Pickle. I don't know if I'm wearing that belt. Belt up. Some, oh, this. Oh yeah, I definitely take that shit. Let's go. And all 5 of those I just picked up. Useless. Don't go to nothing. That bothers me. They really need. Unless that goes to some other. Riot over stuff. Oh, okay. Now they're selling. Got it fixed. Hey. Ow. RH on this, sir. Because it looks better. More. Kind of. I am. That's 50 cal. If I'm going to keep one, it's going to be because bags. I'll go. These get cold. I'll be right back, chat. Turn that a little bit. Ooh, ooh, shit. Get out of my nice comfy chair and my butt off. Wow, we've got a lot of shit. Oh, stuff attached to this. That off. Got it. My whopping rounds. 2 rounds out of the time. Careful with. There she blows. Bison. Bye, Bison. Oh, some people like. I don't like. I hope that didn't. All my teddies. Never know. Raiders. Oh, Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The server needs speed load. Loaders, repair kit. But yeah. lightning flashes. Whew, 568 rounds. Let's put on some.
In the vast, sprawling expanse of Texas, where the winds whisper ancient secrets and the stars twinkle like tears, there lies a place of mystery and wonder. It is a place where the boundaries between reality and myth blur, and where the unseen lurks just beyond the edge of perception. This is the Dogman Triangle, a region steeped in legend, where the cries of the wild echo through the ages, and where the creatures of folklore come to life. Chapter 1: The Birth of a Myth. The story begins in the 19th century, a time when Texas was still a wild frontier, a land of untamed beauty and hidden dangers. The Comanche and the Apache roamed the plains, and the white settlers were just beginning to carve out their place in this new world. It was a time of conflict, of struggle, and of survival. In the heart of this wild land, there was a place known as the Dogman Triangle. It was a vast area, roughly bounded by the towns of Amarillo, Lubbock, and Abilene, a place where the land seemed to breathe with a life of its own. The settlers spoke of strange creatures that roamed the night, beings that were part dog, part man, and entirely monstrous. They called them the Dogmen. The first recorded sighting of a dogman came in 1873, when a group of settlers reported seeing a creature that resembled a large, hair-covered man with the head of a dog. The The creature was said to be towering over 6 feet tall, with glowing eyes and a terrifying growl that echoed through the night. The settlers fled in terror, and the story was dismissed as a hallucination or a product of the wild imagination. But the sightings continued, and soon the legend of the dogman began to spread. The Native American tribes of the region had their own stories of the creature, tales that had been passed down through generations. They called it the Hunpee, a being of the spirit world, a guardian of the land who punished those who dared to desecrate the earth. As the years passed, the legend of the dogman became a part of the fabric of Texas folklore. It was said that the creature was a harbinger of doom, that its appearance foretold of disaster and misfortune.
Be
And
right
yet,
back,
despite
chat.
the fear it inspired, there were those who believed that the dogman was not a monster, but a protector, a guardian of the land and its people. Chapter 2: The Triangle of Mystery. The Dogman Triangle is a place of strange and unexplained phenomena. It is a region where the laws of nature seem to bend, where the boundaries between the seen and the unseen are thin. The area is known for its high incidence of UFO sightings, strange lights in the sky, and other paranormal activity. But it is the dogman that remains the most elusive and mysterious of all the creatures said to inhabit the triangle. In the 1950s, a series of strange sightings occurred in the area, with witnesses reporting seeing a large, hairy creature that moved with incredible speed and agility. The creature was described as being bipedal, with the body of a man and the head of a dog. Some even claimed to have seen the creature standing on a hilltop, watching them with glowing, malevolent eyes. One of the most famous sightings occurred in 1963, when a group of hunters claimed to have encountered a dogman while tracking a deer in the dense woods of the triangle. The hunters described the creature as being over 7 feet tall, with long, matted hair covering its body. The creature was said to have charged at them, its eyes burning with an unnatural light, before disappearing into the woods with a terrifying growl. The hunters returned to their camp, shaken and scared, but determined to prove that they had seen the creature. They searched the area for evidence, but found nothing except for a series of large, mysterious footprints that seemed to disappear into thin air. Chapter 3: The Guardians of the Land. As the legend of the dogman grew, so too did the stories of other mysterious creatures that were said to inhabit the triangle. There were tales of the skunk ape, a large, foul-smelling primate that roamed the swamps and forests of the region. There were reports of the black-eyed children, strange, dark-haired beings with piercing black eyes that would appear to travelers on lonely roads at night. But it was the dogman that remained the most feared and respected of all the creatures said to inhabit the triangle. The Native American tribes of the region believed that the dogman was a guardian of the land, a being of great power and wisdom who watched over the natural world. They believed that the dogman was a protector, a creature that would defend the land against those who sought to harm it. In the 1970s, a series of strange events occurred in the triangle, events that would come to be known as the Dogman Uprising. A group of settlers who had been clearing land for a new farm reported that they had been attacked by a pack of dogmen. The settlers described the creatures as being larger and more aggressive than ever before, and they claimed that the dogmen had driven them from their land, leaving it abandoned and desolate. The events of the Dogman Uprising were never fully explained, and the land where the settlers had lived remained empty for many years. Some believed that the dogmen had driven the settlers away as a warning, a reminder that the land was not theirs to take. Others believed that the dogmen had been sent by the spirits of the land to protect it from those who sought to exploit it. Chapter 4: The Return of the Dogman. In the 1980s, the legend of the dogman experienced a resurgence as new sightings and reports began to surface. A series of strange incidents occurred in the triangle, with witnesses reporting seeing a large, hairy creature that moved with incredible speed and agility. The creature was described as being bipedal, with the body of a man and the head of a dog. One of the most famous sightings occurred in 1987, when a group of teenagers claimed to have encountered a dogman while camping in the woods of the triangle. The teenagers described the creature as being over 6 feet tall, with long, matted hair covering its body. The creature was said to have charged at them, its eyes burning with an unnatural light, before disappearing into the woods with a terrifying growl. The teenagers returned to their camp, shaken and scared, but determined to prove that they had seen the creature. They searched the area for evidence, but found nothing except for a series of large, mysterious footprints that seemed to disappear into thin air. If you found this story intriguing, subscribe to our channel for more mysterious tales from around the world. Uncover the secrets of forgotten legends, explore the unexplained, and journey through the unknown. With exclusive content, there's always something new to discover. Dogman has left an indelible mark on the culture and tourism, on the thrill of the unknown. Subscribe now. Chapter 5: The Cultural Impact. The legend of the Dogman has left an indelible mark on the culture and tourism of the region. Local historians and cryptozoologists have pondered the origins of the sightings, offering theories that range from misidentifications of known animals to the possibility of a hidden species. The Dogman Triangle has become a destination for thrill seekers and believers alike, drawn by the promise of encountering the legendary creature. Chapter 6: The Scientific Perspective. Despite the numerous sightings and the rich folklore surrounding the Dogman, the scientific community remains skeptical. Most scientists attribute the sightings to misidentifications of known animals, such as bears or large dogs, or to the power of suggestion fueled by the local legends. However, some researchers have taken a more open-minded approach, suggesting that the Dogman could be an undiscovered species or a relic population of a prehistoric creature. Chapter 7: The Modern Era. In recent years, the legend of the Dogman has continued to evolve. With the advent of the internet and social media, sightings and stories can be shared instantly, reaching a global audience. Online forums and communities dedicated to cryptozoology have sprung up, where enthusiasts can discuss their experiences and theories about the Dogman. Chapter 8: The Eternal Watcher. As the sun sets over the Dogman Triangle, casting long shadows across the land, the creatures of the night begin to stir. The winds whisper ancient secrets, and the stars twinkle like forgotten tears. In the distance, a cry echoes through the night, a sound that is both haunting and familiar. In the heart of the triangle, a figure stands on a hilltop, watching. It is a large, hairy creature, with the body of a man and the head of a dog. Its eyes burn with an unnatural light, and its presence fills the air with a sense of mystery and wonder. The Dogman, the Eternal Watcher, the guardian of the land. In the vast, sprawling expanse of Texas, where the wild still reigns supreme, the legend of the Dogman Triangle will never die. It is a reminder that in this world, there are still places where the unknown lurks, where the boundaries between reality and myth are thin, and where the creatures of folklore come to life. And so, the legend endures, a mystery that will continue to captivate and intrigue all who hear it. For in the heart of Texas, where the winds whisper ancient secrets and the stars twinkle like forgotten tears, the Dogman will always be there, watching, waiting, and guarding the land. The legend of the Dogman Triangle is more than just a story. It is an invitation to explore the unknown, to seek out the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows. Whether you are a skeptic or a believer, the tales of the Dogman and the strange phenomena of the Triangle offer a glimpse into a world that is both familiar and alien. A world where the boundaries between reality and myth are blurred. So, if you dare venture into the Dogman Triangle, explore the dense woods, the rolling hills, and the vast plains. Listen to the whispers of the wind, and watch the stars as they twinkle in the night sky. Who knows what you might find? Perhaps you will encounter the Dogman, or perhaps you will uncover a mystery that has yet to be solved. The legend of the Dogman Triangle is waiting for you. Will you answer the call?
No. Don't buy it. I understand people. I don't. I love all the crypto stories and stuff. I buy it. A lot of the shit. Over and over and over. Maybe that's why I don't. Don't buy. I won.
I used to live in a quiet, remote village nestled among the picturesque landscapes of Sweden, about 40 kilometers northwest. It was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, and life moved at a pace that was more attuned to the rhythm of nature than the hustle and bustle of city life. Our village consisted of no more than 10 houses, creating a close-knit community where everyone looked out for one another. One summer day when I was around 8 years old, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, casting a warm glow over the lush countryside. I was out biking with a couple of my adventurous friends, eager to explore the outskirts of our village. Our destination was the old, abandoned train station that stood as a relic of times gone by. It had an air of mystery around it, a place where imagination could run wild with tales of the past. As we pedaled closer to the train station, the sense of curiosity mixed with a hint of trepidation. We were about 40 meters away when something caught my attention, a glimpse through a second-floor window. There, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding decay and desolation, was a black figure. It felt as if its eyes were piercing through the distance, fixing directly on me. I couldn't help but gasp and point, my voice tinged with a mix of astonishment and unease. "Look, do you see that?" I asked my friends, my voice quivering slightly. They turned their gazes toward the window, their eyes widening in pure terror. Their silence spoke volumes, and I could tell they had seen it too. The figure stood there, shrouded in darkness, an enigma against the fading light of day. We didn't exchange any words, but the unspoken understanding hung heavily in the air. We needed to get out of there, and fast. Adrenaline surged through our veins as we abandoned our bikes and ran, our hearts pounding in our chests. Fear lent wings to our feet, and we didn't stop until we were back in the heart of the village, panting and trembling. It was a feeling I will never forget, the primal fear that had gripped us, the sensation that we had encountered something beyond our understanding. We gathered in hushed whispers, recounting what we had seen and experienced, our young minds struggling to process the inexplicable. Over the years, the memory of that encounter never faded. Doubts crept in, had it been a trick of the imagination, a result of our youthful curiosity running wild? But as I grew older, my conviction remained steadfast. To this day, I firmly believe that what I saw in that second-floor window was real, a glimpse into a realm beyond our comprehension. Perhaps it was the spirit of a long-lost soul, lingering in the shadows of that abandoned train station, or maybe it was something else entirely. Whatever it was, that moment ignited a fascination with the unknown, a curiosity about the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of our world. The small village and that abandoned train station hold a special place in my heart, forever linked to that summer day when innocence collided with the inexplicable. And while time may have passed and life may have taken me on different paths, the memory of that black figure remains etched in my mind, a reminder that the world is full of wonders, some visible, some hidden, and some that only a few are fortunate enough to glimpse. My dad and I went on a hunting trip in upstate New York, where it's common to see a bear or two. We visited a reserve, explored lakes and outposts, and overall, it was fun. However, while in one of the towers, we spotted a furry thing about 200 yards away in the trees and bushes. Hunters aren't allowed to shoot off the outpost, so we didn't think much of it at the time. Later, when we set up camp, we heard footsteps around the tent. I didn't pay much attention, assuming it was a deer or a squirrel, and went back to sleep. But it started getting weirder, with heavier and faster circling footsteps. I woke my dad, and we both went outside in our boxers with our guns. However, we couldn't see anything, and the noise stopped. Thinking I was going mental, I apologized to my dad, and we went back to bed. The next day, as we continued our journey, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I felt unsettled, but my dad didn't notice anything off. We set up camp again and saw the hairy thing once more. We watched it for a while until it disappeared, and we went to bed. But an hour or two later, we heard something different, heavier, faster footsteps that sounded like multiple beings. Panic set in, and I woke my dad up. We both grabbed our guns, and my dad went outside, shining his flashlight and yelling to scare off whatever was there. I was terrified and had tears in my eyes. We decided to leave immediately, packed up the tent, and started our hike back to the truck. During the hike, we heard knocking sounds all around us, making us even more anxious. We half jogged towards the truck, but my dad couldn't run due to a knee injury. At this point, I was on high alert, ready for anything with my gun in hand, fueled by adrenaline. As soon as we saw the truck, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, making us run even faster. We drove to the nearest ranger outpost and reported the incident. The rangers mentioned similar reports, and my dad briefly described what he saw: a 7-8 feet tall creature with a human face and a hairy body. He said there were 4 of them, but he doesn't like to talk about it often. Sorry for the long story. I was driving a shortcut from 29 Palms, California to Albuquerque, New Mexico. 29 Palms is located in the desolate high desert east of Los Angeles. The shortcut was all 2-lane road through total nothingness, except for passing through Amboy Cali. Amboy is a nearly abandoned town, nearly as far below sea level as Death Valley, with a dormant volcano and lava field on one side and a salt flat on the other. It was also, at the time, a hot spot for satanic group activity, so I was driving by myself in the afternoon. I stopped in Amboy and snapped a picture of the city sign, just to prove I was there to friends who dared me to take that route to I-40. I got back in my car and proceeded to drive up into the mountain range between Amboy and I-40. Once I reached the top, I am driving north through a canyon with high grass on both sides of the road. Up ahead, I see some stuff in the middle of the road. As I approach, I slow down to see a red Pontiac Fiero stopped sideways across both lanes, a suitcase open with clothes scattered everywhere, and 2 bodies laying face down in the road, a man and a woman. I stop 100 feet or so away, and the hair on the back of my neck is standing up. Being a Marine, I reach under the seat and pull out a 9mm pistol and chamber a round. Something seemed very wrong. It looked too perfect, as if it were staged. An ambush. Was I being paranoid? Something was just wrong. Getting out of the car seemed unthinkable. It was the horror movie move. As I scanned the road, I saw a line I could drive. Past the guy in the road on his left, swerve to the right side of the woman, behind the Fiero, and I'd be on the other side. I dropped it into first gear, punched it, and drove the line I planned. I passed the back of the Fiero without hitting it or either of the bodies in the road. I continued forward a couple 100 feet and slowed down so I could breathe and let my heart slow down. As I looked up into the rearview mirror, I saw that the 2 bodies had gotten up to their knees and 20 or so people emerged from the tall grass on either side of the road by the car and bodies. At that moment, my right foot smashed the gas pedal to the floor and did not let up until I had to slow down for the I-40 East on-ramp. I will never know what would have happened to me had I gotten out of the car to check on the bodies or stopped my car closer to them. Somehow, I do not think it would have been good. Sometimes real life can be scarier than a movie. The legends of Whispering Hollow, a small wood area in Yosemite, had always intrigued me, but I never truly believed in cryptids or similar creatures. Yet the stories persisted, whispered among the park's visitors and shared around campfires. A creature, simply known as the Beast, was said to roam the deepest and most treacherous areas of the park, a shadowy figure that struck fear into the hearts of anyone who dared to venture too close. As a seasoned park ranger, I was used to encountering wildlife and handling challenging situations. However, the rumors of the beast piqued my curiosity, and I found myself drawn to the mystery. Despite the warnings from fellow rangers and locals, I couldn't resist the urge to uncover the truth behind the legend. One fateful morning, I decided to embark on a solo expedition into the heart of Whispering Hollow. Armed with my backpack and a sense of determination, I ventured into the wilderness, following the winding trails that led deeper into the park. The air was thick with anticipation as I delved deeper into the unknown, my heart pounding with every step I took. As I navigated through the dense foliage, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest seemed to come alive with hushed whispers, and the trees seemed to shift as if concealing something unseen. I brushed off the unease, attributing it to my imagination playing tricks on me. As the sun began to set, casting eerie shadows across the landscape, I found myself approaching the heart of Whispering Hollow. My senses were on high alert, and every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. But I pressed on, determined to unveil the truth behind the legend. Suddenly, I heard a faint rustling sound and footsteps approaching. My heart quickened, and I instinctively turned to seek cover behind a large tree. I peered cautiously around the trunk,
That's
my eyes widening in disbelief at what I saw. Emerging from the darkness, there it was, the cryptid. A large, dark figure walking upright, moving with an eerie grace. It was black and shorter than me, with no visible neck that I could discern. My breath caught in my throat as I observed the creature, trying to make sense of what I was witnessing. It stopped just a few feet away, sniffing the air with its nose pointing up, as if sensing my presence. Fear gripped me like a vice, and I struggled to control my trembling limbs. My rational mind urged me to retreat, to run back to safety, but an inexplicable curiosity held me in place. I strained to see its eyes, but the creature's face was shrouded in darkness. Its presence felt both ancient and otherworldly, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow aware of me, watching me with unseen eyes. As I stood frozen in fear, the cryptid turned around and walked away casually, in the same manner it had arrived. My heart pounded in my chest, and my mind raced with a jumble of emotions. Had I truly encountered the legendary beast of Whispering Hollow? Shaken to my core, I retraced my steps, deciding to leave the wilderness behind and head back to the safety of the park ranger station. My mind was filled with conflicting thoughts, the desire to protect the park's secrets and expose the truth about the illegal loggers now overshadowed my fascination with the cryptid. In the days that followed, I dedicated myself to uncovering the illegal logging operations and exposing the true villains behind the legend of the beast. As I gathered evidence, I realized that the loggers had fabricated the myth to scare people away and cover up their destructive activities within the park. With unwavering determination, I brought the evidence to the authorities, and a series of arrests followed. The illegal logging operations were shut down, and the park was finally safe from their grasp. Though I managed to protect the park from the true threat, I could never forget that chilling encounter with the cryptid. As the years passed, the memory remained etched in my mind, a reminder of the mysteries that lurked within the wilderness. In the heart of Eastern Europe, deep within the thick forests, I found myself on a covert mission as a CIA agent. My objective was to gather crucial intelligence about a secret Russian military base hidden in the wilderness. It was a high-stakes operation,
it's stories like
and the
this
risk
that
was immense.
bucket.
As I ventured deeper into the unknown territory,
Discredit
the dense
all
woods
this.
seemed to hold
It-
secrets of their own. One evening, while carefully navigating through the undergrowth, I stumbled upon something that defied explanation. There, amidst the trees, stood a creature unlike anything I had ever encountered before. It was on all fours, with black and matted fur that seemed to absorb the surrounding shadows. Its face resembled that of a wolf, but there was an oddity to it. The broadness and slightly shortened muzzle set it apart. As I observed the creature, it curled its lips in an eerie manner, giving the impression of an elongated snout. Its eyes were a haunting shade of yellow, not the bright yellow of the sun, but a dim amber-red hue. It sent shivers down my spine just to look into those mysterious eyes. The creature's ears bore resemblance to that of a husky, cropped and alert. Its front legs were long and muscular, resembling those of a powerful bodybuilder. The paws at the end of its limbs were not like any animal's. They looked more like massive hands with sharp claws that seemed capable of tearing through anything. Then the unexpected happened. The creature stood up, and I heard a horrifying sound like the popping of joints, but magnified as if played through a loudspeaker. My senses were overwhelmed as I tried to comprehend the enormity of the being before me. It stood so tall that even at a safe distance of 10 meters, I felt dwarfed in comparison. My heart raced as I realized that this enigmatic creature was far beyond anything I had ever witnessed in my years of service. It let out a powerful howl, which resonated through the forest like a deafening roar. I remained frozen in awe and disbelief, my training momentarily forgotten in the face of this encounter. The creature seemed to tower over me, its ears almost reaching the top of a young cedar tree nearby. I knew I had to act fast, but my rational mind struggled to comprehend what I had just witnessed. The creature seemed to be both wolf and something else entirely, and its escape only deepened the confusion and worry in my heart. I retreated from the scene, my mind racing with questions and doubts. Back at my temporary base, I couldn't shake the memory of the unknown creature from my mind. I knew that what I had seen was far beyond any conventional explanation. My training had prepared me for many things, but this encounter had shaken my understanding of the natural world. I decided to keep my observation to myself, fearing that sharing such a surreal story might be met with skepticism or even ridicule. Instead, I focused on my mission, determined to gather the crucial intelligence needed about the Russian military base. As the days passed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of
Not a fan.
unease, knowing that something extraordinary lurked within the Eastern European woods. The encounter with the mysterious creature remained an enigma, and I couldn't shake the feeling that my mission had become entangled with forces far beyond human comprehension. The covert operation continued, and I was successful in acquiring the intelligence needed by the CIA. Yet I couldn't forget the creature that had left me puzzled and awestruck. It was a secret I would carry with me, forever etched into my memory as a reminder that there were still mysteries in the world waiting to be unraveled.
On the night I had my brief encounter, it was unusually slow. During slow parts of my night, I park outside the facility I work out of and watch the wildlife. It's abundant, with a mixture of fox, coyotes, raccoons, and every once in a while, I'll spy a red wolf breaking the woodline, trotting across an open field in search of small game. Our facility is located on a dead-end street, which backs up to a major creek, and to the left, we have a smaller creek that breaks off of the larger one. Both creeks are fed by a large river about a mile away. I should also mention that we have large patches of woodland that lead to our facility, and that the area does not have a lot of light until you turn into the parking area. About a week prior to my encounter, I would sit at the end of the road to complete my paperwork and wait for the next call to come. As I parked there, I would get a sense of being watched. I would look up, almost expecting someone to be standing in front of my truck. Let me say that darkness, or the woods, do not spook me or make me jumpy. I was raised in the swamp, close to a river, and rather enjoy the solitude. Not only did I have a sense of being watched and sharing my space with someone, I noted that there were no normal night sounds, such as crickets and frogs. I also found it baffling that all the wildlife seemed to be gone from the area. This really bothered me. I couldn't figure it out. On the night I had my encounter, I decided to leave some wet dog food at the edge of the woodline, hoping to entice a family of raccoons out, so I could at least see that they were okay. This family of raccoons I had watched grow up from kits, and not seeing them bothered me. Also, I didn't see a gray fox that would hang around that area. This fox would come within 4 to 5 feet from you, but would be guarded all the while. He would hang out with certain people and then retreat back into the woods. Anyway, I popped the top off of some smelly dog food, and as I was pulling the top off the can, I heard a deep growl come from out of the edge of the woodline. I had never heard an animal growl with such force and so deeply. At first, I thought it could have been a Jake break from the interstate. That can be heard from our facility, but that's not what it was. I could hear it from the woodline, hitting my face, and felt the growl inside of my chest, pretty much like a vibration. I knew this was not a bear, the same as someone knows their left hand from their right. You just know. And yes, we do have bear here, but I can tell you quite bluntly and very firmly, this was not a bear or any other wildlife that was normal to the area. I dropped my head down and refused to look up. I dumped the can of food on the ground with one hard thump, hoping whatever was in the water would rather have the can of food instead of me. I backed away with my head down until I reached my truck. My instinct told me to drive away, and so I did. About half an hour later, I returned due to my curiosity overruling my common sense. Being a natural skeptic, I was prepared to figure out the earlier event. I parked in the same place, and this time had walked to the back of my truck to smoke. While standing there, I observed a dark mass come across the road and disappear into an open field that is mostly overgrown with wild blackberry bushes and grass. I have a trained eye. I take in a lot of detail, and still, I admit to suffering from short-term memory loss due to a TBI that ended my law enforcement career. What I saw at that moment, though, will be in my memory forever. I can only describe this creature as what I took at the time to be some kind of hybrid. Although it was on all fours to me, it did not appear natural. It moved with very quick, fluent motions. Looking back, I was most surprised by the creature having the intelligence to attempt to appear natural. Something was off with its gait, though. It was kind of like the front legs were pulling its body forward. The back was hunched at the shoulders, and it had a long back. The creature was black, which I can only describe as a dark mass with no reflection. I also noted it had a small animal in its mouth. The strange part was that I could see the definition of most of the small animal compared to the darkness of the creature that I now believe to be a dogman. The snout was long, but fit its body. What struck me most were its ears. They were folded back like you might see on a Dutch shepherd or German shepherd. I guess, with my background working with dogs, the ears were clearly defined to me. I can't say what kind of tail it had or what color its eyes were. I just know it was there one minute and gone the next. When daylight came, I looked for tracks, but listened to my gut and did not enter the field looking for it. The ground leading out of the smaller creek was covered in grass, and what dirt was, there was hard. I was left baffled, but more amazed than anything. I sat on my experience for several months. I didn't tell anyone about it. I then started searching the internet for what I had seen. I guess, in my mind, I wondered if it was some type of hybrid created by man and had escaped. I found several sites on the internet, but none seemed to come close to what I had seen. Nothing until I came across a picture of a dogman. If you take what I saw and stand it upright instead of being on all fours, well, that's what I saw, with a doubt. I'm pretty sure this dogman was a young adult, but it wasn't overly massive. What I ponder the most is the fact the dogman had to catch my scent before clearing the woodline. I know scent. I know how it works. The dogman knew I was there before coming out of the woods. I suppose that will be the answer I will never have. After a few months of keeping my experience to myself, I spoke with a few of my co-workers. Of course, they told me it was a bear or large rodent, but they did acknowledge
124,000.
that the wildlife had disappeared for a while. I was told to share my story, but I think it was only so my co-worker could get a good laugh at me behind my back. I stand by what I saw, although I don't speak about it much because of people like him. I did reach out to you a few months ago, and you kindly responded back. For that, I thank you. I have never been fascinated by Bigfoot or other similar creatures, although I did respond to a Bigfoot call off the record for a law enforcement friend. But at this point, I am consumed with what I saw that morning and learning more about it. I am grateful that you are around for support for people like me. Thank you for allowing me to share my encounter. As I write this, I am once again on night shift, parked at the same spot where I had my encounter.
Morning,
I'm
Will.
pretty sure that Dogman has left the area. Wildlife is back and the night sounds are all around. I guess I will always wonder if it will come back again, but I can't say I will ever walk the woods at night again looking for animal tracks by myself. So, this was at daytime. which I know crawlers are common during the night, so I don't know if this is a crawler or not. Here goes. My cousin and I were walking through the woods one day, and I stop because I see a white creature peeping at me from behind a tree. It was a thin tree, so it had to be a skinny creature. Keep in mind, my cousin saw none of this. Anyway, the creature kind of leans out and seems like it looks at us. Normally, when you see something like this, it would creep you out, correct? Well, it didn't scare me at all. In fact, it just made me a bit more curious. It then ducks back behind the tree, so I go to check it out. Vanished, nowhere to be seen. I look up, it didn't go up the tree. Look down, no burrow or hole. It couldn't have run off into the distance because I would have seen it. No trace of it at all and no trail. It didn't seem hostile when it looked at us. If anything, it looked curious. I had no feeling of danger at all. Remember, my cousin saw none of this. I'm trying to research it, and I want to try and lure it out so I can figure out what it might be. I don't want to hurt it at all, and I'm not going to mention it to anyone in case they want to hunt it or trap it. If anyone has any info on this creature or what it might be, please let me know in the comments. I live in the USA, if that helps any. Update.
In
My
the
neighbor,
USA.
who is an absolute turd, bought the land we were going on, so we can't use it anymore. Anyway, I can bring it to my yard or something. I used to regularly dream that a ghostly blue figure of an old man walked from the kitchen to the dining room to the living room, then up the stairs past my bedroom at the top, along a short hall and across the room at the end of the hall, disappearing directly into the wall instead of using the door and going to the last room. Every time he hit that wall, I'd wake up. It was always exactly the same ghostly motions in the dream. The figure would follow a certain path right through the furniture, one arm slightly forward, face glazed over, and he glided instead of stepping. It went through a wall at the base of the stairs that had once had a doorway until my parents broke out the wall and restored the doorway. Sometimes in my dream, I would follow. Sometimes other family members would follow instead of me, but always I was filled with terror. And always, when the ghost got to that final wall and disappeared, I would wake up. I've probably had this dream weekly for over 10 years, starting from when I moved into that bedroom. I never had the dream outside that house that I can remember. The dream stopped happening when I left for college, but would start again when I went home for breaks. I haven't slept there for 13 years now, and I haven't had that dream since the last night I was in there. It made me think the place was haunted. This dream has a little more to it, though. While visiting home well after I asked my parents whether they knew anything about the renovations
We
in that part
suck.
of the house. Some similar houses in the area had back staircases, and I was just curious about whether ours ever had one as well. My dad said yes, ours had, and he lifted some of the kitchen ceiling tiles to show me where the stairs had been, under an area that is now a closet. When I looked up, I immediately realized that the top end of the stairs had been at the point in the wall where the ghost in my dream had always disappeared. I didn't want to talk about that, though, so I just shrugged it off and remarked that someone must have taken it out to make more room in the kitchen and have the upstairs closet. My dad looked at me rather coldly and told me no, that's not why the stairs were gone. He had once thought the house was haunted and talked to a next-door neighbor who had been there for over 60 years about it. It turns out that after a previous owner's husband had died, she had the staircase removed because she thought it would stop his spirit from haunting her. She had also filled in the doorway that my parents had reopened. Then I asked my dad why he would have even asked the neighbor about the house being haunted, because I didn't know anyone else in the family had ever thought that. Dad told me it was because he had recurring dreams about of an old man who walked from the kitchen to the dining room to the living room, then up the stairs past my bedroom at the top, along a short hall, and across the room at the end of the hall, disappearing directly into the wall. We were both a bit stunned to find out we had lived for years having this same dream many, many times. Hi there. So long story short, my girlfriend and I were swapping scary stories. And
Hey,
she
you made
told
it
me
to
about
10
skinwalkers,
stream streak.
which I'd never heard of before. When she told me what they were and showed me a few videos, I immediately thought of an experience I had about
Good
8
job,
years
Will.
ago
Good
when I was
job.
15 and my brother was 12. I decided to do a little more research and believe it may have actually been a crawler. We grew up in rural northwestern Missouri, a little over an hour north of Kansas City. We had 2 other houses on our road, both about a mile away, but they were both quiet elderly couples who I've never seen out past dark. All of the houses on our road, mine included, were surrounded by corn and wheat fields and trees on all sides. One night, I was laying in bed trying to fall asleep when I heard a blood-curdling scream outside my window. It sounded like a woman being brutally murdered in the road. Her scream was so garbled and desperate. I'm 5'3" and was a 15-year-old girl, so obviously I ran to my parents' room to tell my dad she needed help. They said they hadn't heard anything outside, which blew my mind because it was so loud it made my blood run cold. Not 5 seconds later, my brother came running in saying he was in his room and heard a woman screaming for help outside. At this point, my dad started to get concerned and ran outside, but there was no one around. I could usually see headlights through my bedroom window, so we were pretty sure no cars had gone by, so she couldn't have disappeared so quickly, especially judging by her screams. My mom, dad, and little sister ate yo at the time. Never heard a sound, but my brother and I still occasionally talk about it to this day
Can't
because
you
it was so weird
use
and upsetting to us.
Field.
My mom swears it was an owl, but I'd heard screech
Did somebody
owls a
say
handful of times
waffles?
while living there,
No.
and it was not
I
an
have
owl.
brain damage.
I've been told that mountain lions sometimes make a noise that
Seemed to
sounds
work.
like a woman's scream, but they are incredibly rare in that part of Missouri. Even growing up in the country with a
Oh, that
forest
was
behind
done
my
on
house,
piece.
I'd only
Okay.
seen a mountain lion once in the 10 years I lived there. My mom has seen one
You
once,
should be able
also in
to
that
use
time
your
frame,
deep
but
on.
we've never heard them. I've listened to
mobile,
all
I
the
do it.
animal calls people say
I
might
use
sound
mobile
like
all
them,
the time.
but none have been a match. The closest I found is a mountain lion, but
In fact,
what
I
heard
used it
was
today.
deafeningly loud and sustained for way longer than any mountain lion I've
Unless
ever heard
that
in a video.
something
I
that
appreciate
just
any
barely
answers you might be
happened.
able to give me. It was a crazy experience, and now I look back on it as a spooky story to tell, but at the time, it rendered me unable to sleep. Thanks in advance. I live in Wisconsin. This was like 2 or 3 years ago. One summer, I decided to go out for a cigarette around like 12 a.m. or 1 a.m. I forgot.
Yeah, I've
But
used
I
mobile
was enjoying my
today,
cigarette as I looked to my right, like 10 or 14
or
feet away from
today,
me. There was
for
this
me.
human-like white, pale, bony creature running past me behind my neighbor's metal fence, like it was running away from something. The weird
Like
thing
when I
about
get
it,
up and
it
I'm
didn't have no
eating
eyes.
and
I could see it.
I'm watching someone on Twitch.
It didn't even turn its head home.
I used
It
it
was
today.
running past the fence to look at me. I haven't experienced something like that again since that experience.
Yeah, my in-game name is Salty.
When I was around 13, 14, I had my mom drive me home from a family friend gathering. It was dark outside, and when we turned onto our street, we saw this decrepit woman with long, stringy hair, dressed in what looked like a long black cloak with a man helping her walk. She was making these inhuman movements. It was almost like she was a creature. The closest thing I can compare her to is the girl from The Ring, but in elderly woman form. As soon as the headlights shined on her, my mom and I were both scared shitless. We kind of nervously laughed it off as she dropped me off, pretending it wasn't that horrifying. 5 minutes later, she pulled back into the driveway and made me come back to the party. She said she couldn't leave me home alone after seeing that woman thing. To this day, we still have no idea who she was, why she could barely walk while she was walking in the middle of the night. No one else ever saw her. A few weeks later, my mom and I saw her again in the middle of the night, and then we never saw her again. Keep in mind, we live in a small, somewhat secluded neighborhood, and we pretty much know everyone who lives here. I'm 24 now, and the thought of her still gives me chills. I don't know what I saw, but I hope I never see it again. The dogs were raising Cain one night, so I grabbed a flashlight and went to check things out. I walked to the top of my driveway to get a view of the kennels. I didn't see anything around, so I started counting sets of eyes. I have 5 dogs, and I counted 6 sets of eyes. I thought that can't be right, so I counted again, and this time there were only 5. I turned to walk back to the house, and just looked back one more time, and I saw a set of orange eyes, even with the height of the kennels. I thought maybe one of the dogs was on top of his doghouse. I walked towards the kennels to get a closer look, and the eyes disappeared. I thought that was strange, but shook it off and came on back to the house. Later that night, around 2:30 a.m., I stepped outside to smoke. I usually go out back because my back deck is 15 feet up in the air, and I don't like the dark too much.
15
Everything was
feet.
quiet. No dogs barking or traffic coming up the road. That's when I heard
Silly
the sound
AI.
of twigs snapping down around the tractor shed. I thought maybe it was a deer. I decided to get the flashlight and my gun and go check things out. It scares me talking about it. I live in the country and we do have bears, coyotes, and all kinds of wildlife. I tried to sneak out and investigate and see what it was. I got about 30 feet from the tractor shed when I saw it. I froze. It looked like one of those long-haired black German shepherds, but it was standing and walking upright. Its head was even with the top of the post holding up the shed. My mind was still trying to process what I was looking at. Then it dropped on all fours and started coming towards me, and I swear it was smiling at me, but not in a friendly way, more like the Little Red Riding Hood story. I raised my gun and shot towards it, and it was gone, just like that. All I saw was the orange fire from the blast of my gun, and my butt was running. I was going so fast my body couldn't keep up with my feet. I tried to wake my husband up, but he blew me off, said I was acting like a raving maniac. I was terrified. When it got light that morning, we went to check things out. Something had torn the wood off the bottom of the kennels, and there were deep claws marks all over the ground. We put up a trail cam, but never got any pictures of it. I try not to go outside much after dark unless we have a lot of folks around. I thought maybe it could have been a skinwalker or something, because after that, every time I turned around, the TV was talking about skinwalkers. I ran across your site, and it may have been a dog man. I know my grandkids are scared to stay here. I try to play it off as a dog so as not to scare them, but they think there's a werewolf in the woods. Haha, funny. Not funny for me. My family owns around 360 acres in northern Oklahoma that has been in our family since the land rush. Growing up, the family would meet there for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but as the family expanded, it was quickly outgrown. Nowadays, I'm about the only person that goes there, and I went there regularly to train with my firearms. I went there earlier this year and had an experience that shook me so
Somebody
badly
found a bear.
that I haven't spoken about it until recently and will never go back there alone. I arrived around 2 p.m. and set up my targets, but something felt off. I use an electronic headset for hearing protection that also amplifies ambient noise, and I noticed that everything seemed to stop. No wind, no bugs, no birds, nothing. Just complete and total silence, which is very unusual for the area. I run my normal drills, and as the sun starts to set, things get stranger. Odd smells, dirty litter box, body odor, started coming around, and I noticed that the coyotes were crossing the field west of me, almost as if they were consciously avoiding entering the woods nearby. Then, I started hearing interference coming over my headset, and what sounded like disembodied voices speaking in an indiscernible language that I couldn't hear with the naked ear. Now, I'm starting to worry. I start gathering my things, and then I hear what sounds like a woman's blood-curdling screams coming from the woods. I've heard mountain lions
Thought
and
that was a
bobcats
player.
scaring off, which we do have on the property, but this sound was neither of
That was
those
a
things.
zombie.
Around the same time, I got what I can only describe as a nauseating, omnidirectional feeling of being watched, shortly followed by very distinct footsteps trudging through the foliage in the tree line, approximately 30 yards from my
The
position.
foliage.
I've been an avid hunter since childhood and familiar with the noises of the woods, and the cadence of the footsteps was indicative of a large, bipedal creature, oddly human. Like, it was very concerning, considering I'm in the middle of a large swath of property that's 25 miles from the nearest populated area. I pull my phone out to take a video, and I start scanning the tree line with my flashlight. Standing behind a tree at the edge of the tree line was a tall, black silhouette with spindly limbs and a pale face, looking directly at me. I managed to capture a still image of it from the video that I will try to find and attach. I quickly grabbed my range bag and made a run toward my truck. I get about 50 yards from the truck and the light post on our property. That is hooked up to county power and has never turned off in the 20 years I've been going here, suddenly cuts off. Now, I'm blindly running in the direction I believe my truck is in while I hit the unlock button on my fob to find the lights. I get in my truck, speed off, and as I'm watching in the rear view, the light post turns back on. I'm finally ready to get this out in the open for interpretation. I tend to think of myself as a rational person that doesn't necessarily believe in the woo kind of stuff, although my mother described me as being sensitive and somewhat gravitated toward energies as a child. I was doing everything I could to rationalize or come up with a reasonable explanation for the things I was experiencing, but I have no explanation. The kind of fear this experience put into me was unlike any kind of fear I'd ever felt. When I was little, we lived in Chile, so houses were always closed off and there were fences everywhere. This house, in particular, was in an L shape and was completely closed off to the street. To get in, you had to go through a big, heavy metal garage door. There was no way to get in unless you climbed a roof or neighbor's roof. The siding was all windows in the inside of the house, so you could see someone in the kitchen, which was on the back, when you were on the other side next to the garage. The outside was all brick with high windows. Anyway, I was usually alone early in the afternoon or with a nanny that was in the kitchen a lot. My brothers were usually in school and my parents were out. Our TV was by the corner of the only entrance to the property. So I would be watching Pokemon by myself. Then a figure walked by wearing a hat and what seemed like a work jacket. It looked like a man coming from our backyard leaving the property. I saw him around the same time at least 3-4 times a week. I told my parents, but they didn't believe me. So one day this figure is walking by and my nanny comes screaming and running into the room because she saw it from the kitchen on the other side. She tells my parents, but they again wouldn't believe her. One day we were out of school for a holiday, so we were all at the table eating and I was looking towards the entrance. Then the figure walks by, my dad sees him and looks at me and runs to the door. He starts going around the property but didn't see anyone. A few months later I was sleeping. My brothers and I shared a master bedroom and something hit me and it woke me up. As I'm moving around in my bed, I hear an angry voice that says, "Move." And I see this man's face. The one walking by, starting at me so close. So I close my eyes and start screaming. I sit up and open my eyes again, making sure he wasn't hurting my brothers, and he is standing in my room's doorway, just staring at me. I scream again, and my dad comes running. My dad always dismissed it, but my brothers and I would always experience some weird shit in that house. This has bothered me since I encountered this creature or creatures back in 2005 or 2006. It's something that I think about almost daily. My first sighting was when I was on my way to clean a house early one morning, and I was taking back roads because it was a weekend and there would be no work traffic. As I crossed over the railroad tracks, I saw what I then called the deer dog. It was to my right, and it was enormous. The only way I could describe it was that it was easily as big as a buck, like towering over a buck. I was literally in shock and thought I was hallucinating. I actually stopped on the tracks and sat there for probably a solid minute. I wanted to make sure that what I was seeing was real. It stared right back at me as I stared at it. It had the head of what seemed like a hyena. I honestly couldn't wrap my mind around it. I eventually snapped to and called my husband immediately, who didn't answer. I then called my father first. I told him I needed to call animal control, and he actually advised me against it and said I wouldn't be taken seriously. My husband, ex-husband now, called me back and I told him, and he said he believed me, but he thinks it was a deer because there are no wild canines of that size in Oz. I actually started to convince myself I wrongfully identified this animal and it possibly was a deer, or maybe a malnourished bear that somehow got this far inland from the mountains. Maybe 3 weeks later, my ex-husband and I were on the way back home from my father's house, where we always had Sunday lunch, and out of nowhere, this massive black wolf, mutant dog thing comes running down the hill, crossing the road right in front of us, and it was huge. It had yellow eyes, very sharp teeth, and almost like a bushy mane around its neck.
How do they
It
know
had a
the
shorter
teeth
muzzle
were
and had a
sharp?
hyena head, but wasn't as
Being
skinny as the other
pointy?
deer dog I had seen before, but was much bigger. My ex-husband slammed on the brakes and I yelled, "Do you believe me now?" And he was so excited yet so scared and so blown away all in one that he actually looked like he was about to come up out of his seat. He was driving and he yelled holy that? But with a smile, and his eyes were in shock and horror all at once. I was very much feeling the same way as he was. I was also just so relieved that now someone else had seen this thing, or things. The car that was coming in the opposite lane towards us had stopped too, and literally just sat there, and they were frozen as we drove by. My ex-husband is from Mexico, so he grew up hearing a lot of folk tales and being warned about cryptids. So his friends and family believed us, but no one else really did. They felt we had seen something else. I tried looking into what it could possibly be, but back then, there was literally nothing out there yet about this. Recently, I decided to look back into this and discovered the Dogman. This is how I found your channel a few months ago. I figured I'd give it a go and just put it out there. It wasn't a crazy experience. They never chased us or hunted us, nor did we walk up on a snarling beast. It's not as exciting as the stories I hear on your channel, but my story is 100 true. Not a tad bit has been exaggerated or manipulated. As boring as it is, that's my true story. Late to the game, but my experience has always creeped me out to this day. I was coming home late one day from work, and it was a normal evening until I stepped out of my car. The moment I closed my car door, I had an almost immediate reaction to get back in and drive on. I kind of just froze next to the car with my hand on the handle. There was just something different in the air. My apartment entrance isn't too far from
Hi,
the parking spot,
Eliane.
so I decided to shake off the feeling and walk toward the door. The moment I began to walk, something on the other side started to walk with me. I stopped, and whatever was on the other side of the car also stopped. I began
Good to
walking
see
again,
ya.
and I could hear nails
Be careful
scratching on
traveling.
concrete following me. I stopped again, and it stopped too. I looked around, and something felt off and heavy.
Careful
That makes
while
some
you're
sense.
traveling.
Whatever it was, did not feel nice. It felt dangerous and curious too. I power walked it to the door, opened it, and slammed it shut. I felt it waiting outside the door as if it almost made it inside. I told my boyfriend, but he chalked it up to it being a rodent. But the feeling I felt was so upsetting. The next day we went outside to go run some errands, and we found dead snakes with no heads right next to my car. It freaked me out. I told my mom and was instructed to get Olympia. We're both kind of convinced that perhaps someone did
I'll look
brujeria
back
on
while
me. Still, one of the creepiest things I've ever experienced.
I am good.
This
Hope
happened to
you're
me in
doing
January
well.
of 2019 in western North Carolina,
When you're
around the
traveling,
small town of Silva.
try to
I
stay
was
safe.
participating in a week-long program to get certified
Oh,
as
look
a first
at you,
responder
reached
for
a
wilderness first
three-stream
aid and
streak.
rescue. I am studying to become a
Hey.
forester, and it is important to know how to keep people alive in the woods when things go wrong. There are two primary locations in the complex, a classroom with some bathrooms and a kitchen where we spent most of the day in class and ate meals, and a group of one-room cabins on top of a steep hill directly north of the classroom where we would sleep. An important thing to note about the cabins is the heating system. Each cabin has a small but powerful radiator in it that makes the cabin feel like a sauna if left on for too long.
4 hours,
Since it was
4
January in the
minutes.
Appalachians, it was pretty chilly outside at night, so the heat
Bad
was
things
limited.
can happen in
In
4
order to strike a
seconds.
balance between
Oh.
boiling in our beds and getting hypothermia, we would turn
Careful
on the
out
radiator
there.
and leave a window open so that
That
warm
was a
and
lot of
cold air could
stupid
circulate
people out
and
on the
create a
roads.
reasonable temperature. Don't get at me about the waste of power. I didn't like it either. The radiator and the open window were at the front of the cabin, next to the door, and my bed was directly across from the window. The incident happened on the fifth
That's
day,
kind of a
Thursday,
universal
nighttime.
thing. Doesn't
My
matter where
boyfriend
you're
and I,
at.
who was enrolled in the program with me, had settled down
Every
for the night in
country
the cabin
has
we
'em.
shared with one other person. We had gone to sleep as normal and were sleeping soundly on two bunks that we had pushed together so we could sleep next to each other, so we could sleep next to each other. Sometime during the night, I was woken up by some shuffling on the other side of the room near the window. I heard my boyfriend say in a complaining voice, "Can't we close this window?" I wake up feeling frozen. I woke up more and sat up in my bed groggily, about to answer him when I heard another voice say, "If we close the window, it'll get too hot and we'll wake up sweaty." I snapped awake and froze where I was sitting. The voice that had responded was my voice. There is something very strange and wrong in hearing your voice repeated back at you. In the dark, I looked down next to me where I saw my boyfriend sleeping soundly. At this point, a mortal dread had a tight grip on my chest, and I forced myself to not move or even blink. I was focused intently on the place near the window, fearfully anticipating more of my own words. I heard more shuffling outside the window, and my same words were repeated. "If we close the window, it'll get too hot and we'll wake up sweaty," followed quickly by my boyfriend's voice again. "Can't we close this window?" I wake up feeling frozen. Towards the end of the last repetition of my boyfriend's words, there seemed to be an unevenness in the enunciation, like raising and lowering the pitch slightly. I remained frozen in my bed, feeling my hand fall asleep in my propped-up position. I sat there for what felt like 15 or 20 minutes, listening to whatever it was shuffle around in front of our window, separated from me by some odd 10 feet and window mesh. Eventually, the shuffling became more frequent, and a weird mumbling sound came from outside the window, with no real words being said, or none that I could make out. This particular behavior didn't last long. The shuffling sound moved to the left of the window to the door, where a scratching sound began to manifest. As the sound moved, I saw the silhouette of a medium. Height 5 feet 6 ft. Figure that moved like when a baby animal tries to walk for the first time, but isn't strong enough to stand up correctly. It sounded like someone was scraping some dry sticks against the wood of the door. Not aggressively, but kind of like an impatient dog asking to be let in. This scratching slowly moved around the cabin, stopping when it reached the wall that I was closest to. My ears were strained to hear anything that might indicate further action, but all I could hear were footsteps on the dry leaves. The footsteps eventually moved away from the cabin and down the other side of the hill, and didn't return for the rest of the night. I stayed moving from my position for at least another half hour before my body readjusted itself slightly, letting blood flow back into my asleep limbs. I was wide awake until my boyfriend's and other roommates' alarms went off sometime before dawn to get ready for the day, which felt like maybe 2 hours. But I couldn't be certain because I didn't have a clock. My boyfriend was surprised that I was awake before him, as I am typically a later sleeper, but I just told him his alarm woke me up and tried to act somewhat normally. We got up and got ready for our day, but I refused to leave the cabin until the sun began to peek over the mountains. For the rest of the week, I was on edge and felt like there were eyes on me whenever it was relatively dark out, though I am not sure how much of that was raw paranoia. In the day following the incident at night, I had realized the lines that were repeated to me by the voice were part of a conversation that my boyfriend and I had had earlier in the week, and I came to the conclusion that whatever it was had been outside our cabin and heard us talking. This scared me a great deal, as I also realized that it had likely been lurking there in the following nights as well, without us realizing it, and might do so again for our remaining nights, though it ended up not coming back. I waited to tell my boyfriend about this until we had left the program because he scares easy and was already a little wary of walking in the woods at night up to the cabins. It should be noted that I know this to not be a sleep paralysis experience, as I have had them before, and they were nothing like this. Not to mention I was able to move. I am posting this here also as a means of asking for advice in addition to getting it off my chest, as this winter I will have to return to the same location to renew my certification at Pyre's 2 years after acquisition, and I want to know as much as I can so I can hopefully avoid another encounter. I know the entity for which this board is named is pinned on a lot of strange encounters, but I don't have a better idea of what it could be. If there is a similar entity that exists in my area, I'd be glad to hear about it and what I can do, if anything, to avoid it. Hi. I wanted to explain an encounter with something. I'm not quite sure what it was. I had gotten into an argument with my mom about the hat man that was leaning over me while I slept on the couch, something my sister informed me of the following day. A lot of weird stuff happened at that house, but that wasn't the encounter. No, it was after the argument. I was walking out of the house down the road, which we were surrounded by woods, and a small swamp was behind our place. I was walking down the road, which was side to side a wooded area. Not many people came down where we were. So I was listening to music while on my walk, and I felt like something was watching me. I lived in Alabama, so it was weird. Nobody came in our woods. Not ever. I looked over, and there I saw it. It was hunched over and huge. It had pale features and was so skinny I could see its rib cage. The thing that took me off was its mask-like face. It didn't wear a mask, but its face had mask-like features. The only reason why I saw its face wasn't wearing a mask was because I could see its mouth perfectly. It had dark eyes. I thought it had eye bags, but maybe because I was trying to reassure myself. I heard a branch crunch under its hands. I like to assure myself, or at least it reminded me of a human, but all wrong. Please, someone tell me they've got some explanation, because I can't. It was August 23, 2020, when I awoke at 2:30 to something screaming outside my house. So I went outside with a flashlight and the old hunting rifle. I had a pig pen out back, and I found that one of my pigs were slaughtered. There was a trail of blood, so I followed it to the lake. And I saw this thing standing at the other side of the lake, just staring at me as it feasted on my pig. Standing there for what felt like hours, just staring at its weird, contorted face and very long arms. It dropped the pig and started to chase after me. I shot it twice with a .45 caliber Car 98, and it seemed like a Nerf gun. It did nothing to it. Nothing but piss it off. So I was being chased by a very tall beast, and I kept on stumbling and falling through the woods. When I reached the edge of the woods, I shot it 2 more times. It didn't do anything to it, so I went inside my house just to be safe. I wished I had filmed it, but I forgot my phone inside the house. I still have trouble sleeping after seeing what it did to my pig. Can't help but wonder what would have happened if it caught me.
Maybe it would have eaten.
2
Yeah, I
years
would.
ago, I went to go visit family up in northern Minnesota around Labor Day weekend. I will not give the exact location, but will provide at least a general location where this happened, to keep this short. I'm hoping someone may have had a similar experience, or may have a general idea what this thing or entity was walking around our tent. General location, Mary Brown Bridge, Minnesota. On that Labor Day weekend, my
Minnesota.
girlfriend and I were planning on spending time camping with her family. Both of us were very excited to get away from the everyday city life, and anticipated a much-needed low-kai weekend. We arrived at their location around noon on Saturday, and were warm, greeted by everyone there. During the day and evening, we were enjoying ourselves with random fun activities and catching up on how everyone was doing. As dusk started to settle in, we all were near the campfire for a few hours until 11 p.m. Eventually, the family and ourselves called it a night and headed to bed. My girlfriend and I were offered to sleep in a bigger-sized 6-person earlier that day from whom her relative, who I will call Mary. It was a kind gesture at the time, as we only brought a 2-person-sized tent. Having that additional space for our belongings and our air mattress was a nice added feature. Mary's tent was positioned not too far from the campfire and the rest of family. The family did a wonderful job clearing and maintaining the area for their smaller RVs and additional tents. To the back of the tent, about 20 to 30 yards, is where the woods started with semi-thick brush and trees. Us 3 were laying down chatting, and eventually they both fell asleep. For some reason I couldn't sleep, so I was on my phone passing time, hoping to eventually drift off to sleep. This is when I heard faint activity in the woods about 40 yards back. I dismissed right away, as deer are known in this area, and continued to space off on my phone looking at random things. About 10 or 20 minutes later, I heard the thing get closer to our tent. I could distinctly hear twigs snapping and moving between bushes, getting closer to our tent clearing. This started to get my attention, as I could start physically feeling a faint shake in the ground as this thing or entity was wandering around. Moments later, this thing was about 10 yards away from our tent, walking, running back and forth. Each step this thing took, I could physically feel the vibration from the ground. This thing was big. Best way to describe this feeling is if you went to Live Rock concert and felt the kick drum hit your body. At this point, I was a bit terrified as I was trying to follow the footsteps running, walking at the back and the side of the tent. This entity or thing got at least 5 yards near our tent and suddenly stopped near Mary's side of the tent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, scared of what this thing was going to do next. I shit you not. A few seconds later, Mary shot up from being dead asleep. She gasped for air and was calling our names to wake us up. You could hear in her voice she was terrified. This entity hightailed off back in the woods. Both of us were very startled at this point. The woods were dead silent and eventually had enough courage to look out the tent. We saw and heard nothing, and about 30 minutes later, ran to their shop to grab a shotgun. Another anomaly during this whole thing while we were alert and awake. Mary mentioned during this time I was awake, she was having a dream. She mentioned these entities were tormenting her, saying they want her soul or wanting to kill her. And to give it to them. My girlfriend dismissed the whole thing and said it was probably just a deer, etc. running around. After hearing my girlfriend say that, I never told anyone about this story. Until recently, as I started to think about it again, trying to figure out what the hell this thing or entity was. I've posted this in the Wendigo community I'm in, but I also wanted to share this here to see if anyone else has any intel that can help me, since the other community seems to be pretty quiet. I realize how unbelievable this story might be, but I assure you it's entirely true. I've had countless experiences with the supernatural since I was 4. I'm 33 now, but this is one of the most terrifying ones I've had. I've looked at some of the stories in this community to see if there's anything I haven't discovered yet. I thought that if I shared my encounter here, there might be someone who has some information that could help. Please don't comment if you don't believe in the supernatural. I've seen skeptics plastering their 2 cents on some posts. I'm looking for legitimate information. My questions are at the end of this. Thanks in advance. I had an experience with a Wendigo this fall in early October in northern Minnesota, in a state forest very close to, if not on, a reservation. I've always heard that speaking of them can draw them to you, but I hadn't thought of or listened to any Wendigo stories any time close to my encounter. I was staying with some very dear friends. I'll call them M and C, and they have a camper in their yard by the lake for guests to sleep in. I had walked down to the camper from the house with my miniature Dachshund, Ebony, around midnight, and found that I needed to set some things up, primarily the heater. By the time I was done getting everything in order, it was approximately 1:30. I never thought to lock the door because, really, I figured it's in the middle of the woods, so there was nothing to worry about. I was wrong. I had closed the curtains. Thank God. And I was having trouble falling asleep because my anxiety was going mad. M and C's dogs were barking outside, and their geese wouldn't stop honking. Ebony, who usually sleeps under the covers, was sitting on my hip while I laid on my side, and I could feel her turning her head back and forth like she was trying to track something outside. I tried tucking her under the blankets to calm her down, but she kept returning to her perch on my hip. I have no idea how long I laid there. I would say at least 40 minutes when all of a sudden I heard M's voice outside the camper. Anybody in there? And what sounded like claws dragged down the side of the camper. I almost called back to her when I realized one. She and C were both fast asleep by now, and 2. M knew I was in there. She wouldn't ask if anybody was. Suddenly, I noticed everything had gone absolutely silent outside. The dogs and the birds had stopped carrying on. The gusts of wind had even stopped. It was the kind of silence you hear about in horror stories. How the woods go mute when something evil is in the area. Then another thought hit me. Ebony would be losing her shet and barking at the door if that had been anything human. She was frozen on my hip, dead quiet, shaking. I didn't dare to move, but I was really starting to have to pee. And I remembered that I hadn't locked the door. I have no idea how long I laid there debating whether I should get up and use the bathroom and lock the door, but it felt like an eternity. In reality, I guessed it was maybe 10, 15 minutes. I thought it may have been a skinwalker at first, but remembered they don't mimic the voices of your loved ones to lure you into the woods. Wendigo do. I knew these creatures, demons, whatever they are, can lure humans out of their abodes if they make eye contact with you, and everything in me was screaming to make sure I didn't look outside. I made doubly sure I didn't look through any cracks in the curtains as I walked softly to the front of the camper, and very slowly turned the lock, praying and holding my breath. I made sure to keep my eyes away from the windows as I crawled back in bed and pulled through my clothes until I finally stayed under the blankets. I snuck a picture of my phone before I lay down, figuring it had to be close to 3 a.m. The witching hour. It was about 2:30. As soon as I laid down, the wind came back up, and M&C's basset hounds erupted into howls as they came running down to the camper, and a little ways into the trees, and the geese started their noise again. I heard the bassets come back to the camper, barking a few more times before they laid down outside the door to protect me. I didn't get out of bed again that night. I told M&C what had happened the next morning. I think I was hoping M would say she had come down to check on me and Ebony, but she confirmed what I already knew. They had gone to bed as soon as I had left the house. I said a prayer over their house, the camper, and all of us the following night, and had an uneventful night, thank God. I also spoke with another guy who's familiar with the supernatural to see if he knew any more about Wendigoag. I'm not sure how accurate the information he gave me was, or if it's reliable at all, but when I asked him why Ebony hadn't made a peep, I had assumed it was because she was absolutely petrified. He said a Wendigo can control animals to keep them from alerting their owners about its presence. He also told me one. They can't enter houses that aren't made of wood directly from the forest they're hunting in, tents and campers included, because they consist of man-made materials. A lock is useless. They can unlock and open a door so they can try to lure you outside. And 3, they typically stay in the woods. They will come into a smaller town, and never into a city. I had never heard of any of what he told me before, so again, I can't speak for accuracy, but I also haven't researched the claims either. He also advised me never to go outside to pee at night if I ever go camping, and to bring a bucket or something to use, and to make sure that I always close tent flaps and curtains before falling asleep. He said if the flaps are open so you can see outside, the Wendigo can make eye contact with you and draw you out. After leaving M&C's to go to my father's house for a few days, I had the distinct feeling of being watched when I took Ebony outside after dark. My father lives 3 hours away from M&C, but his house is in the country. I told myself it was only the fear from the experience and what I know about the Wendigo triggering an overactive imagination. I never heard anything, and I watched Ebony's behavior very closely, and she didn't act like she had in the camper. I'm moving back to that area from Canada, and this experience has been weighing heavily on my mind. I've been trying to find any information about warding them off, or if they have a home hunting range like cougars do, or if they move on from a region. My prayers did work the second night, so I figure I can pray over the property. I also have holy water that I can use, since the Wendigo is an evil spirit that possesses people or physically manifests. Frustratingly, a majority of what comes up in searches is utter garbage like Wikipedia. Does anyone know if a Wendigo stays in one area? Are my concerns about it coming back when I get moved into my cabin warranted, or am I worrying excessively? Do you have any tips for warding them off? Thanks again for any information you can offer. My niece had a very eerie and sort of similar situation last night. She's renting a house from me in south central Wisconsin. It's a little less than a half mile from town. Houses are probably a block and a half apart. It's basically the country. She got home from her kid's choir concert and was putting her youngest in his high chair when she heard her dog outside whining to get in. Then she heard her husband's voice teasing the dog, and she paused, because her husband is supposed to be 2 hours away from work. She was just thinking in her head, "Oh my God, he got done early and is here to surprise us." And suddenly her oldest son, 9 years old, goes, "Oh, Daddo is home." So she walks to the kitchen window, looks out. Her husband's truck isn't there. She goes back to the door, and suddenly the dog is whimpering and crying and heavily scratching the door to get in. Let me just say, if an actual human was outside, this dog would be going crazy with excitement. She loves to greet people, but she literally was full of desperation to get inside. So my niece lets her in, and a voice in her mind was like, "Lock the door." So she immediately locked it and turned to her oldest son and said, "Hun, why did you say Daddo was home?" And he said, "I heard him outside teasing the dog." He heard it too. Then she thought maybe she butt-dialed her husband, and maybe he was hollering through the phone to get her attention, and that's what she heard. So she checked? No, she hadn't. She found out he was still at work and was nowhere near the house when this happened. I've heard W's are most active during the winter months, and we have had some pretty rough weather this week. We had a winter squall last week, an ice and snowstorm this week. And yesterday, we got several inches of snow again. My biggest concerns are keeping her and her family safe. This didn't happen on tribal land, so I don't know what their policy is as far as offering help in this type of situation. At first, she was concerned it was a Wendigo, but it doesn't really fit the description, from my very limited understanding, since it imitated her husband and not an animal. I'm very curious about what is best to put out for an offering, and if smudging outside helps at all. We're concerned about smudging inside because we can feel the energy of my grandparents, who used to live in the house, still there, and she believes my father, who recently passed, has visited them as well. So we don't want to push out the good energy if we don't have to. Any help is very appreciated. This was the best thread I could find that wasn't all just a big debate on whether or not was exist. Thank you in advance. Thank you in advance. I also want to add, later on in the night, her dog was still refusing to go outside to the bathroom. It did eventually go out, but at one point her dog was pacing and her cat started crying loudly. She got scared and started praying for positive energy and protection, and they both started to calm after that. That's when her dog finally went out to go to the bathroom. A large concern is she and her son heard whatever this was, clearly in her husband's voice. But they didn't see anything, thankfully. I went to a tribal art school in Santa Fe, New Mexico, located on the south side of the city, literally the second to last building on the edge of town. Across the road to the south was another school, a 12-grade alternative kind of Montessori school. Anyway, beyond that was nothing but open land, slight rolling hills covered in ankle-high desert scrub grasses, chamisa bushes, and pinon trees here and there. This desert plain extends as far as you can see to the Sandia Mountains, about 60 miles south by Albuquerque, and beyond towards
Albuquerque.
Anyway, my first couple weeks in my freshman year, I was just getting settled to college life. Was lucky enough to score my own room and pretty much loving it. College was awesome. Anyway, I've been a pretty big stoner since I was 14, and this didn't change much in college. It was just after midnight, and I went outside behind the student housing building to smoke a bowl and found myself alone. It was a smaller school, about 250 on campus.
Oh, it's going.
So it wasn't unusual to find the
We're
smoking
running
area.
around on Boredom Hub.
So I'm smoking some hash on a nice bowl of bud, listening to music. Yeah, no, getting nice and stoned when I spot movement across the street. From vantage point, the road running perpendicular between my dorm building and the school across the street was on a bit of a hill, and the school beyond was lower on the other side. That is to say, the roof of the building across the street was at eye level, and movement on the roof caught my eye. There was a pale, skinny person running on roof of the damn school across the street. maybe 200 feet, maybe 250, away from where I was smoking. I watched this figure run the length of the building's roof and jump off, and where it leapt down, there was an exterior light that illuminated this figure. I stared for a couple seconds, not really believing it, and noped the F back to my room. This started a whole series of shit related to the tall white figure out there. For 4 years, it was something I kept an eye out for. My ex-girlfriend saw on the road to school, and my roommate I eventually had his own encounters with. I scored an Ray position next semester and sold a ton of herb, so I was in on a lot of the gossip and stories around that campus. It was small school, and I was someone people talked to. I heard stories from other people. One time I went to deliver a stash to my buddy down in the family housing casitas on campus during the day, mind you, and when I knocked, homie was looking through the blinds, all sketchy like. I gave him shit cuz. He knew I was coming by, and first thing he said to me was, "I thought you were that white thing." That shit chilled me because I talked a lot about the sketchy white figure to what? Sucked a lot about the sketchy white figure to a lot of people, but not him. So, yeah, other people saw it too. One family had an incident that left the mother seeking counseling or some kind of psychiatric help. I know this through my job as in Ray, and damn, I'm sure it was a crawler. Anyway, sorry for my rambling story. I've lurked here a lot and knew I'd seen one. Finally getting some kind of story on here now. I can type out another post-it detailing my girlfriend's encounters and even dreams she had of this thing. Maybe tomorrow.
Gonna go and put Buddy Got High.
In November, I was out early morning in my neighborhood with my dog. We were walking our normal route as the night slowly turned to dawn. About 50 yards away from us, moving left to right, was an unnaturally thin being running with the full Forrest Gump arm pump. This thing was running as if the devil and half of hell were after it. It runs up into a yard and comes to a dead stop at the corner of the house. It blended perfectly against the siding and shutters on the house, as this thing was grayish on bottom and dark up top. The dog and I kept walking, albeit a bit slower, toward this house. I kept my eyes on it, and my 70-pound Amstaff mix was showing no signs of fear. I thought it might be a runner who had to take a piss, but there was no movement, no breath fog, perfectly still. Or perhaps a peeping Tom. As we get closer, the figure goes to the back of the house. By the time we get to the house, there's no sign of it. Oddest thing was, there was a heavy frost that morning, and absolutely no signs of footprints. This happened in 2006 in the Santa Barbara area. Some friends and I had driven up there to go camping. One night, Aryan midnight, I was walking to the bathrooms, and I saw what I thought was an old man sitting at a picnic table. When I got within 20 feet or so, I realized it didn't look like any person I'd ever seen. It was naked and crouched on the bench behind him. I don't know how tall it was, but it had white skin and was very skinny. It looked at me and opened its mouth, and I could see that it has pointy teeth. I freaked out and ran back to my campsite as fast as possible. I woke my female friend and had her walk me to the other bathrooms. I remember telling her the thing looked like Golem from Lord of the Rings, but it didn't have any hair and its eyes were smaller and dark. None of us went out alone at night after that. Since then, I've been trying to find some explanation for what I saw. I'm a pretty logical, rational person, but this thing just didn't seem human. I really don't know what to think about this. My parents live on about 30 acres of wooded land in the middle of nowhere. I was in high school at this time and was up late on a weekend. I remember that I had fallen asleep in the recliner in our living room and woke up around 2 a.m. I sat up and watched TV for about a half hour and then got up to get some water before bed. Our kitchen sink looked out over our backyard, and I could see clear to the tree line because of a lamp on a telephone pole we had installed for security. As I looked out into the yard, I saw something dash across the tree line for about 50 feet before going back into the trees. I can still see it in my mind. It was either white or a really pale gray and looked like a person moving on all fours. There was no visible fur or clothing. I could tell it was large. At least the size of a person, maybe larger. It covered the 50-foot span in between 5 and 10 seconds. I was absolutely frozen in place for a solid minute after this encounter. My parents kept telling me that it was just an albino coyote. I know it wasn't. A few years later, I came across a YouTube video talking about really strange creatures caught on trail cameras. It was one of those low-quality edits that pop up on your recommended videos after a long video binging. Halfway through came an image that made my blood go cold. It was called a rake. This was exactly what I had seen. To this day, I will swear by it that I saw this creature and still refuse to be outside at night at my parents' house. If anyone has any other thoughts about what it could have been, or a similar experience, I'm open to suggestions. Just wanted to share with some people who would listen. My encounter with a humanoid. The encounter took place about 4 years ago. Since learning about humanoids, and in particular about the rake, I was always very fascinated about them. Back in the good old days, one of my best friends, Robert, would come over for sleepovers. I introduced him to the rake. We always watched horror movies or videos of bizarre encounters, as we loved to frighten ourselves before venturing out into the local woods. I basically live a 2-minute walk away from the woods. Till that night trip, we never encountered anything really creepy when venturing into the woods. Sometimes Robert would try to stand still in silence in hope of hearing something exciting, f.a. an animal walking over wood sticks, creating sounds. In order for you to better understand my thoughts later on, I want to give you a detailed explanation of our path. It was after midnight when we headed out. Shortly after entering the forest, there was a small crossing with a left path and a right path and a right path. We took the right path, walking up a hill for about a quarter of an hour. After that, we just pretty much followed the path, reaching the peak of the hill, and then ventured down again for about 10 minutes. We reached another crossing. The left path would lead us to another exit, whereas the straight path would let us continue walking onto another hill. About half an hour going up the hill, I told Robert that I wanted to go home as I started to get cold and exhausted. Furthermore, I told him that I did not see us witnessing anything exciting that night. Robert was disappointed, but nevertheless agreed. Robert wanted us to regularly stop speaking and be completely silent so we could hear everything surrounding us. We also flashed our lights in the woods regularly. This is where it starts to get creepy. As we started to head down the second hill, we started to relax and talk about other interests. As my back then shrimp posture obliged me to, I more or less only looked at my feet when walking. As we reached the second crosswalk again, Robert suddenly scurried up. In panic, he asked me whether I also saw something jump a hush in the woods coming from the right path, from each the left path, to the path we originally came from. As I already mentioned, I looked at my feet when walking down the path, meaning I could not have seen anything. However, I believed that Robert just wanted to build up suspension, as he liked to do that when nothing happened at our trips. So I did not really believe him in that. He started throwing rocks in the area where said figure seemed to head. Our way back, by the way, we stood still for some minutes, listening for any suspicious sounds, but the forest was in total silence. Realizing this, it made me somewhat uncomfortable. On our way back from the second crossing to the first, we started to ease back down again and started talking normally. The walk back also took about half an hour. This is where it gets really creepy. As we were about to reach the first crossing, I used my flashlight on the trees that were not too far in front of us. As I pointed my light on them, I noticed that there were 2 yellow dots right beside a big tree. As we came closer, I could see it more clearly. These were not just 2 yellow dots. I started to recognize a bald head with these 2 yellow glowing eyes. I told Robert to stand still. I pointed him the area where that thing was peeking from the tree. I was furious at him because he did not see it. I told him that he needed to focus on the yellow dots. When he recognized it, he freaked out too. I freaked out even more when I thought about our situation. This creature stood between the only near entrance exit out of the forest and us. We really started to panic, as we did not know what to do. As Robert also started to flash on that creature, and we both more or less shouted at ourselves. The creature went behind the tree and peeked out from the other side. As we followed with our lights, it stepped back from the tree. I was able to see more of its body. It was white-gray, hunched over, and its arms were hanging down. It slowly walked away from the crossing, moving one leg, then the other one. We stood on the spot for a few seconds. Then I carefully started to peek in the area it vanished. I couldn't see it anymore. I told Robert to run for his life, and boy, oh boy, even Usain Bolt would have been astonished of our speed in that run. We ran through the exit and went back to my home.
Bruh.
It was the scariest experience of my life. What I really find so intriguing about this encounter, this creature either stalked us very quietly through the woods for about half an hour since Robert spotted it on the second crossing, till the exit, or it was smart enough to recognize where the path we took would be leading us to his first saw it at the second crossing, and then in front of us, at the exit. It was also able to recognize pretty fast that we spotted it. I think by switching sides at the tree when peeking, it wanted to confirm for itself whether we spotted it by seeing us rotating light to the other side of a tree. Mind you, these were bad flashlights, which lights only worse over that range. Last, but not least, I do not think it was scared in the slightest of us. Even as I and Robert started to speak more loudly in a stressed voice, it calmly started to walk away. Description of the creature. White-gray body head, looked bald, long arms, hunched body posture. With the arms hanging down, it must have been about 2 meters tall. So I saw something interesting that I didn't even think about until now, but saw everywhere as a child and even now as an adult. Basically, there is this creature or entity or person referred to as the Hackman. I'm not referencing that creature you see when you've had one too many Benadryl. I mean, this thing that is basically a tall, almost abnormally tall, man with a large, wide-brimmed black hat. He wears a long black trench coat that almost melts into shadows and covers his body so you can't figure out his form and black boots. He has a wicked white grin and glowing red eyes. As a kid, I used to see him in dreams in the corner of my eye, and back then I called him Jack, due to the fact he was what I assumed Jack the Ripper would have looked like. Now at 23, it's been a while since I've seen him, but just last week, I saw him again when heading to bed. Does anyone else see this entity? Does anyone else know what this is? So I, 13 meme, and a couple of my friend, let's call them E, D, Z, S, and G, went exploring this barn last year. It is creepy. We found 2 knives, 1 old working toy, and a attic with some stuff of value. First time, nothing weird, but it gives the creeps. Next time, last year, start of autumn, my 2 friends E and D went to check it out and see what we could do. It didn't go as planned. They saw a white man-like creature in the barn and one outside spying in a bush. They ran for their bikes on the fields and watched the creatures do some shit. I don't know what, not normal activities. First encounter. Second encounter. This was like around 2 weeks ago since I got injured mid-autumn and basically couldn't do nothing during winter. We went there to do random shit and F around like the 13-year-old dumbasses we are and searched the barn. Things were a little misplaced, nothing new. After that, we go to check out the nearby forest, 6 p.m. And it is dare outside by now. We go by the forest and look inside. We hear something, some gibberish I don't know. And we watch in
Dare
coos. We are
outside.
obviously scared and creeped out. We see some white creatures run around. We ran like 40 away and watched. Something came out and shouted some shit. Don't know if we should go back and explore or nah. Eastern Europe. Anyone know similar cases or has some advice? Please reply. This incident happened in September 2020 in Aiken, South Carolina. I didn't grow up there, and we had only lived there for about 6 months, so I am not too familiar with the area. Some of these details are pretty boring, but I think it helps explain the setting and situation better, so I'm going to give them regardless. My fiancée, G, had reconnected with an old friend from high school, B, and we decided to rent his basement, which was renovated into a separate apartment while we looked for a place of our own. The house is not in a neighborhood. It's rural in that area, in my opinion. We had neighbors, but each house had several acres of land separating them. B had 2 large adult dogs, around 55, 65 LBZs, and our dog was a little smaller than them at the time. The dogs would run around and play in the woods at the edge of the backyard. Everything was good for the first few weeks. Then at night, we started feeling very unnerved if we had to go outside. I know it sounds so cliche, but it felt like something was standing in the woods staring at us. If we went somewhere after dark, we would do a speed walk, almost run from where we parked out front all the way around the side of the house to the backyard, which is where our entrance was. Then we started hearing it. As I mentioned earlier, the dogs ran and played in the woods, so we were very aware of what it sounded like when a 60-pound creature was rambling around in the woods. This was much bigger, so much bigger, so much bigger. It wasn't just the 3 of us hyping each other up to be scared either. Anyone that came to hang out. There was a pool in the backyard, so we had a fair amount of visitors. Would hear it, and no one ever stayed outside after the sun set. We thought it was a bear, to be honest, because whatever was making the noise was huge, much larger than a person. So a bear is the only thing that really fit in our minds. A few
Right
months
back.
go by, and we find our own place, and we were in the process of moving out when this occurred. My fiancé was up at the car, arranging the boxes so that we could maximize the space we had available. I had just carried a box up to him and was walking back around the side of the house. From the front to the back, the yard was sloped downhill a little bit. As I was walking down to go around from the side to the back of the house, I saw it, staring dead at me, straight into my eyes. I'm pretty sure my heart stopped beating for a few seconds, and I completely froze up. Some instinct inside of me made me begin walking again. I felt like I shouldn't run, but tried to act normal and get my ass inside. As soon as I got inside, I shut and locked the door. But I immediately had to unlock it and open it back up because I couldn't lock my fiancé outside with this thing. I immediately started seeing these gruesome, gory pictures in my head. Pictures of me and my fiancé beheaded, completely mangled and broken, laying on the floor of our apartment, with everything that was left in the apartment smashed on the floor around us. Then right after that, something like, "No, that's not what it will do. My fear of the unknown is making me unreasonable. If I just let it in, it won't be like that." I kept having the weirdest urge to basically invite it in, which is absurd because the door was cracked open. Honestly, even if it had been shut and dead-bolted, if that thing wanted in, I am pretty sure it would have gotten in. I was torn. I wanted to call out to my fiancé, but I didn't want to startle the thing by yelling. I didn't want my fiancé to come rushing down to the door and have that thing spring on him and attack him. Finally, I couldn't take it any longer and yanked the door open. I was planning on running to the car, but my fiancé was right there. He had seen the thing too, and he had been watching it watch us. The second it turned and disappeared into the woods, he rushed down to the door. This thing was super tall, super skinny, and a sickly shade of whitish gray. It had brightly lit up, glowing eyes. One very crazy detail is that I swear the eyes were a golden color, and my fiancé swears they were red. I don't understand any of this, but especially that part. The worst part of its appearance, however, was that it didn't have a mouth. Besides its bright eyes, the rest of its face was just skin. Tightly stretched, but perfectly smoothed out skin on its face. What? I have never in my life felt such a shock, like just the feeling in my heart that something was so wrong as I did when I saw that thing looking into my eyes. How do you eat if you have no mouth? How do you stay alive if you can't eat? Sometimes I worry that I honestly had the chance to meet and interact with a completely different species, and I blew it by being judgmental and fearful. This thing wasn't like me, so I was deathly afraid of it. Did I have a reason to be afraid? If it had wanted to hurt us, I'm 100 positive it could have. My fiancé said he could feel
100
the evil
positive.
radiating off of it. That I need to quit beating myself up because it did not have friendly intentions. I know that this sounds so totally and utterly fake that it is absurd. I wouldn't believe this if someone else posted it. I'm just wondering if anyone else has ever seen anything like this, and if they have, maybe they can tell me what this thing is. For months after it happened, I wouldn't talk about it. Anytime my fiancé brought it up, I would shut the conversation down. I didn't want to even think about it because I was scared it would feel me thinking of it somehow and come back and find me again. We don't live near there anymore, and now I know that's an irrational fear anyways. I've never told anyone about it, and neither has my fiancé. I couldn't bear to spill my guts to someone I'm close to about this situation. It would destroy my relationship with the person, and I don't want that to happen. I don't have many people that I'm close to, and I would prefer to keep them. I have not actually seen a Bigfoot, but I have seen some strange things I simply can't explain. One incident happened after we had shot and killed 3 bears on the Klamath River in Northern California. This location was very close to the Patterson, Gimlin film area. I must stress that 2 of these bears were dead as doornails lying on the sandbar across the river from us. The other one was hit well and definitely a kill shot. This was in the evening, and it was cool, so we opted to wait until the morning to raft across and retrieve our beers. Now, this was at 3 different locations, and at first light, we were up and ready to go collect the bears. But there were no bears where we had left them dead on the sandbars. They were absolutely gone, like something picked them up and took off with them. What kind of animal can pick up a 300-year-old bear and make it disappear? They were definitely dead. There was no doubt. They didn't walk away. Another story happened in the same general area. There is a road that goes into the national forest that is paved for 30 miles, passing lanes, stripping, and stop signs that were supposed to go to the Cave Junction, Regan area. It's 30 miles of road costing millions of dollars, and it just stops with logs across the road. It's now a wilderness area. No motorized vehicles. Foot or horseback only. I have taken 2 bucks in this wilderness area, but each time I hunt it, I feel like I'm being watched. Eerie feeling. I have hunted all my life, and the only place I have ever felt that way is there. I have had another experience where I had actually heard something in the dark that made a sound I can't explain. It moved way too fast for any land animals I have ever hunted. Whatever it was made my dog's back raise up and all the hair on my body was on end. My buddy was with me, and to this day we have only spoken of it once. I will never forget the sound, and no, it wasn't a bird. It was just creepy, and everything in my gut said, go.
Being that's
Hey everyone, posting about an event that just happened at about midnight Eastern Time. I was asleep and something bumped into my house really loudly. No idea what was going on, but it was loud, so I ran and grabbed my AK-47 chambered around and flipped on the back porch light. The back of my property
AK-47.
is heavily wooded, and I live in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear something just beyond the tree line making these awful gurgling noises, pacing back and forth. Heavy, scary footsteps.
Gotta make sure you
My
have
heart
an
was beating so loud I could hear
AK-47.
my pulse in my head. I shined the light from my rifle around the tree line and still couldn't see anything. I was looking down the sights because I was pretty freaked out. Whatever this thing was pacing around in the woods was big and fast. It did this for several minutes, and then I heard it run off deeper into the woods. I typed this up as soon as I calmed down a bit. I'm not going into the woods to look for whatever this thing is because just the gurgling and the loud footsteps were enough for me. Any idea what could be going on here? I couldn't see anything, just heard the loud crash into the side of my house and something running around and gurgling in the woods behind my house. I will post updates if anything else happens. I'm probably not going to sleep tonight. I'll check for tracks in the morning, but I'm not in a big hurry to run into whatever this thing is in the dark. This experience happened about 6 years ago. I was dog sitting for a family friend of my then girlfriend's family for some extra money. I would go over to their house once in the morning and once in the evening to feed the dog and walk it around the backyard on the leash to do its business. It was a smaller dog, one of those that seems to overcompensate for its size by trying to be big, bad, and scary, barking at everything with no fear. I was doing this for a solid week. On the second to last night I was over there, I was walking the dog in the backyard as usual. It was fairly dark by that time. Not pitch black, but dark enough that you couldn't comfortably walk around without a light. The moon was out, so that helped a bit, but I also had my phone's flashlight on. The backyard was not fenced, hence the leash, and it was probably a good 15 feet of flat ground before it became thick, tall, grassy weed-type foliage. Behind that was just woods. The dog always took a long time sniffing around every damn weed. Rock, what have you. Then it suddenly froze, as if too scared to move a muscle. At the same time, I heard a rustling maybe 20 feet ahead of me and to my right. I shined my phone's flashlight over in the direction, but it was obviously not helpful. The rustling grew louder, but did not sound like it was getting closer to me. Finally, I started seeing the tall, grassy foliage start to move, and then I saw something emerge from it. Its size was similar to that of an adult black bear, but it was covered in skin that was whitish in color. It wasn't filled out or bulbous like a bear, but seemed rather lean instead. Imagine a large white gorilla, but with no hair, hunched down on its front arms and legs. It didn't make any grunting or growling noises, and somehow it looked like it was moving in slow motion. The dog, which would normally bark at anything, started to whimper. At this point, my eyes had started adjusting to the dim light, and I saw the thing turn its head toward me. I don't believe it had a face. I ran back to the house with that dog so fast, I would have beaten Usain Bolt. The next day, I went out with an actual flashlight, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. Some info. This was in a residential area, just another neighborhood with woods in it. This was in Lawrenceville, Georgia, around the fall season. I remember there were leaves everywhere, and it was that sort of damp and chilly fall weather. So anyways, yeah, I have not told a soul about this until now. I don't live around there anymore, or else I'd probably go back and investigate. Let me know your thoughts.
My thoughts are a lot
I
of
saw
this.
something. Can't tell you what it was. In the woods surrounding the Boggs campground on the Montour Trail.
I want to
Tall,
but
pale, skinny, you know the
he's
drill.
making it
I went
hard.
back a week or two ago. College is destroying my sense of time. And I didn't see anything, but I heard that whistling again. My friend, that came with me, we'll call him C, heard it first and woke me up because he was freaked out by it. I only heard it for a second because I was woken up from a deep sleep, and it took me a second to understand what was happening. I want to go back there more than anything in the world. I own a Springfield Munia, the 2016 reproduction series, which is chambered in 308, so I don't think I have to worry about bringing enough gun this time, but I don't know how to make sure I see it. Recording it is harder. I looked into trail cams, but they seem like too much money for the outcome. I'd only use it once or twice anyways. I have a really nice Canon camera that I'll try to remember to bring, but it doesn't do super well in low light. Any suggestions? I want to attract it instead of hunting it down so I can meet it in the open and get the best chance at a clean shot if needed. I don't want to kill it, or anything for that matter, so how do I get it to come in a curious mood and not a hunting mindset? Any cheap gun-mounted cams that exist. I don't think I'll put the gun down just in case. I just want to study it. I think befriending it is out of the question. Should I go with a group? I'm not going by myself for that. But how many people will scare it off? Late last year, I moved out west to Alberta to take a government job in the Rocky Mountains working for a national park. My job involves working hands on
Don't touch your butt.
in some ways is similar to being a bylaw officer. The reason that this is relevant is because I spend a lot of time with my boots quite literally on the ground, getting paid to drive back and forth over the Continental Divide. I know the park and its surroundings like the back of my hand at this point. I'm highly aware of the animals and plants that live here. I'm comfortable in the backcountry, maybe more than I ever have been, and I know what kind of things one can expect to encounter in these forests. And where it was a beautiful sunny day in about mid-June this year. Spring had get nice. It was about 15 degrees, 60. I had
Oh,
an
those
unexpected day
NBC
off of work.
ads are.
My girlfriend had a half day, and so I got the bright idea of picking her up from work and taking her to an area called the Spray Valley. I wasn't really up for a big hike that day, but I had read online that there was a viewpoint
There we
Highway
go.
742 that offered an amazing view of me, a cine boy, the most prominent mountain in that part of the Rockies. And so I thought it might be a good place to drive to and check out for something to do. The easiest way to get to the valley, if you're already in the mountains, is to take the 742 from the town of Canmore, following it over Whiteman's Gap, a pass that traverses the saddle between two large peaks. As soon as we got up to elevation, it was pretty apparent that spring had sprung to a way lesser extent up there. There was still some lingering snow on the slopes, though the road was clear, and we were shocked to see mountain goats licking the salt from the trail in front of us, which is totally unheard of at such a low elevation, as they're typically high up in the subalpine and alpine areas where there are no roads. Late snow melts will do
Subalpine.
this, as there's just no way for them to be in their usual habitat when it's inundated with snowpack. This becomes important later. Calling the 742 a highway is pretty damn generous. It's really just a gravel two-lane snaking deep into the backcountry. The whole area around the Spray Valley has a reputation for being less tourist family-friendly and can be somewhat dangerous to reach depending on the weather of the pass. It's way more remote than most car-accessible areas adjacent and often has harsher conditions. As a result, it sees way fewer people than any nearby parks, and that day was no exception, especially given that winter was hanging on to some extent at altitude. But we noticed, as we got further and further away from the comparatively busy, sectioned by the pass, that we weren't really seeing anybody at all. We drove for an hour and change, and soon we went from passing a couple of cars every 15 or so minutes to literally being the only ones on the road. The parking lots at the roadside day use areas were completely empty. We arrived at the viewpoint. I threw it in park at the edge of the road, and we got out of the truck. What struck me most was just how quiet things were. Aside from the sound of birds and our own voices, we were well and truly alone. The valley was long and wide, and with the mountains at a reasonable distance from the highway in both directions, there wasn't much opportunity for an echo. We had a long shot of visibility in each direction down the highway, and there was clearly nobody around. Moreover, all the cars we had passed on the way had kicked up a lot of dirt from the gravel on the dry valley floor, which can be quite arid due to the rain shadow of the peaks around it, and there wasn't a speck of it to be seen. No dust clouds, no sound, no approaching cars. When I say we were alone, I mean that every sense confirmed this fact. I had downloaded the area on Google Maps before we lost cell signal, and so I opened it up to check what was nearby. There were a couple of alpine trailheads in either direction, probably unusable with the snow sticking around, and a closed seasonal helipad about 2 km across a canyon. No wonder the lack of crowds. We spent 10 or 15 minutes admiring the view, took some pictures, walked over to the pond at the edge of the road, and sat there for a bit while my girlfriend, a herbalist, admired some of the plants, noting how much smaller and earlier they were in the growing season than the plants in our part of the Rockies. Before long, we noticed across the pond, about 100 from the highway, there was a small outbuilding. Even though the Spray Valley has much less infrastructure than other areas due to the low volume of visitors, it still does have some facilities like bathrooms at trailheads, and so we assumed that's what it was. Curious about what trailhead it was, we walked back to the truck and cruised back toward the parking lot we had seen just a minute or so before we had parked. I pulled in, and once again, this lot was empty. No cars, no dust, not even any obviously disturbed gravel from forks for tires or anything like that. I remember this clearly, reveling in how alone we were, since I'm used to wrangling and how alone we were, since I'm used to wrangling tourists and giving out citations. We got out of the truck, and suddenly I was hit with this familiar sense of unease. Other outdoorsmen will know what I mean. I've spoken to hunters, wardens, guides, and other people who get it too. What I mean is that usually I just know when there's a bear around. I don't think it's anything supernatural. My guess is that I can smell them or something and don't realize it consciously. I had that sense of vigilance wash over me, and so I reached into the center console and grabbed my beer spray and attached it to my belt.
A
I
beer
stopped
spray.
my girlfriend close by while I listened to see if I could hear anything. I couldn't,
Have my
so we
beer
approached
spray.
the beginning of the trail. It was a long, even, clear-cut, grassy area, and reminded me more of the type of double-track trails you'd see in the flatlands than a mountain trailhead. It was so wide that the park had actually placed a couple of granite slabs in front of it to keep people from taking motor vehicles down it. We read the map on the sign, and we both took a few pictures of our surroundings, standing on the slabs, when suddenly we heard a sharp crack about 20-25 feet away from us, in the forest to our right. The forest was thick, dense, mossy, and surprisingly damp for a valley that was dry enough for dust clouds to hang in the air for minutes after a vehicle passed by. There was just about zero visibility beyond the first few trees. The crack itself immediately concerned me, because it sounded to me like the type of crack you'd get from breaking in half one of the first pieces of wood you'd put on a fresh campfire. Bigger than kindling, a decent-sized branch from the sound of it, and so whatever made the noises needed to have some weight strength to have broken something that large. I immediately put myself between my girlfriend and the forest, and we called out to see if anyone was there. I heard nothing, and so assuming it was an animal, I started yelling the typical stuff we're taught to yell when a bear is around in the backcountry, as they're intentionally socialized with rubber bullets to run when confronted. I clapped 5 times in quick succession. About 7 seconds passed, and something in the forest, 20-25 feet away, clapped back twice, slowly and deliberately, at me. I have large, thick palms. I measured them as I was writing this all down to get an idea of how big my hands actually are. Spread wide, as if I were about to clap. They're 8x5. They have a distinctive sound because of their size, and whatever it was that clapped at us sounded extremely similar. So something at least my size was physically clapping at us. Or something at least my size was physically clapping at us. Or something was able to mimic the sound I made perfectly. Mentioned before that, due to the width of the valley, there wasn't really any room for the type of echo you might get in a narrow gully or up on the pass. Also, echoes have that natural shimmering reverb that decays over time as the sound waves bounce back at you. What we heard certainly did not. It was real clapping in real time. It took about 2 seconds flat for me to go from standing next to the sign to half-dragging, half-carrying my girlfriend back to the truck. We paused with our backs against the vehicle, straining to see into the woods from across the parking lot, trying to hear what we could hear. I don't remember what I yelled, but I yelled something to let whatever was standing over that it wasn't welcome, and we got in the truck, and I peeled out. My girlfriend was very upset. I was pretty shaken myself, and I wasn't really keen on being in the backcountry anymore. The whole drive back toward the pass we felt off, as if we were being watched, and even though it was a warm, sunny day, the atmosphere was hostile and weird. We stopped at a picnic area by the spray lakes further up the valley to see if we could make it a palate cleanser, but I just couldn't relax, and was quite on edge the whole time. We still talk about it frequently, and everybody I've spoken to with serious backcountry experience is equally as puzzled by what I experienced. A few of the friends I have interested in the paranormal have noted that crawler-like creatures and Sasquatches are both known to mimic people, debunking the few explanations I or other people have raised, a hiker messing with us. As I mentioned before, there was absolutely no evidence of any vehicle nearby, and many of the trailheads in the area were difficult or impossible to access due to the lake melt. For sure, nobody could have gotten there without a vehicle. Even a cycling trip would take at least half a day, maybe longer, from any population center nearby. There is no through hike that connects to the trail in question. Also, the general etiquette here in the backcountry, because of what a hostile environment it can be, is to make your presence known and address other hikers when you see or hear them. Somebody who lived back there, no doubt that there are people who live in secluded areas of the Rockies and eke out a living poaching, foraging, or bringing supplies back from town. I have quite literally found their camps myself, but with a valley as wide as the Spray, there was zero reason for them to be so close to a trailhead or the highway. There's plenty of water sources further into the bush, and given the late growing season, there was no special wild edible like berries or spruce tips that might have attracted them. A beaver slapping its tail on the pond. A beaver slap is a very distinct, wet, flat, and surprisingly loud sound. It sounds more like hitting a noodle or a flutterboard on the surface of a pool. This was a crisp, fleshy sound, and it wasn't coming from the pond beside us. It was right there in front of us in the woods. There was no sign of another human being within 25 km in any given direction from where we were that day, possibly further. No noise, no dust, no cars, no bikes. No voices, no footsteps, no reason for anybody to be there so early in the season with the snow still on the slopes. I can't help but think whatever we disturbed was trying to communicate with us, but I'm very glad we didn't stick around to find out what it wanted, curious or malevolent as it may have been. So I hope I am not putting myself in danger taking the time to be open about this. And I hope I am doing this right. I will just start off with my own encounter and proceed to talk about the encounters of two other family members. So around two or 3 years ago, I first came across the idea of a skinwalker existing. I've always been interested in the paranormal, but at the same time, I didn't want to get involved. I wouldn't shut my mouth about it, talking to my friends about it and whatnot, until one day something happened that spooked me. So my family has this property a mile or so away from the Roanoke River, and it was acquired a long time ago. It covers a lot of land, and it is completely densely wooded, and part of my family has been there since. It is currently split between my sister and her fiancé, and on the other half is occupied by my grandparents. One day, I was there because the internet at my house had stopped working, and I had to complete online coursework because this was during the time of COVID and shutdowns everywhere. I am in the house alone, quietly minding my work, and then I hear a scream in the distance. I can't say why, but I froze. My eyes locked, staring out the window. I have lived in the country before, and I know how noisy and weird animals could be. It freaked me out, because I never really heard a scream like that. It sounded distorted and animal, yet also like a human being murdered. In my mind, I knew it had to be an animal. I mean, it's the woods. Animals live there. They will eventually make weird noises. Now, before I finish this story, I want to first say I still think there is possibly a more common explanation for what occurred. I don't know what happened for sure, so I am not going to make any certain statements. Well, 30 seconds after this scream that sounded pretty far, I heard a male hello sound very close to the window I was staring out of. The way my gut churned and the sick feeling I got instantly was like none other. I felt like my breath was leaving my body. It was the tone of this hello. It was as if a friend was excited to see me, but I saw no one out there. My mind was just racing and telling me to get out. Likely chance of it being an actual person murdering people or something. I just need to get out of here and leave, and so I did. I called up my family who were away at the time and told them what happened, explaining how either they have someone trespassing or something really weird is going on. They investigated when they came home, and nothing was found. I decided to then respect that I don't know what is out there, and there are peoples who have been around longer than I have, and I should listen. I stopped worrying about it, and I rarely think of it, and I personally have never had another encounter like that again. My sister and her fiancé, however, have their own side of this ongoing story about this property. I'm only repeating what I managed to get out of them. Whenever I tried getting them to recount their experiences, they just stare off to the distance and seem closed off. It is obvious they truly believe what they saw was something out of the ordinary. Well, Her fiancé had family from New York over. They spent a few nights there, and a couple of the family members self-identify as witches. My sister told me they heard of the Skinwalker and wanted to try to call to it. Now,
Well,
I
that's
am not
stupid.
sure if that's even possible. I thought it was rather unwise, but not my house, not my problem. A while after the visit, my sister came to my house and she talked to me about something she saw while driving home at night. She described a pale figure, white and faceless, on the side of the road of this property I had my experience at. She really wouldn't go much into detail because she didn't enjoy talking about it. I realized that something serious could be on that land. I advised her to not worry about it and that weird, unexplainable things happen all the time. Until also when her fiancé was driving home by that land at night, he also saw it. He went into more detail and described it as a faceless, white, bright humanoid. It sort of crawled in a skipping fashion and didn't stop, straight across the road in front of the car. I opened up about this to someone who runs a museum for all things paranormal in a nearby area. She advised me to get in contact with someone who may know a Native American spiritual leader. The only Native American spiritual leader, the only Native person I know, though, was my late grandfather, so that is a dead end. I personally allowed myself to be at peace, though. I have been ignoring it and refusing to dwell on it until writing this post. And nothing has bothered me, though. I'm going tonight to stay at that house again. What makes it even creepier is that, especially when it's cold, we hear coyotes howling all the time out there, and it sort of became a peaceful thing knowing that nature is as it should be. But when the sun goes down and those woods are quiet, I can't help but imagine what could be happening beyond what I can see. I would actually love to go camping one day and spend time outdoors, but something changed in me that makes me reluctant to leave the walls of that house when I am there. I apologize for the wall of text, but I hope you find my confusion and terror entertaining. Any input on what you think these encounters could have been would be appreciated. I genuinely hope you all say it's nothing, and that this is just
something
paranoia. All I can really
crack.
speak for is my own one encounter. I bet if I were present at the other two, I could divulge more detail. Again, thanks for any input for what could have happened. Still a little confused on this one. It was truly bizarre, and I can't for the life of me figure out a good explanation. I'm interested if anyone has any idea what it could be that we saw or has experienced anything similar. For background, my fiancé and I just concluded an awesome road trip from Austin to Albuquerque and back. I was raised in New
Albuquerque.
Mexico, so the point of the trip was for my fiancé to meet my family in Burke, and also to see the beauty of the high desert that is so dear to my heart. We decided to take the route that goes through Lubbock and Clovis, through eastern Nant. We wanted to at least hit Route 66, I-40 before bed, but an hour out of Clovis we started to get tired. It was around 1 a.m., and we had been on the road most of the day, so we agreed it was time for some sweet snoozing. I was riding bitch, so clearly it was my sworn duty to find us a campsite, and as my fiancé's unofficial guide, I was also determined to find somewhere that was representative of New Mexico's natural beauty. We're avid outdoors people and fishermen, so Lake Sumner was right off our route and the perfect choice. So I make a reservation online, and we detour down a dark road in the remote desert, about 6 miles off the highway, until we hit Lake Sumner and roll our little truck into the car campsite. We have a camper in the truck bed with a sweet air mattress, so set up as a breeze. I'd picked the corner site for privacy, and damn had it paid off. Since it apparently rained for days before we arrived, it's pretty cloudy, and we can't see the stars. However, we do have the perfect view of the black expanse of lake over the shrubby tree line. The entire campsite is nearly empty when we arrive. It's cold, it's quiet, it's vast and empty, and it's so peaceful. I'd somehow never made it here in my whole 20 years in the state, and it is everything my heart had wanted. We grabbed our pajamas out of our suitcases, and my fiancé settled down on his tailgate to eat tasty, albeit somewhat cold, leftovers. I'm grabbing my candy from the passenger seat door when I hear him say, "What is that?" What is what? I ask, but I wasn't really paying attention because Sour Punch straws. There's a weird light out there, huh? I tell him it's probably just people with flashlights down the way, but he says, no, it's moving up and down really fast. And it's above the tree line. I go and take a look, even though I'm pretty sure it's just a headlight or something. But he's right. I see a soft yellow circle of light. And it's clearly not on our side of the lake because it is, in fact, visible above the line of trees. I watch it as it moves quickly from one end of the landscape to the other before bobbing downwards and disappearing behind the shadow of a tall tree on our side of the water. Then, even more weirdly, another one appears on the opposite side of the lake and starts moving as well, independently from the first. That's when I finally agree that, yeah, this is kinda odd. At that point, though, I'm still feeling like there is a mundane explanation. Neither of us have never been to Lake Sumner before. We have no idea how big the lake is, and it's dark as hell, so I can't see much past the tree line of the shore. But when we woke up the next morning, we were finally able to see in the light of day how big the lake is, and how far away those orbs truly must have been. That is when I felt officially gobsmacked. They were above the tree line, but still disappearing behind the tallest trees. That means that the lights were almost certainly above the water, and the way they were moving, up, down, side to side, sometimes incredibly quickly, makes absolutely no sense for how far away they were. I can't think of a logical explanation. A boat can't move like that. A human can't move like that. A car can't move like that either. And if it were a car, then we'd see two headlights moving in tandem. Also, the lights didn't look like standard lights. They had a soft glow and were a very yellowy yellow. The quality of the light was nothing like
Yellowy
lead.
yellow.
My best guess would be some soft incandescent bulb, but it didn't look quite like that either. It was pretty far away, though. And if somehow it was two people with flashlights on the other side of the lake like I originally thought, why the hell were they on opposite ends of the lake from each other? And how the hell did they manage to jump so high in the air that it was a visible up and down motion to us a mile away? There is absolutely no way a human being could jump like that. It doesn't fit our observation. To make it weirder, my partner later elaborated that before I came over to look, he saw the light go into the water. I didn't see this, but I believe him. He's not the type to embellish nor jump to illogical conclusions. I'm just absolutely stumped, and I have no logical explanation other than ball lightning or Martha lights, which don't exactly fit as a likely scenario either. If you've read this far, I appreciate it. Please tell me someone else has experienced something like this in that area, so I feel less crazy. If my boyfriend hadn't been there and seen exactly what I had, I think I'd be utterly freaked out. As it stands, I'm just curious, beyond all belief, and hoping to figure out some sort of explanation that fits. We took photos the next day of where we saw the lights. These were taken from the same perspective and angle that we were looking when we saw them the night before. I'm hoping that they help illustrate the perspective tree line, how far away the other side of the lake is. I don't know if that's the right flair, but I'm really puzzled, freaked out over this one, and I didn't know who else to ask. Lately, I've been scheduled at nights, and the roads tend to be empty as I drive home from work. As I was driving, about 50th, I noticed something standing on the sidewalk like a dog. It was like completely still. Then it darted across the street, like taking massive leaps. I slowed way down and was trying to understand what I saw. I know we have a lot of feral cats, sometimes dogs. But when I think of how it looked really skinny, and its back legs bent forward like a human's. No tail, all gray and rounded face. No neck, really. It went by so fast I couldn't snap a picture. And I haven't seen it since. For context, I live on the central East Coast, Florida. And like I said, it could have been a dog or a cat. But has anyone seen something similar?
There was a guy on bath salt. Because Florida had bath salt. Uh,
Perhaps it's finally time for people to listen to what really happened to those who found themselves taken in the night. Since the 1961 case of Barney and Betty Hill, so-called alien abduction stories have largely followed a familiar pattern. There are flashes of light, lost time, and haunting dreamlike memories of grim medical procedures and experiments. While skeptics argue that these similarities point to fabricated experiences, believers contend that such consistent details across so many accounts suggest something real. Yet over time, the constant retelling of these stories has blurred many of the original details. Like a copy of a copy, only the broad strokes remain intact. To fully understand these experiences, it's essential to return to the source, the men and women who claim to have lived through them. For instance, many people who report encounters with extraterrestrials describe them not as isolated incidents, but as recurring events. Some recall an unsettling sense of dread or paranoia in the days leading up to an encounter, marked by jitteriness and repetitive behaviors, like repeatedly locking doors and windows. One abductee compared this behavior to how animals act when sensing a nearby predator. Stranger still are the frequent reports of bizarre auditory experiences, ringing, beeping, or clicking sounds that seem to come from nowhere. When these individuals ask others nearby if they can hear it, they often discover that the sound exists only in their minds. Other senses also seem to go haywire, with many reporting a strong smell of sulfur or feeling an unsettling vibration throughout their body. Some even describe poltergeist-like phenomena such as objects moving by themselves or electrical devices malfunctioning. The presence of these various phenomena surrounding abductions challenges the tired, drunken fisherman stereotypes often applied to these individuals. In truth, those who've experienced such encounters often describe a lasting sense of vulnerability, as if their safety can never be guaranteed again. The following tales were sent directly to bedtime stories, representing first-hand accounts from those who say they have lived through these terrifying experiences. A man going by the pseudonym Joe Keeble wrote to us about an experience he had in 1989, when he was a student at Bristol University in England. He recalls waking up one night at around 2 a.m. He was lying on his stomach, but after opening his eyes, he suddenly realized that he couldn't move. At the same time, he became aware of a pressure pushing down upon him as if something was physically holding him down. He happened to have a large TV sitting on a chest of drawers across from his bed, a hefty old CRT his parents had given him when he went off to university. Its massive screen reflected the faint glow of the street lamps outside, almost like a mirror. It was then that Joe's tired eyes fixed on a dark, unfamiliar shape sitting on his back. The figure was small, roughly the size of a child, but clearly not human. Its head was unnaturally large, its body far too slight. Suddenly, there was a flash of movement, and Joe saw the glint of huge almond-shaped eyes reflecting back at him. The being, whatever it was, had turned its head and was now staring directly at him through the mirror image. Then came a strange grating noise. Horrified but paralyzed, Joe watched as the TV slowly began to rotate on the dresser. After several moments, it had turned enough so that he could no longer see the creature in the reflection. Then, without warning, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Moments later, he lost consciousness. When Joe awoke later that morning, he felt groggy, almost as though he'd been drugged. Expecting the drowsiness to lift after a few minutes, he waited, but the brain fog stubbornly persisted. Hoping a shower might clear his thoughts, he headed to the bathroom. There, as he undressed, he noticed a small, red, triangular mark on his back. When he pressed it with his finger, a sharp pain radiated outward. It was fresh and still tender. This discovery unsettled him. He'd awoken with a hazy memory of the strange creature from the night before, but had initially dismissed it as nothing more than a bizarre dream. After his shower, he returned to his room, only to find that his television was in a different position. In his email, Joe insisted he had never suffered from sleep paralysis, either before or after this incident. He also emphasized that the physical evidence, the mark on his back and the moved television, suggested that what he experienced wasn't just in his mind. As disturbing as Joe's story is, it pales in comparison to the experience of Kevin Jones and his then-girlfriend, Claire. In the early 2000s, the couple suffered a rash of inexplicable events that culminated in a truly terrifying encounter. A native of Wisconsin in the United States, Kevin reports that he began noticing strange goings-on a full week before the actual event. It all started one day whilst he was working in his home office. As he was looking at his computer monitor, he noticed a small black figure standing off to the left in his peripheral vision. Upon turning his head, the being disappeared. But whilst a single such instance could easily be dismissed as the mind playing tricks, Kevin reports that this happened again and again at all times of the day. He would be moving around the house doing different activities and suddenly catch a glimpse of the same small figure out the corner of his eye. But the moment he tried to focus on it, the shape would simply vanish. Kevin assumed this was all due to fatigue and made a silent promise to himself to get more sleep. However, one night, he decided to mention the phenomenon to Claire and was shocked to hear that she too had been experiencing the same thing. Try as they might, neither of them could shake the feeling that they were being watched. Over the course of the next week, things only got worse. Pictures would fall from walls. items would fall off shelves. In all cases, nobody would be anywhere near them. Twice, the couple came home to find the cushions on their sofa rearranged into strange pentagon formations on the living room floor. Before long, the pair's frequent jokes about the house being haunted took on a less jovial, more sinister turn. They shared an experience that neither one of them could simply ignore. One night, they were both sitting in the living room. Claire was watching TV and Kevin was reading a book. Suddenly, Kevin heard a metallic beeping, as if someone was tapping Morse code. As strange as the sound was, its origins were more bizarre. Rather than being detected by his ears, he swears to this day that the noise came from inside his head, as if emanating from the very center of his brain. Moments after the noise finally died down, Claire looked at him and asked, "Did you just hear that?" The look on her face was one of confusion, but neither of them could pinpoint which direction the sound had come from. Strangest of all, the couple's two dogs didn't seem to react to it at all. Still, as far as they could tell, nothing else was amiss, so the couple simply went to bed as usual. However, when they awoke the following day, they both felt as if something was off. Claire complained of a sore patch on her stomach just below her navel, whilst Kevin was plagued by a sense of unease and detachment that he couldn't quite explain. In the weeks that followed, they both experienced strange and vivid dreams of what they could only describe as weird-looking people. Eventually, the images of the figures became so intrusive that Kevin found himself developing a debilitating insomnia. As his waking life began to suffer more and more, he decided to visit a hypnotherapist to help him improve his sleep. But when he told them what he'd been dreaming about, the therapist could not hide their concern. In fact, they suggested that Kevin undergo hypnotic regression. Reluctantly, Kevin agreed, and together, the two uncovered the following memory. On the night the couple had heard the strange metallic beeping noise, Kevin found himself awoken by a dull thud. Upon opening his eyes, he found that he was lying on his back, but was entirely paralyzed. He could see a black silhouette standing at the end of the bed, and from the corner of his eyes, he could see that Claire was not lying next to him. Instead, the covers were swept back, as if she'd gotten up in the middle of the night. Then Kevin caught a rustle of movement. Another small black silhouette was moving off to the side. Try as he might to turn his head and confront the figure, it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, he felt himself being lifted up. As this happened, he rotated onto his side so that he was facing directly towards the other black shape. But it was no longer at the side of the bed. Instead, it was walking slowly out the bedroom door. And that's when he saw Claire. She was floating just above the floor, moving along with the figure as if being dragged by an invisible rope. Like Kevin, she seemed to be awake, but immobilized. All she could do was stare upwards, a look of sheer terror on her face. Completely helpless, Kevin's body rolled over and over until he lightly impacted the bedroom floor. He was now facing towards the ceiling, floating just above the carpet. That's when the figure that had been standing at the end of the bed began moving towards him. As it did so, Kevin could feel his body moving in the direction of the doorway, in the same way his girlfriend had. Out in the hallway there was a third figure. However, where the first two were entirely black, this one exhibited some features. Unfortunately, Kevin was still unable to move anything but his eyes, which darted around in their sockets, probing for some clue as to what might be happening to him. Though he did not get a clear look at the third being, he could just barely make out a short frame beneath a large, grey-coloured head. The last thing he remembered was seeing the blurred image of a strange face right in front of his own, staring into his eyes. Then he blacked out. Neither Kevin, Claire, nor the hypnotherapist had any idea what to do with this information. Whilst prevalent, hypnotic regression is not an exact science, and though Claire and Kevin did not end up staying together, he remains adamant that their experience was no dream. Manny Kunkel was born in Germany in 1988. In his email to us, he recalled that when he was about 17 years old, one of his friends, a girl named Amelie, would regale him with tales about aliens. In fact, she claimed that she had been in contact with extraterrestrials all her life. For his part, Manny was immensely skeptical. In his mind, Amelie was just a fantasist, but he did enjoy humouring her whenever she spoke about the subject. One day he finally asked her to describe what these supposed aliens looked like. She claimed that they were very tall, somewhat slim, and had white skin. In many cases, she said they could pass for humans, especially the females. Jokingly, Manny told her to tell them that he would like to meet them, and that they should come and visit him. Of course, he thought nothing of this remark. As the days passed, he forgot about the interaction entirely. Then, one hot night in the summer of 2005, Manny was awoken by a strange buzzing noise. It was dark, but he could immediately sense that there was someone in the room with him. He went to wipe his eyes, but felt a pressure on his hand, as if it was being held down. Suddenly, the weight released, and he looked down just in time to see a spindly white hand moving away from his own, before receding into the darkness of the room. His heart pounding, Manny spun around and turned on his lamp, only to discover that the room was empty. He was alone. He would have similar experiences on 2 more occasions before he finally told Amelie that he in fact did not want to meet her alien friends, and would she mind asking them to stop visiting. He never experienced the phenomenon again. So what are we to make of these stories? The first thing to note is that all of them take place when the individuals are asleep, which lends credence to the skeptical view that they are the result of hallucinations during sleep paralysis. Indeed, much of what is described by those taken in the night fits the common symptoms of this condition, being unable to move, a heavy weight pressing down on the body, and the feeling of an ominous presence. Scientists attribute sleep paralysis experiences to the brain being trapped between sleep and wakefulness, which allows it to create vivid, dreamlike hallucinations whilst the body remains stationary. This would seem to explain Manny's situation, except for the fact he says the paralysis was only momentary and only affected his hand. In the cases of Kevin and Joe, who were totally incapacitated during their encounters, there was physical evidence after the incident. Even for skeptics, it's difficult to explain the appearance of injuries or the movement of objects in the room as the result of sleep paralysis. And what of the hundreds of abduction experiences that occur when the subject is not asleep, such as the many reported incidents that take place late at night whilst driving on lonely stretches of road? This brings up yet another question. What if alien abductions are not physical events at all? Perhaps these beings are not from another planet, but from a different plane of existence, and they are not interacting with our bodies, but with our minds. Is it possible that the abductees believe they are being physically removed from their rooms, whilst the actual interaction is playing out in their consciousness? This theory could explain why proving these encounters is so elusive. If the beings are able to enter our thoughts, they would leave little physical evidence behind. This theory would also explain the internal noises and visions. In Kevin's story, The couple's dogs hadn't reacted to the sounds that he and Claire heard. This is likely because they weren't occurring in the real physical world. Similarly, what if the marks on Joe's back and Claire's stomach were part of their vision, created out of their absolute belief that something physical occurred? Manifestations of this nature have been seen in other alleged supernatural phenomena, such as stigmata. On that basis, it's worth mentioning an experiment carried out by the team at Planet Weird, where they performed an alien abduction in reverse. Rather than initiating a regression, the hypnotist instead placed a suggestion into the subject's mind. This patient was unique in that they were a skeptic, not a believer. But whilst he was in a suggestive state, the hypnotist described the subject lying in bed and noticing a light at his window, followed by a small figure appearing in his room. And that was it. No more details were given. Nevertheless, upon coming out of the trance, the subject reported a whole subsequent experience of being taken aboard a ship and examined. Even after being informed of the memory implant, he remained utterly convinced that the entire episode was absolutely real. It's almost as if the hypnotist had accidentally unlocked some sort of doorway to an interaction with these beings. This raises even more profound questions about the nature of these entities. Some theorize that the Greys aren't extraterrestrial at all, but spiritual beings, possibly even demons. For instance, there are reports of abductees invoking the name of Christ, which instantly ends their experience, leaving them alone and unharmed. The smell of sulfur, a classic sign of demonic presence, is also commonly reported during such encounters. Finally, it's worth considering the medieval depictions of demonic imps, which bear an uncanny resemblance to many modern descriptions of the grey aliens. Perhaps the reason so-called alien encounters are so difficult to prove is that they aren't happening in the physical world at all. The visions, sounds and smells leading up to the actual abduction could be evidence of a thinning barrier between space and time, or even Earth and hell. Once porous enough, these creatures are finally able to enter our minds, tormenting us as we sleep. Are we looking to outer space when we should be looking within? It's hard to tell, but one thing is certain. If these beings are intent on infiltrating our world, there seems to be little we can do to stop them.
Dun, dun, dun.
With the US government finally acknowledging numerous instances of UFO encounters, we thought it would be a good idea to delve into some of the most bizarre alien abduction stories of all time. There's lots to cover, from the late 1800s to present day, so let's blast off. Of all the people to make a claim of alien abduction, Kirsten and Lumjin
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we examine 3 of the most compelling cases of abduction, at least in my opinion.
I mean, the possibility that aliens exist is very likely. I don't know if I believe most of what you're about to say.
I just don't understand how you could believe in aliens, but then just not, believe in the prospect that they could maybe kind of, poke around a little bit. Put a little bit of your butthole, stuff like that.
I don't know. I don't think they're
Hopping around like that, Wade. Freaking.
Well, I'm gonna get into it now. Here we go. The first case is the abduction of Travis Walton. On Wednesday, November 5th, 1975, Travis Walton was working in a 7-man tree thinning crew in Apache Sitgreaves National Forest near Heber, Arizona. At the end of the day, on the drive back home, Travis noticed a bright light coming through the trees. When the men got closer, They saw that it was, quote, a strange golden disc, end quote, hovering stationary about 20 feet off the ground, with a 15 to 20 foot diameter and 8 to 10 foot width. Though his coworkers warned that he should stay away, Travis approached the craft, hearing loud vibrations as the craft began spinning erratically. Suddenly, a blue-green light sprung from the craft, striking Travis in the chest and head, catapulting him backwards several feet.
Do you think Travis was me in this situation?
Oh, yeah. Travis is the guy who dies first in a scary movie.
Yeah, because in that situation, I probably would walk toward it, and then that'd be the end of me.
What would your thought be as you walk towards this extremely bright light through the trees?
Like, get a load of this shit.
That's the last thought you'd have in your head?
I'd probably be curious. I'd walk toward it.
What would make you curious enough to walk towards it? Because, like, you have a scientific mind. You see this bright light coming through the trees. What do you think it is at first glance?
Aurora Borealis or something?
You would be the best person to get abducted.
Oh, absolutely. The aliens would get tired of me. They'd kick me off.
You'd be like, oh, good costumes.
Yeah.
Travis remembers, quote, all I felt was the numbing force of a blow that felt like a high-voltage electrocution. My mind sank quickly into unfeeling blackness, end quote. Having witnessed this, Travis's friends fled the scene, assuming Travis to be dead.
Aren't these like burly lumberjacks? What are they afraid of?
I mean, I would be afraid of a giant spinning disc that shocked my friend.
It sounds like kind of a funny image when you think of it, though.
A bunch of scared lumberjacks.
No, you're like your big burly friend being like, no, check it out. And it just... and then everybody just running.
His eyeballs pop out.
Yeah, just smoking.
In their retreat, one of the men observed the saucer fly up to the top of the trees and away to the northeast. Some of the men returned to the scene out of guilt, only to find that Travis was no longer there. So they went back for him. It took them a day to come to their senses, but if you see some crazy shit, your impulse is to run. At least a normal person's impulse is to run.
Just bring a gun.
Sure. Okay, let's pretend they had guns.
Yeah.
There's a giant hovering disc that's spinning at top speed and
Shoot
shot
it with your fucking gun.
and shot a bolt of lightning through a man's chest. And your solution is to shoot at it with a pistol?
Better than stand there and let it shock you and poop your pants.
How about run? What they did?
Huh?
This is why you would die first in a movie. So basically, what we just went over was the experience as witnessed by all these men. Now, let's board the train to Crazy Town and go into Travis's recollection of what happened when he woke up. And this is only his recollection.
Before we get into this, is there anything we need to know about Travis?
No.
Okay.
Normal dude.
Normal dude.
According to Travis's own writing about the experience, Travis awoke in what appeared to be a medical office or lab with a triangular ceiling among three humanoid beings with large brown eyes and abnormally large heads. They stood under 5 feet tall and were wearing soft, billowy orange-brown overalls.
What? They're like minions?
I guess they were like minions.
No, I'm just gonna imagine this guy being operated on by minions.
Travis attacked the 3 beings, who then retreated. As Travis explored other rooms in an attempt to escape, he encountered a large, muscular man wearing a helmet, who forced him out of the craft into a warehouse with other saucers, eventually leading him into another room with 3 more people, all very good-looking. Quote, 2 men and a woman were standing around the table. They were all wearing velvety blue uniforms like the first man's, except that they had no helmets. The 2 men had the same muscularity and the same masculine good looks as the first man. The woman also had a face and figure that was the epitome of her gender. They were smooth-skinned and blemishless. No moles, freckles, wrinkles, or scars marked their skin.
This guy sounds a little bit creepy right now. Because you'd think if you were on a spaceship, internalizing a lot of information right now, you know, you're surrounded by aliens, suddenly you see other people and you're not like, you don't go up to them and say, hey, what the fuck is going on? Instead, you're looking at them going,
No, I'm just...
smooth, like porcelain.
I'm imagining...
The epitome of her gender.
I'm imagining...
Oh.
It's creepy. The striking good looks of the man I had first met became more obvious on seeing them all together. They shared a family-like resemblance, although they were not identical. End quote. These people gently pushed him onto a table and put a mask over his mouth and nose, at which point Travis passed out. The next thing Travis knew, he was lying on the ground in Heber, Arizona. He saw a silvery disc-shaped craft hovering above the road near him, which then flew straight up into the sky and disappeared silently. Although he only believed he was gone for an hour or an hour and a half, he later learned he had been missing for 5 days. Over this period of 5 days, the rest of Travis's crew came under investigation for Travis's disappearance. During this investigation, the suspects underwent psychiatric testing and polygraphs, during which none of the men confessed to faking the abduction. All of the later lie detector tests administered to Travis and the other witnesses came back as passing or inconclusive. A psychiatrist suspected that the entire abduction was in Travis's imagination, but could not explain why the others went along with it. In a recent HuffPost Weird News podcast, Travis said, quote, "About 15 years later, it was discovered that the trees nearest to where the UFO hovered had been producing wood fiber at 36 times the rate it had been in the 85 years before that. A complete core sampling revealed that this thickened growth was only on the side of the trees towards or in the direction that the craft had been." End quote. As if this case couldn't get any more bizarre, Travis appeared on Fox's Moment of Truth game show, where a polygraph was conducted on stage. This particular polygraph determined that he was not telling the truth about his abduction. Regardless, Travis maintains that the events transpired as he has told them.
His polygraph and all the witnessing polygraphs that were taken earlier in an official place were all passing or inconclusive. So that's what matters to me. I think this game show thing doesn't really prove shit.
Is he still alive?
He's still alive.
Can't we just... Anytime anyone has inconclusive evidence about a polygraph like that, just bring him back in. How hard is that?
I suppose.
Where you at, Travis? Where you at?
You want him to tell you about the orange billowy...
I want to hear about it. I want to ask him why he was so obsessed with their skin.
What was the fabric like? Was it denim?
The second case is the abduction of Linda Napolitano. Ufologist Bud Hopkins worked closely with Linda to document and publicize her case. On November 30th, 1989, around 3:15 a.m. in New York City, Linda Napolitano claimed she awoke to find short aliens around her bed. She found herself unable to wake up her husband as she perceived the beings to be telling her to be quiet in an odd language. The three beings then levitated her outside her 12th-story apartment window, floating in a blue-white light up into a clamshell-shaped space.
Okay, wait, hang on a sec, though. Let's pause. She thought they were telling her to be quiet. Was she scared? Is this why she just went with it?
I'm going to assume that there must be some kind of calming influence to them.
Okay.
Like, I don't think they would just go into... Like, you don't break into someone's house and go...
Right. Going, what the fuck?
I know. That's making you look like a minion.
Once inside, the beings experimented on her, including putting an instrument inside her nose. After, she woke up nearly 2 a.m. next to her husband in bed. In 1991, 2 years after the abduction, Linda reached out to Hopkins with an X-ray of her nose showing a cylindrical object that Hopkins describes as having, quote, spiraling extensions that curl out away from her face, end quote. The X-ray was taken by podiatric surgeon and Linda's niece, Lisa Bayer. Shortly after, Linda claimed the object was removed during another abduction. Hopkins reports that Linda visited a nose and throat specialist who confirmed the object was gone. A conspicuous ridge of built-up cartilage showed where it had once been embedded.
I don't like nose stuff.
Neither do I. If we captured an alien, the first thing we would do is try to figure out their anatomy. We would say, okay, what's this hole do?
I feel like you'd at least try to talk to it or observe it and not just shove shit into its holes.
I mean, in science, there's a certain amount of guess and check, and that may mean you accidentally stick your finger in a butthole or two. That's science.
They also have small fingers, right?
I'm sure they have
small but long.
E.T. had a long finger, so he could get some distance, and he could go way up into that butthole.
E.T. would be a good doctor.
He would be.
Ouch. These details are somewhat common among abduction tales, but what makes this case famous are the supposed witnesses to the event. In 1991, nearly 2 years after Linda's abduction, Hopkins received a letter from a police officer detailing an experience with his partner in November 1989. The two were sitting underneath the FDR Bridge when they saw a blue light with a woman being levitated alongside 3 strange beings as they made their way into the light. They reportedly felt guilty for not helping the woman, and one officer had a nervous breakdown, spending nights parked underneath her building.
They're cops!
Okay.
Take out your guns and start shooting the light. And if you can't hit the light, then shoot the lady in the head, because obviously you don't want her to go out of outer space.
You'd be the worst diplomat when it comes to alien-human relations. Every fucking solution you've offered is shoot at them with your gun.
What do you want? We shoot at people if they're in a no-fly zone. You know, we'll shoot down a plane if it's unidentified and it's not supposed to be somewhere. Sure.
Not every fucking alien interaction is Independence Day. Sometimes it could be like E.T. What if they just want to come and have a beautiful relationship with a little boy named Elliot?
Didn't even Carl Sagan, didn't he say?
Oh my god, again with the fucking Carl Sagan.
He said if aliens ever come here, it's not going to be pretty.
Hopkins told Linda not to speak with the officers if they reached out to her to avoid contaminating their accounts. Unfortunately, the two visited Linda multiple times on their own volition, revealing their names to be Richard and Dan, looking for answers about what they saw that night. Linda directed them to Hopkins, and in a few weeks, Hopkins received a letter. This letter revealed that the two officers were actually bodyguards on a security detail for, quote, an important political figure, end quote. This political figure, who was also present with the two bodyguards during the abduction, also signed the letter, albeit under the moniker him. Some UFOologists believe this figure is the former Secretary General of the UN, Javier Perez de Quilar. However, while this is impressive in terms of proof, it should be noted that Hopkins never physically met with Richard and Dan, and only corresponded via letters. This has led many to believe that Hopkins was the victim of a hoax, where either Linda made up Richard and Dan alone, or Linda and a group of people coordinated to complete the hoax.
Do we have records of these people being real?
I mean, like, I haven't seen those records.
You haven't seen those records.
But that's because it's to protect their identity.
Why are they so nervous about their identity?
Because it's embarrassing, and if they found...
So they could put a rest,
They tried to get the political figure to confess. They couldn't, because obviously he'd be mocked forever if he said, I saw a lady floating out of her car store window in a blue light. Like, that obviously does not sound like something you'd want from a political figure, a man making important decisions.
One takedown of the story in the book
Yeah.
Dexter and the Paranormal cites a person who formerly served in Dignitary Protective Services, who explained that details of the night of the abduction provided by Richard and Dan didn't line up with security protocol for moving officials.
won't.
I mean, take that for what it is.
Okay.
Also, I don't imagine that security protocol for moving officials has like a fucking like page or two dedicated to what happens if an alien ship lands above you.
But at this level, you'd think they would be professionals, right?
It's an alien!
Still, according to Sean F. Mears, a UFO and alien abduction researcher who worked with Hopkins, there are 23 witnesses on the public record, ranging from family and friends to complete strangers. 3 of these strangers worked at the nearby New York Post, one of whom was an investigative reporter named Steve Dunleavy. Despite the questioned credibility of the 2 main witnesses, Linda maintains the truth lies in all the witnesses. She has said, quote, if I was hallucinating, then the witnesses saw my hallucination. That sounds crazier than the whole abduction phenomenon, end quote.
There were a lot of witnesses.
Juicy.
I'm just saying, her quote makes sense to me.
Yeah. This one, I would buy this over
Travis Walton and other, like Allagash and all that shit.
The third case is the abduction of Frederick Valentich. This case is a little different from the others in that the abducted person never returned. On October 21st, 1978, at 6:19 p.m., instructor pilot Frederick Valentich began the flight from Moorabbin Airport in Victoria, Australia to King Island, Tasmania, over the Bass Strait in a Cessna 182L. His destination was only about an hour away. Visibility was good, and there were only light winds. Valentich, 20 years old at the time, reportedly wanted to get more flight hours in. Valentich made contact with Steve Roby at Air Traffic Control in Melbourne between 7:06 and 7:12 p.m. During the transmission, Valentich asked whether there was any known aircraft in his area. After Air Traffic Control said there was not, Valentich claimed a large unknown aircraft was flying about 1,000 feet above him at a fast speed with 4 bright lights. Valentich then reportedly said, quote, it seemed to be playing some sort of game. He's flying over me. It's not an aircraft, end quote.
What does he mean by it's not an aircraft?
It didn't look like any aircraft he'd ever seen before.
Okay.
pretty.
Oh, he's saying like it doesn't look like an airplane.
Yeah, I mean, like he's also probably not thinking through his words right now. He's seeing a fucking alien ship.
You always
above
go
him.
with this. That they're not thinking about their words.
Because they're not. There's an alien in front of you. You're not going to be the most well-spoken you've ever been in front of an alien.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
He continued to describe the craft, saying, quote, "It seems like it's stationary. What I'm doing right now is orbiting, and the thing is just orbiting on top of me. Also, it's got a green light and sort of metallic. It's shiny on the outside. It's just vanished." End quote. His last message around 7:12 p.m. to air traffic control was, quote, "Melbourne, that strange aircraft is hovering on top of me again. It is hovering, and it's not an aircraft." End quote. After 17 seconds of silence, there was a loud sound of metal scraping. Authorities are said to have searched the area for 4 days, but found nothing, and Valentich was never seen again.
What do you think of the 17 seconds of silence and then just metal sounds?
I love it.
It's horrifying.
It's great.
It's honestly like reading that gave me chills.
Yeah, it's good.
So wait a second, I'm just confused because normally at this point I'm used to wanting to rip your head off, but right now we are in agreement that this is pretty plausible.
I think I'm just very discerning with my abduction stories. Like I said, I do believe in aliens, but I don't believe that most people. I'm not buying a lot of the encounters that people describe because a lot of times they don't. And you know, it seems like they're either trying to cash in or they're just insane. But this, I don't know.
What are you cashing in for if you disappear
What do you
forever?
cash in for if you disappear forever?
In May 1982, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Summary's cause of the accident read, quote, "The reason for the disappearance of the aircraft has not been determined." End quote. A. Woodward, the man who signed off on the report, offered pure, unfiltered speculation that Valentich could have been disoriented, suicidal, or even the victim of a meteorite crash.
Meteorites don't hover over.
It wasn't an alien, he got hit by a meteor.
It was a big fireball. I seen it.
No, what the fuck? You don't disprove something that's unbelievable by something that's even more unbelievable. Also, we would have records of a meteorite crashing and hitting the fucking Earth.
One alternate theory comes from a feature story in a 2013 issue of Skeptical Inquirer. The story mentions that Valentich was inexperienced as a pilot and had supposedly been cited twice for deliberately flying blind into a cloud. According to another source, Valentich was reportedly fascinated with UFOs and even had a UFO scrapbook with him when he disappeared.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, I was waiting for the other shoe to drop.
This is what happened. This has happened a couple other times.
Yeah.
You always present a very, you get the case presented in a way that makes me say, all right,
There's strong rhetoric.
not bad. Yeah, you do a pretty good job of that. And then you throw something like this in, like, he was obsessed with UFOs
Okay,
and wrote fan fiction about himself dying at the hand of a UFO.
I did not say that. I said reportedly fascinated with UFOs.
The publication Skeptical Inquirer posits that Valentich's experience was some mixture of wanting to see something, being easily led to believe that anything he didn't
right, the
recognize was a
dick.
UFO, becoming disoriented, and or mistaking stars and the Cessna's own lights as lights from another object.
They discredit him a fair amount.
I don't think.
Not entirely. I still find it convincing. I mean, I find it intriguing because the plain UFO encounters are always the most convincing to me.
However, it should be mentioned that other sources contest that Valentich was an experienced pilot. It's also worth noting that the Cessna 182 planes were designed to float in the case of a water landing. Historian Reg Watson has also found numerous reports of UFO sightings, including reports of cigar-shaped flights seen near King Island, Australia, for 2 months prior to Valentich's disappearance. A farmer allegedly saw a craft flying over his land near Adelaide the morning after Valentich vanished. He claimed that Valentich's plane was stuck to the side of the craft. Furthermore, one of the last pieces of information on record was Valentich reaching Cape Otway at 7 p.m. Here's a photograph taken off Cape Otway 20 minutes before Valentich vanished that shows this strange shape in the sky.
Let's see the picture.
Here we go. Right there. See?
What are we looking at?
That's the sky, and that's the weird object. If this is legit, this corroborates.
But this also doesn't look like a UFO either, does it?
Well, we don't really know what a UFO looks like, do we?
Looks like some like God spit out his gum.
Sure, but you saying this doesn't really look like a UFO is exactly the same thing as saying like, oh, this doesn't look like a lava monster.
But you
because
just...
we don't know what a lava monster looks like. We don't know what a UFO looks like. They're apparently made up. So until we see definitive proof, I think that this is a very strong case that this happened.
And you're welcome to think that.
Oh my god.
That's fine.
Ultimately, nobody can say for sure if aliens are real, let alone alien abductions. Until we procure solid physical evidence beyond eyewitness testimony, the lore behind aliens and abduction will likely remain just that, lore. Hopefully one day we'll have a definitive answer. But for now, whether or not aliens abduct humans will remain unsolved.
Can you at least say that you have some sort of ambivalence to this?
I will say that there is a possibility that some of these have a shred of truth to them.
All right, get out. That's not what it sounds like.
Yeah. Ah, my butthole!
Ouch.
Hey, Ryan, I like your shirt.
Thanks, I like yours too.
Thanks, buy it here.
Even in a deep state of hypnosis, Barney Hill was clearly racked with terror, remembering that dark and
trip. Me and my girlfriend, let's just call her Lee, were young and dumb, blissfully unaware of the cosmic curveball life was about to throw our way. Picture this: crisp mountain air, crackling campfires, the Milky Way sprawled across the velvet darkness. Textbook postcard perfect. Except the postcard ripped in half when we woke up the next morning, disoriented, clothes rumpled, and with a gaping hole in our memories where the previous day should have been. We brushed it off as a weird shared dream, a glitch in the matrix, but a niggling unease settled in our gut, a premonition of things to come. Back in the familiar chaos of college life, things got weirder. Lee, normally the picture of health, started experiencing these unexplainable physical oddities, dizzy spells, nausea, heightened sensitivity to light. Then came the bombshell, pregnant. Impossible. She was on the pill religiously. The doctors were as confused as us, their tests revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, as the weeks ticked by, the strangeness intensified. Lee's body became a background, her head fluctuating like the wind. One week she'd be glowing, energetic, the next, pale and listless. The baby inside her, meanwhile, seemed to be defying the laws of biology, growing at an alarming rate. The ultrasound session was disturbing. Before Lee and I knew what we were looking at, the technician ended the session. She seemed disturbed, leaving with no explanations given. Both Lee and I were beyond bewildered, bordering on desperation. My countless calls to the specialist's office only yielded the frustrating response: the doctor is busy. He will call you back. But that call never came. Determined to uncover the truth hidden in those ultrasound images, I took matters into my own hands, parking myself near his car after his workday. The specialist was visibly shocked to find me there. There was no subtlety in my approach. I practically tried to force an answer from him. His bewildered expression shifted as he hesitated before urging, "Tell your wife to get an abortion." That's all I got from him, nothing more. His profound fear caught my attention. I couldn't fathom why he seemed so terrified about our baby. seemed to double. As I left, deliberately passing close to the van, the driver's window lowered. Two men in suits and sunglasses shot me an eerie look. As the doctor drove away, the van started up, following him ominously into the unknown. The fear gnawed at me, a constant unwelcome companion. It was this creeping sense of being watched, a feeling like unseen eyes were tracking our every move. Then came that night in the apartment. We woke up, not to the comforting hum of the fridge or the distant sirens of the city, but to a bone-chilling silence, broken only by the frantic thumping of our hearts. In the inky blackness, a presence loomed unseen but undeniable, radiating an oppressive dread that seeped into our very bones. I am telling you, that night there was more than us in that apartment. Only the Lord knows what that presence was, but it felt otherworldly. We fled that night, seeking refuge in Lee's parents' house, the unease clinging to us like a second skin. That's when I started getting anxiously suspicious about the gap in our memories from the night out camping in the woods. The pieces started falling into place. The strangeness of that event, the unexplainable pregnancy, the constant feeling of being watched, they all pointed toward something not of this world.
Well,
The doctor's
pregnant
frantic insistence
means
on
a
more
condom.
tests, his desperate pleas for termination. What further fueled my suspicion was that the doctor always had excuses not to see us or kept the sessions ridiculously short, never giving any clear answers to any of our questions. To myself, I wondered if it was his way to punish me for the time I creeped up to him in the parking lot, or if he was hiding something from us, possibly both. This wasn't a normal pregnancy. This was something else entirely. God knows what. Lee, bless her heart, refused to listen. Motherhood blazed in her eyes, a fierce determination that trumped logic and fear. She was going to have this baby, no matter what the test said, no matter what dark secret it held. Eventually, I decided it's better to let her live her naive dream. Denial can be bliss. I was hoping that she was right. I was hoping it was merely me being paranoid. If the baby was abnormal, we would have it anyway if that is what she wanted. The climax arrived like a sucker punch. Lee went into early labor, the doctors acting frantic, their faces etched with worry. Then came those two men in suits, their expressions unreadable, barring my entry to the delivery room like guardians of some forbidden secret. It was like they were hiding something, something terrifying. When they finally let me in, it was over. The baby, they claimed, died during the procedure. We never saw the body. Some fabricated story about a mix-up, an admin error. A wave of relief washed over me, an undeniable sensation despite the crushing grief clawing at my insides, a hollow echoing in my chest. Lee was devastated. It was slow, but time healed all, and she recovered. The years that followed were a haze, marriage, 3 beautiful, normal children, a life built on laughter and love. We tried to build normally and succeeded to a large extent. And that is our story. It did not end there. Sometimes I wish it did. Ignorance would have been a simpler path. Something was off. Both of us shared nightmares, became our unwelcome souvenir. We never spoke of them, but the knowing glances confirmed our mutual torment. Weeks of normalcy could be shattered by a single morning, both of us awakening as if we'd relived that night in the wilderness every time, both of us at the same time. Its synchronized nature was disturbing. These random nightmares could come at any time. It couldn't continue. When our youngest, barely 5, noticed our erratic behavior, his innocent question cut deep. Why are mommy and daddy in such a bad mood some mornings? Desperate for answers, we confided in a trusted psychologist. He suspected suppressed joint trauma and referred us to a hypnotherapist and her practice partner. Our separate but simultaneous sessions with the 2 hypnotherapists uncovered the horror. It all came out, or most of it in any case, or so we believed. Gosh, I think we would have preferred the amnesia. The memories were horrific. The oppressive silence of the woods, the sudden blinding light that filled our tent, the feeling of weightlessness as we were lifted skyward, the colossal metallic craft hovering silently above. seemed to shimmer in the otherworldly light, their faces shrouded in shadow, radiating an unsettling calm. Their movements devoid of human emotion, their large almond-shaped black eyes, that is one thing that I can't get out of my mind since the regression sessions. And of course, those creepy six-fingered hands touching everywhere. The details were terrifyingly clear, the sterile examination rooms, the cold metal instruments, the unsettling hums and piercing screams. We were not the only ones. They forced us apart. They controlled our bodies and movement. We were taken to separate rooms where we endured unspeakable experiments. From me, they extracted samples of primal instinct, telling me it wasn't what later transpired would lead. For her, they did something on his face mirrored our own. He unveiled the truth, the six-digit codes on tiny limbs, the oversized head, the huge black eyes like bottomless voids. Each unsettling detail chipped away at our hope, while the revelation of its survival, spirited away by shadowy figures claiming government affiliation, plunged us into a new abyss of fear and confusion. There's more to the story, secrets too unsettling to share in the open, but one even if the answers lead us deeper into the darkness. My junior year in college, I had a strange experience. First, a few background details. My dorm room was attached to my roommate, so I had to go out through hers to the hallway. She was a light sleeper, but I wasn't the type to be out late, so it didn't matter. I had two normal operations in my life at that time and discovered that while under anesthesia, I would wake up briefly toward the end before I was asleep. If I got a mosquito bite, I had to deal with it for at least a month. I'm not a fast healer. One night, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I woke up briefly somewhere else and then went right back to sleep. In this dream, I looked left, I looked right, and then I passed back out, just like if I was in surgery. I was on a hospital gurney, slightly inclined, facing the wall. There was ambient noise behind me, and the echo suggested it was a very large room. There was nothing sinister about the noises. On either side of me was a row of empty hospital gurneys. At my feet, just to my right, two people were having a conversation sitting on a bench against the wall. One was a person in a dark suit, the other, I don't know what it was. It was small, and I saw its hands, which appeared to have darker, grayish skin. They were speaking together, so animated and excited, like two old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, and they didn't notice me wake up. I didn't recognize the dialogue. Though I don't speak German, Mandarin, Russian, etc., I can recognize them when I hear them. This language was wholly unrecognizable, and the person in the suit was fluent. In the morning, I said to myself that that was a messed up dream and went to the shower. As I passed my roommate, who was still in bed, she asked, "Where did you go last night?" I thought
Right in the lower spine.
my shower, I started to put my makeup on and noticed something on my face. I leaned closer and could not believe what I saw. Two impossibly thin and impossibly perfect. There was some clear hard gel on the top, and that's what I felt. There was no blood. My own hair was thicker than the width of the cuts, yet I could see down into my skin a little. This was 1996. I had never seen anything like this. These days, I would say it was a laser cut topped with liquid Band-Aid, but neither of those things seemed prevalent in those days. I said, "Okay, there's an explanation." I slept on a staple or a paperclip. I do homework in my bed all the time. I went and scoured my room for anything sharp and found nothing. So, I got my sewing needle, a staple from some homework, and a paperclip. I dunked them in hydrogen peroxide and made cuts on my face similar to what was there. Immediately, blood welled up, and the skin was jagged from all three objects, and the width of all cuts was thicker than the laser cuts. I determined that nothing in my room could have made the cuts. I didn't have an X-Acto knife, but I knew the blood would well up the same way if I did. I skipped my first class as I tried to figure out what to do. I kept obsessively feeling my face all day, in awe of the I would have to explain myself to my friend and possibly the Photoshop when the pictures came back. Who would I even give the photos to? Who would I even contact, and what would I tell them? In those days, if you even said the word alien, you were a pariah. After hours of mental debate, sitting in the bed, I finished my classes for the day. I sat on the edge of my bed into the night, debating, unsure of what to do. In the wee hours of the morning, I woke up. The cuts were gone, completely healed, no trace of even a scar. I was disturbed for a few days, but then I eventually forgot about it. A few years after graduating, I decided I was going to have some dental work done and went to 2 different offices to get quotes. They both took a full facial x-ray. I had long since forgotten my crazy dream and the cuts until I sat down across from the first x-ray technician and pointed to a strange thing showing up above my teeth. I asked if I was looking at a mirror image because it was on the same side as my cut had been rather than the opposite side. No, I was told the x-ray was actual, not a mirror image, so the right side of the image corresponded with the right side of my face. I pointed to the almost square image above my teeth and asked what that was. It's just an x-ray anomaly, he said. He didn't seem bothered by it. I figured that meant there was some damage or irregularity with the x-ray plates and let it go. Then I went to the second dentist, an orthodontist, and had another x-ray done. You guessed it, the square was there in the exact same place. This time, I didn't even try to make polite small talk or beat around the bush. I pointed to the square and said, "What is that?" This time, the tech looked at me funny and said, "It's an x-ray anomaly," and she leaned closer and whispered, "We see them all the time," in a way that gave me goosebumps. This was in Spokane, Washington. I didn't know what else to say, so I said nothing. Could it be that whatever they used for plates or whatever they used for an x-ray were damaged in exactly the same spots and exactly the same shape? Maybe, I guess. About x-rays. But I reflected on my situation. I don't feel freaked out, but I think there might be something in my face put there by somebody else. Here's what I know. We do this all the time to other species. We chase them, shoot at them with tranquilizer darts, take rectal temperatures, take blood samples, stamp radio tags in their ears with no regard to if it hurts or the trauma of the event, or if their furry buddies will ostracize them later because they have something funky on their ear. In my situation, I was clearly well cared for, if it really happened at all. Someone was there as some kind of representative on my behalf. I was handled in such a way that if I didn't have a weird metabolism, I wouldn't have known what even happened. I never once felt pain. My cut healed instantly. If this is some kind of research-driven radio tag for the purposes of data collection or preservation of habitat or species, like we would do, they did it with far more regard for me than we have for other species on our own planet. I don't know what might happen if I get another x-ray 20 years later. I have tried to look when I go through airport security if anything shows up on the image we see in the film, but I don't see anything. Surprisingly, I'm okay with this. I think it might just be science and nothing nefarious or evil. I wish my consent to be asked first, but I suppose it's hard to ask for consent when you're not even supposed to exist. I faced a grim battle with a rare blood cancer, one that offered little hope for recovery. With the harsh reality of my condition looming over me, I made the tough call to forego treatment, accepting the uncertain road ahead with a heavy heart. In the weeks leading up to Christmas of the year in question, our secluded farm on New Zealand's South Island bore witness to each one's very person. We were in a state of hypershock. Mary stood behind me, arms protectively enveloping our daughter. Mary recalls our innocent Leah seemed wondrously amused by the creatures, while Mary and I were in a state of pure anxiety and dread. We stood frozen, trapped by an invisible chain, unable to break free from the fear that held us in place. Despite my efforts, my limbs refused to obey, rendering my weapon useless against the encroaching darkness. I don't think any words can describe what was going through my mind at that time. listening to this, imagine for a while being in such a bizarre and threatening situation. While doubting my eyesight at that moment, in fact, doubting my very sanity, I simultaneously am confronted with protecting my wife and child against creatures that can simply materialize or dematerialize as they please. All of this while they control my body, rendering me absolutely incapable of my duty as protector of my young family. The entire thing is simply too ghastly to describe. That experience left a lasting mark on me. As swiftly as they had appeared, they vanished, leaving us trembling in the wake of their inexplicable visitation. This eerie experience was a chilling reminder of our vulnerability in the vast expanse of the unknown. As Christmas Eve enveloped us, the air buzzed with the anticipation of the cherished family gathering in festive March. The following day, our joint families were driving all the way to spend Christmas Day at our place, stay over the night, and drive back on Boxing Day. Despite the shadow cast by my illness, we had unmistakably prepared for the occasion, fueled by the promise of love and laughter that awaited us. Mary, ever the embodiment of resilience, orchestrated the culinary symphony in the kitchen with practiced finesse. The aroma of roasting turkey and freshly baked pies wafted through the air, a tantalizing preview of the warmth and joy that awaited us on the morrow. Yet beneath the facade of holiday jubilation lurked the solemn reality and truth I had grudgingly come to terms with. This would be my final Christmas, a poignant reminder of life's transits and the relentless march of time. The events of the previous week were still on our minds, but as it caused no harm except for freaking us out, we decided that we would not let it feature in our thoughts for the next few days. If only it was going to be that simple. As the night wore on and darkness blanketed our home, a disturbance shattered the tranquility. I jolted awake, a sense of disquiet creeping through me like a silent specter in the night. Emerging from the comfort of my bed, I stumbled into the enveloping darkness, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. As I bore witness to a sight that terrified me, one of those very same otherworldly creatures was in our house. As I stood in the hallway, I saw it slipping. It seemed not to notice me, or maybe it was simply not bothered by my presence. Fear spurred me onward, my footsteps resounding through the silent corridors as I hastened to my daughter's side, only to find her bed and room empty. They had taken her, but how? Panic seized me. I grasped for the phone, desperate for aid in the face of the unknown, but fate, it seemed, had different plans. The telephone lines remained in silent air. Beside me, Mary stood, her features etched with a blend of fear and disbelief. We found ourselves adrift in a sea of uncertainty, our world unraveling with each passing moment. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. I thought it was the crabs outside taking off, whisking our daughter away, only the Lord knows where to. And then, as if beckoned by some unseen force, a wave of dizziness swept over us. I remember Mary saying her head was spinning. Strangely, we both fell unconscious right there by the phone, both of us at the same time. If it was not so strange, I would have said our collapse was brought on by sheer shock, but I firmly believed it was something else. Look, both Mary and I, even amidst my illness, were pretty level headed. We were not the type to see the more than broken in the depths of the night before the beginnings of uncertainty. As awareness slowly returned, I found solace beneath the covers. Mary's reassuring presence by my side offered comfort in the midst of turmoil. The covers in bed. How will we get to bed? My last memory was of us losing consciousness in the hall by the phone. But then a worse memory, Liaf. They've taken Liaf. Then something unexpected and beautiful happened. A sweet, innocent voice beckoned us from our slumber, drawing us to the warmth of the lounge. There, bathed in the soft morning light, sat Liaf. Her laughter was a melody that chased away the dread and fear. Relief washed over us like a tidal wave, cleansing our hearts of doubt and anxiety. She was safe, untouched by the darkness that had threatened to consume us. We held her close, her embrace the ultimate gift I would receive sense of peace settled over our home, a peace forged by the unbreakable bond of family. We never discussed the events of the previous night or days with our family. Despite the horrific events leading up to our Christmas, the day itself turned out to be a beautiful experience of love and joy. As it was going to be my last, I only wanted to focus on making that Christmas the best memory for Mary, Leah, and our folks. We kept it that way throughout the festive season. New Year's came and was another joyous event with friends and family. Yet after that, life had to return to its normal routine, and with that returned the doubt and fear. Beneath the surface, a lingering doubt nagged at us, a question unanswered. What had truly transpired on that fateful night, and why did Leah's memories remain veiled in mystery, her innocence untainted by the chaos that had engulfed us? We sought answers as the new year broke. Without revealing too much, as we did not want them to think we were crazy, we had Leah checked out by a pediatrician and a psychologist. Both found her to be in excellent health and showed zero signs of trauma of any kind. So the truth remained elusive. Leah, a beacon of hope, stood unwavering in her innocence, her laughter a reminder of the resilience of youth in the face of uncertainty. However, her apparent lack of any trauma amidst what happened to her puzzled us. Yet, we were grateful our daughter was unscathed by whatever happened to her. Then February came, and it was time for my visit to the oncologist. Even though I knew what the path forward looked like, these visits were required to manage my condition as best as the clinicians could. I steeled myself for the tests and examinations. Blood was taken, and we had to be back for a follow-up the next day. I prepared for the inevitable affirmation that the cancer was staying its course. My only dread was that it might be speeding up, which would mean even less time with my family. Finally entered with an expression of confusion. I knew he had further bad news for us. Then our world changed. His words, when they came, shattered the darkness like a beam of light. Your cancer is gone. I will never forget his words. I remember him saying something like, "You are extraordinarily lucky." This type of cancer simply does not disappear by itself. Besides, severe cases like yours have never been successfully treated. Yet, here you are, clean, without any treatment. More tests were done, but they all confirmed the same. It was a miracle, pure and simple, a reprieve from the brink of death that defied all reason. Jubilation surged through me as we made our way home, hope and gratitude intertwining in a dance. Lily, now married with 3 beautiful children, remains as joyful and vibrant as ever. Untouched by the events that transpired all those years ago, despite undergoing regression hypnosis at our urging, she recalls nothing of significance. Curiously, it appears she was never abducted. Sarah and I seem to have manufactured memories of searching for her at home. Sarah never developed any nightmares or memories even remotely like mine. After all our anxieties about the apparent abduction of Lily, it seems that I was the only one who got taken. The motives behind the creature's actions remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, their intervention led to my survival. Faced with the choice between enduring these haunting memories and succumbing to cancer, is there truly a choice? Thousands of beautiful memories created by a long and fulfilling family life have made the horror of the abduction 100% worth it. My island on June 28, 1947, Captain Tony, who worked as a harbor patrolman officer in Island, was on patrol with his 2 rookies, his son, and his dog. However, this was no ordinary day at sea. When Tony gazed up into the sky from his patrol boat, he saw 6 aircraft floating around 1,500 feet above his watercraft. The objects were reported by Tony and his crew to be made of a reflective material and were shaped like flat donuts, about 100 feet in diameter. The center holes located on each craft were noted to be about 25 feet in diameter, and more circular objects were located along the sides of the aircraft, which Tony and his crew determined to be observation windows. Soon, Tony and his fellow crewmen noticed that 5 of the UFOs circled over the 6th, and the sixth itself was lowering towards the patrol boat. This caused immense panic among the crew because they all thought that the aircraft was going to collide with their patrol boat. Not wanting to be sent to a watery grave, the crew hightailed it toward the shore. Upon reaching the shore, Tony retrieved his binoculars to spot the bizarre aircraft from the shore. He also grabbed his camera to take photos as evidence of the strange aircraft. While taking the pictures, the lower craft stayed in a still position while the 5 others circled around it for about 5 minutes. Then, the lower aircraft suddenly dropped down but stopped abruptly at about 500 feet above the water. One of the 5 ships circling around the lower ship came down to meet it. The 2 crafts stayed in this position for several minutes until Tony thought he heard a thump. Instantaneously, more thumps followed, and Tony, using his binoculars, saw that the middle aircraft was dropping what Tony suspected to be newspapers from the inside of its center hole as it swiftly approached his watercraft. When the aircraft got close enough, it was discovered that the objects weren't newspapers, but instead white, lightweight metals and black, lava-like rocks. Tony even stated that when the lava-like rocks landed in the sea, it caused the water to steam. With these dangerous pieces of debris falling ever closer to their boat, the crew sought cover below deck. However, not before one of the materials struck Tony's dog, killing it in the process, and another one wounded his son in the arm. Tony even tried to radio for assistance, but the transmitter wasn't functioning. Even though his radio was out of action and no help was on the way, most of the debris splashed into the water. Soon after the raining of metals and rocks, the airships rose up high into the sky and zoomed westward together. The crew then exited the lower deck and examined the boat for any damage. Luckily for the crew, the boat was hardly damaged, and they set sail back to their dock, lowering the dog over the side and into the water in the form of a burial at sea. Upon docking, Tony took his son to the hospital so that his wounds could be treated and afterwards explained the incident to his boss, Mark, who didn't believe Tony. When the photos Tony took of his patrol were printed and examined, the strange airships Tony had informed him of and showed him in the now-developed photos were compared and believed to be film noise and damage caused by radiation. Not wanting to shy away from proving the incident's authenticity, Tony returned to island to collect rock samples in hopes of finding the ones dropped from the middle aircraft that he had encountered during the incident. Tony reported that while he did this, he spotted one of the aircraft hovering above him as if it were spying on him. He eventually gathered the rocks and was preparing to show them to his boss the next day. But when that day came, he was visited by a small, pale man in a black suit. The man suggested that the pair of them should get breakfast together, to which Tony agreed. So, he followed the stranger to a restaurant. While they ate breakfast together, the strange man asked no questions but instead gave a descriptive account about what Tony had witnessed the previous day and eventually warned Tony that bad things would happen not only to him but to his entire family. Men then acknowledged that Tony had been telling the truth. So, the pair of them sent a package to publisher Ray Palmer in Chicago, who later founded Fate magazine. The contents inside the package were the metal fragments and statements about the strange incidents and findings on the 21st and 22nd of June, a noteworthy incident that we continue to discuss and debate amongst ourselves to this day. Yet not even a month later would another incident occur that is possibly the most well-known and talked about alien encounter in history, Roswell. On July 8, 1947, in the small town of Roswell, New Mexico, there were reports of a flying disc that crashed into the desert not far from the Walker Air Base. This made front headlines around the world. The reports noted that bodies of aliens had been retrieved from the crash site and were hauled to the infamous Area 51 Air Base in the Nevada desert, where autopsies were performed and carried out. Shortly afterwards, a press release by high military authorities stated that rumors of a flying saucer had become something of a reality and that an intelligence officer at the Roswell Army Airfield was fortunate enough to gain and hold possession of one of the saucers. This statement sent newspaper reports of the incident around the world insane, and news headlines of this Roswell flying saucer were everywhere. However, just 24 hours later, that high military authority changed their story, stating that they had made a mistake and that the flying saucer was actually, in fact, a weather balloon. Unbelievably, the public appeared to have accepted this explanation, and very little was said about the Roswell incident for many years afterwards. It wasn't until the late 1970s when some military personnel involved began to speak out about what happened all those years ago, and ufologists, as well as conspiracy theorists, went into overdrive, thus developing the Roswell case into the incident as we know it today. One of the first military personnel to speak out about the Roswell UFO incident was Major Jesse Marcel. He was one of the two military personnel sent to investigate the crash site. The other one who was with Major Jesse Marcel was Sheridan Cabot, who had always claimed that he wasn't even there. Major Jesse Marcel described how large amounts of metallic debris were scattered all over the area, so the craft had obviously hit the ground at a high speed. He stated that it was clearly not a weather balloon, aircraft, or missile because he recovered fragments from the crash and described seeing hieroglyphic types of writing painted on it. The metal was also reported by him to be light, thin as paper, but incredibly strong and hard, which was unlike anything he had ever seen in his career and life before. He also helped answer the question as to where the fragments were taken by simply saying not only did they have the one he analyzed, but others as well, which are being kept well preserved in a military installation somewhere. Marcel's story doesn't end there, however, because later in life he told his expanding family about his investigation at Roswell. According to his grandson, my grandfather Marcel would privately share details of his name was Lieutenant Walter Hutt, the man who published and released the original weather balloon report back in 1947. Before his passing, he wrote and left a sworn affidavit in which he claimed that the weather balloon story was a cover-up for the UFO that had been successfully recovered from the crash site. He also confirmed that he had seen dead alien bodies in this still widely debated Roswell UFO incident. With these two incidents raising so much speculations and questions, one might ask if we will ever know what went on. However, as the years fly by and as the people who were involved or witnessed these incidents pass away, we are really only drifting further away from the inevitable answer. So until the government sheds light on this mystery or the next incident does that for us, we can only continuously marvel at the fact that these two instances combined have been not only the gateway to extraterrestrial debates as we know them today, but also might just be the biggest government cover-ups in history regarding human contact with alien and otherworldly beings. Though these two events are the most widely renowned encounters with extraterrestrials, thousands of encounters have been reported throughout the world to the present day. I never told anyone this story because I never thought they would believe me. Who endured a harrowing encounter with enigmatic beings from another world. In this video, we delve into the spine-tingling story of their abduction and the shocking twist that left us questioning the nature of such abductions. I hope this letter finds you well. I wanted to share an experience with you, something that happened to me one fateful night that still sends shivers down my spine whenever I think about it. It was a late weekend night, and I found myself driving down a desolate stretch of road surrounded by farms and dense forestry. The full moon bathed the landscape in an eerie silver glow, and I was deep in the heart of nowhere. As I continued my journey, I noticed an unusual light in my rearview mirror. At first, I dismissed it, thinking it was either another vehicle or the radiant full moon casting unusual shadows. However, my unease grew when a sharp beam of light suddenly engulfed my car. Panic coursed through my veins as my vehicle began losing power, the engine sputtering to a halt, and every electrical system shutting down. With trepidation, I stepped out of my car to investigate the source of this mysterious light. What I encountered next would defy all reason and logic. A flying saucer, yes, a UFO. The sight was unlike anything I had ever seen. It had landed right in the middle of the road. My heart raced as I watched in awe and terror as three small gray beings emerged from the craft. I know this might sound unreal, but the experience was real and simply terrifying. These beings were small, no taller than 3 feet, with slender bodies and a gray complexion. Their heads were disproportionately large, featuring oversized pitch-black almond-shaped eyes that shimmered with an otherworldly intelligence. They only had the slightest of noses and what seemed like slits for ears. Their mouths were also subtle lipless slits. Their fingers were long and delicate. These small but scary beings were clad in sleek, form-fitting bodysuits that bore an eerie jet-black hue. The fabric seemed to adhere closely to their diminutive frames, emphasizing their slender and otherworldly appearances. These suits appeared to be made of a material unlike any I had ever encountered, possessing a peculiar sheen that hinted at an advanced and unfamiliar technology. The texture of the suits had an almost metallic quality to them, adding to the otherworldly aura that surrounded these beings. It was as if these beings, dressed in their enigmatic black suits, were emissaries from a realm that defied human comprehension, leaving me with more questions than answers. As they approached me, walking with an uncanny grace, I felt a strange sensation wash over me as if they were communicating with me through some form of telepathy. They moved in unison, their movements fluid and synchronized. Without uttering a word, they conveyed a sense of urgency, gently guiding me toward the entrance of their craft. It was as if they had the ability to exert control over my actions, making resistance futile. The hypnotic spell they cast upon me left me with no choice but to follow their lead, stepping through the metallic threshold of their enigmatic vessel and into an entirely new and unsettling reality. Inside the alien craft, I found myself in a room that defied any earthly description. The walls seemed to be constructed from a seamless silvery metallic material, casting an otherworldly shimmer across the entire chamber. There were no discernible corners or edges, creating an unsettling feeling of disorientation. The room was bathed in a soft bluish light that emitted from concealed sources, casting eerie shadows in every direction. In the center of the room lay a peculiar silvery metal slab, its surface smooth and polished to a mirror-like sheen. The slab had restraints of an unknown design, composed of a material that resembled a translucent gel-like substance. These restraints seemed to respond to the touch of the aliens, conforming perfectly to the contours of my body as they secured me in place. It was as if the slab itself was a living entity, adapting to their will. Surrounding the slab were an array of strange and intricate instruments, unlike anything found in human technology. Some emitted faint rhythmic hums, while others displayed holographic readouts that I couldn't comprehend. Tubes and wires snaked across the room, connecting to various devices, and it became clear that I was the subject of their experiments. The atmosphere was charged with an otherworldly energy, and my fear was palpable as I lay helpless on the metallic surface, unable to comprehend the full extent of what was about to transpire. The aliens surrounded me. While I was on the slab, one of them pulled down a mechanical arm with a kind of needle extending from it. He brought it towards my eyes. At first, I freaked out, but then my faith kicked in. As I am a spiritual person, I knew I had only one resort of help to turn to. It is because of my faith that I discovered a peculiar phenomenon.
Help me, Jeebus!
Every
The
time I
aliens
called out to my
got me!
Creator and began to pray, something incredible happened. It was as if a divine presence filled the room, and I became certain that the Creator Spirit was with me. My prayers seemed to unnerve my captors, and I realized that my faith was a powerful weapon against them. Their fear was palpable, and it was evident that they were afraid of something far greater than themselves. It seemed to terrify them. With each prayer, they backed away, unable to withstand the spiritual force that protected me. As I continued to pray fervently, an astonishing and unexpected sight unfolded before my eyes. One of the little gray aliens, the one closest to me, suddenly exhibited signs of intense fear and distress. Its large, almond-shaped eyes widened even further, and it began to emit high-pitched, distressed sounds that I can only describe as a mixture of chattering and whimpering. In a shocking turn of events, the alien's body language conveyed sheer terror, and to my astonishment, it began to involuntarily urinate, causing its tight suit to become soaked with a pale liquid. The liquid pooled around its feet, creating a strange and unsettling scene within the sterile metallic chamber. It was as if my prayers had triggered a profound and unexpected reaction within the creature, revealing a vulnerability I could never have anticipated. This bizarre and surreal moment served as a reminder that, despite their advanced technology and seemingly superior knowledge, these extraterrestrial beings were not immune to fear. There were forces beyond their understanding that could instill terror even in the most enigmatic of creatures. It
was a turning point in my harrowing ordeal as I realized that my faith had the power to influence.
Beavers came down and that alien ass.
This week, we delve into Australia's most notorious encounter with what is known as the Shadow People, an encounter that would become a pivotal catalyst in propelling knowledge of life beyond Earth into the public mainstream. Join us as we take a late-night cruise with Kelly Cahill and her husband into the cold, lonely depths of missing time through the foothills of the southern Dandenong Mountains.
Lots of cards. Key cards.
It was like waking from some vague daydream. As she returned to her senses, focusing on the dark silhouettes of the trees as they rushed past outside the window, Kelly Cahill turned to her husband with an odd look of confusion upon her face. Andrew seemed focused upon the road ahead, before he finally turned to her with an equally haunted expression. Meekly, she asked him if she had fallen asleep, but he couldn't answer. He simply affected a tighter grip on the steering wheel and shook his head with uncertainty. It was obvious to both of them that they were experiencing the same sense of inner turmoil, though they could not understand what that turmoil was or why they felt it. Something had just happened, but for some reason, they had no recollection of it. There was an odd odour inside the vehicle, and she could feel a small irritation, like a minor burning sensation somewhere on her midriff. But it was this vague memory of the red lights that bothered her. She didn't know what the lights were or where she had seen them, just that there had been many, all gliding towards her. The car hit a pothole in the road, snatching her from her reverie. Stunned and disorientated, the couple continued their journey in silence, exhausted and longing for their beds, wanting only to alleviate whatever mysterious deeds had unsettled them. On the 8th of August 1993, Kelly and Andrew Cahill were driving home after attending a barbecue hosted by one of their friends. Although it was winter in Australia, it had not been particularly cold. The evening had brought with it a cool breeze and some pockets of light rain, but it had not been enough to dampen their spirits. They had sat chatting with their friends for many hours before finally heading home at around midnight. Their journey took them along Belgrave Hallam Road. Stretching over the long Dandenong Mountains of southern Australia, the pair made their way through the rolling countryside with ease, looking forward to retiring to their beds due to the lateness of the hour. However, at some point along their route, they spotted what Kelly described as a blimp rising out of the distance. Slowing down, they kept their eyes on this strange object as it drew closer and realized it was actually disc-shaped. Hovering at double the height of the treetops, it drew fast upon them, emitting a dazzling orange glow.
That's interesting. Add that to the library. We'll take a look at tomorrow. We can take a look at it, see what it is. Sorry if it comment. I was doing my after all, I am a alcoholic. All the stuff. Like, I don't know if I have a wrench. Boink. And bacon.
The couple could not take their eyes off it as they peered at dark figures standing tall behind what appeared to be windows around the object's outer rim. Kelly had just enough time to point and tell Andrew to look at the people in the windows before it suddenly disappeared. Under the waning moon, the couple continued for another mile or so before noticing a blinding light in the middle distance. The closer they moved towards it, the more they realized it appeared to be a screen of pure white light draped across the landscape ahead of them. Kelly raised her hand to shield her eyes as they drove into it, unable to see anything beyond its radiance. The next thing she knew, the light had disappeared, but their car seemed to be much further along the road, and Kelly immediately wondered if she had blacked out. When the couple returned home, Kelly noticed a mysterious geometric marking below her navel. A red equilateral triangle, the sides of which were about 10 millimeters in length. Several layers of skin within this marking appeared to have been burned away. The couple also discovered that they returned home an hour and a half later than they should have done, meaning that there were 90 minutes of their journey they could not account for. Exhausted, they didn't think too much of it, but the next morning, Kelly in particular began to feel that something was off. Over the next few days, she commenced a long and heavy menstruation, even though her next cycle was not due for a while. This was accompanied by daily nauseating migraines, which she experienced on and off for about 6 weeks. Medical treatment was sought, and doctors were able to detect an infection in her womb. Further tests were carried out, including sonograms, but nothing would yield an answer as to its cause. She was then hospitalized, and only after being placed on a strong course of antibiotics did her symptoms begin to abate. As for her migraines, the doctors performed CAT scans looking for any signs of trauma, but again, nothing was detected. She was simply given painkillers and discharged. But in reality, the real horror of what took place was only just beginning. Soon, a whole sequence of harrowing events would begin to unfold from her memory. Events so extraordinary that her accounts would leave UFO investigators and medical professionals arrested by their utter perplexity and marvel. What she would discover would forever leave an impression, not just upon her life, but also upon her skin and in the soil and grass where those memories were forged. On the night in question, after driving through the mysterious curtain of light, Kelly eventually recalled that they pulled off the road and parked next to a large open field. But what awaited them in that field, they could never have imagined. A colossal craft the size of a 3-story building and as wide as an Olympic swimming pool hovered in the air a short distance away. The two of them stepped out of their vehicle, and it quickly became apparent that Kelly and Andrew were not the only ones who had stopped to observe the strange object. 2 other cars had pulled up about 100 or so meters away. A man and 2 women in the closest of these vehicles, and another man travelling alone in the one furthest away. Exhilarated by this rare opportunity to witness something so extraordinary, Kelly and the others looked on in amazement. But then, a tall dark figure appeared beneath the craft, with a large group of other dark figures standing behind it. Slowly, Kelly's enthusiasm soured into a brooding uncertainty which pooled in the pit of her stomach. She stated that this sensation was like low-frequency waves, so dense and profound that it became an arresting physical weight upon her. Spellbound, she lost control of her senses and suddenly went mad with absolute terror. She desperately tried to free herself from what she described as an almost hypnotic trance, but no matter how much she fought to secure her own sanity, there was nothing she could do. The figures, who possessed bright red eyes which were disproportionately large in relation to their heads, then split up and headed towards each separate gathering of people, affecting the appearance of demons gliding across the field towards them. One group charged after Cahill and her husband. Another sped after the party further down the road. An electric blow then struck Kelly at her solar plexus, knocking the wind out of her lungs and sending her flying onto her back. Struggling for breath, she attempted again and again to sit up, convinced she was about to die. Suddenly, Kelly was unable to see. There was nothing but darkness as she was overcome by an intense nausea. She sat up, screaming for Andrew, and a hand was then placed upon her shoulder. She recalls one of the figures speaking in plain English.
Do something about it.
Nearby, she could hear Andrew demanding to be released. Let us go, you bastards!
No harm.
If you didn't mean us any harm, then why did you hit my wife? Completely terrified, she vomited. She then felt someone examining her. The next moment, she and her husband were back in their car, driving on Belgrave Hallam Road in silence. Kelly would later seek the assistance of UFO researchers who would conduct the most thorough UFO investigation in Australia's history at that time. Cahill's case would be pivotal in bringing this subject into the public eye. For 18 months solid, the location of the incident was intensely probed. Researchers
like they
divided
got
several
probed.
acres of the field into 1 meter blocks with pegs and tape. Samples were taken from the ground. Aerial surveys were carried out using infrared photography, and magnetic readings were logged by a portable magnetometer. What was found would only prompt more questions regarding the significance of the markings discovered on some of the victims. The ground scans uncovered a large, 20-meter triangular shape in the field. Initially, it was thought to be an impression, but this turned out not to be the case. A carcinogen known as pyrene was instead discovered, which is a chemical found in coal mines, even though no coal mines were located anywhere near the field. Whatever the triangle signified, for 5 months following the event, Kelly would be visited 4 more times by one of the frightening beings she had witnessed, who would stand at her bedside in a cloak and hood. She described these visitations in a strange way. The experience would start as a dream, in which she wasn't able to see the entity, but could feel it in other ways. She felt as if she was being pulled by a nearby presence, which spoke to her and told her not to panic. But despite its assurances, she felt the same profound horror she had experienced on the field. It was only when she awoke that she would see the entity briefly standing over her before it disappeared right before her eyes. Aside from these odd visitations, she and Andrew would have countless bizarre electrical disturbances in their home. Kelly related how appliances and lights would turn on by themselves, and that she would receive static shocks through things which were not otherwise conductive, such as soil, wood, and rocks. The most incredible of these anomalies occurred when the engine of her car started of its own accord, despite the vehicle having still been locked and the kill switch activated. Psychologically, the whole incident had a tremendous effect on Cahill's husband. For many years he would not divulge his recollection of it, until reluctantly he admitted to Kelly that not only did he remember his experience, but also that he'd had several UFO encounters prior to it. Unbeknown to the Cahills, the other people who had stopped to observe the strange object that night had also reported their experiences to researchers. Kelly Cahill had never met any of the occupants of the other vehicles, either before or after the event, and yet the similarity between each of the accounts is astonishing. On the night in question, the vehicle closest to them, parked about 100 meters away, was driven by a man named Bill. He was accompanied by his wife, Glenda, and a family friend named Jane. Another car was parked a further 30 meters beyond theirs, and this was occupied by a government law department employee named Dave. All of them, apart from Andrew, would produce illustrations of what they had seen. Neither group was made aware of each other's drawings until much later, and the uncanny resemblance between them would only further reinforce the reality and nature of the event. all depicted a circular craft lined with many windows and unnaturally dark figures standing between 6 and 7 feet tall, backlit by a bright white beam being emitted from above. Of the 6 witnesses, Kelly, Glenda, Jane and Dave each discovered a triangular burn mark on their body, located just below the navel. Andrew and Bill, however, had no such wound. The 2 other women had also suffered gynecological problems similar to Kelly's in the immediate aftermath, and Glenda in particular would recall waking up in a strange room, strapped to a table, and being examined by a tall entity dressed in a dark cloak. This sounds eerily similar to the creature described in Kelly's subsequent visitation experiences. The only difference in the accounts is that Bill, Glenda, Jane and Dave all reported hearing a humming sound from the craft and blacked out immediately after crossing the road to see what was in the field. Although they saw the figures, they don't recall them having bright red eyes as Kelly described. On the other hand, the Cahills didn't hear any humming and seemed to have remained conscious for a while longer than the other 4 witnesses. Kelly would go on to say that the eyes of the figures glowed red only after they began to glide towards them. Finally, the accounts of all 6 witnesses were backed up by reports from residents in the area, saying that they had seen a strange object in the skies at around the same time that the event occurred. We have covered several abduction experiences in previous episodes, and whilst those accounts are both harrowing and intriguing in their own ways, in nearly every single case, there is almost always only one witness. The fact that in this instance, there are multiple witnesses who were previously unfamiliar with each other, all reporting the same thing, lends a high degree of credence to their stories. And the fact that the studies of the ground on which the event took place yielded strange results, somewhat corroborating their accounts, should leave even the most ardent of skeptics wondering, what if? What was it that the Cahills and the others present experienced? Was it really an alien abduction, or could it have been a shared hallucination between all 6 witnesses? If so, what would have caused it? And why did residents across the region also report seeing a vivid orange light in the sky? Perhaps it was more spiritual in nature. Could they all have been spirited away, or even undergone a collective near-death experience? Kelly and Andrew certainly seem to lean towards this possibility, at least at first. Having both come from deeply religious upbringings, their initial impressions of the beings who seized upon them were that they were entirely demonic in nature. For many people, the triangular abrasions discovered on their bodies go some way to supporting this assertion. As with the Buffalo Ranch in Colorado, where many otherworldly occurrences took place, some commentators believe that the painting of an equilateral triangle upon the carcasses of the mutilated cows was a way of mocking the Holy Trinity. It's also interesting that all 6 witnesses describe the entities as featureless black shadows, much like the shadow people seen in many haunting experiences. Red-eyed shadow people, as they were described by Kelly herself, have been witnessed all over the world and are viewed by many cultures as demonic, carrying with them sinister agendas. Regardless of what the circumstances may be surrounding the events that took place in the Dandenong Mountains, it was certainly enough to have caused great distress in 6 different people all at once, to the point where it changed their lives forever. They would never be the same again. We only hope that Kelly, Andrew, Bill, Glenda, Jane and David managed to come to terms with what happened and eventually found peace and solace in the face of such a terrifying experience. Until next time. the outskirts of a small village in Eastern Europe, there lies a 3-decade-old mystery which still disturbs the servicemen and women who were involved to their core. Why did the Bulgarian army spend 2 years excavating the foothills of the Balkan Mountains, only to hide all evidence of their activities? The answers lie buried, along with the entity of Saracina. The force of the impact hurled the young soldier across the room, sending him crashing into one of the chamber walls. There was a sickening crunch as his head connected with the polished stone, before he slumped to the ground, where he remained motionless. For the briefest of moments there was silence, and then the confined space was filled with the sound of gunfire. The colonel watched in amazement as his men fired rounds into the haze that now formed across the centre of the room, shielding the thing that was buried in the wall opposite where they were standing. As the bullets entered the shimmering field, they halted in mid-air, before falling harmlessly to the ground. The riflemen were still firing, as another of their number was suddenly thrown across the room like a rag doll by an invisible force. Stray rounds from his weapon struck at least 2 of them. As the din of the gunfire was replaced by the screams of the wounded, the commanding officer made the decision to order a retreat. The soldiers began to make their way back up to the surface, along a network of spiraling corridors which were never intended for humans to walk through. As he ensured that the wounded were moved ahead to the front of the party, Colonel Kernev took hold of a rifle and paused for a moment. Pressing his hand to the smooth cold stone of the corridor wall, he detected a steady vibration, which was growing in intensity. A faint green light had started to creep along the floor of the narrow tunnel behind them, which was growing in strength, along with a thrumming sensation. A few feet away, the psychic was screaming at him, saying that they should never have come to this cursed place, that none of them would make it back to the surface alive. He snapped back, telling her that if she wanted to die down here, he would gladly oblige, before ordering 2 riflemen to take her away. Kernev tried to ignore the pleading expressions on the faces of the 2 soldiers, who he now ordered to act as their rearguard, curtly reminding them of their oath to protect the Bulgarian people. The main party had only travelled a short distance further, when they heard more gunfire echoing up the tunnel behind them, which was quickly and brutally cut short. Finally, the air grew much cooler, and the path ahead was illuminated by daylight. The party staggered out into the open. Orderlies and medics rushed forward to assist them. The colonel shouted for the engineers to seal up the tunnel entrance using their excavators, only to be told that the machines were not working. The 2 tanks guarding the site perimeter were similarly malfunctioning, and so explosive charges had to be brought forward instead. The psychic was still shouting at him, cursing him for ignoring her advice, and that of Baba Vanga. For a moment he considered shooting the woman on the spot, but instead motioned for one of the orderlies to sedate her. She was a problem that could wait for another time. Several minutes later, the charges had been detonated, burying the bodies of his men deep underground, with whatever had killed them. History teaches us that Bulgaria is no stranger to conflict. Ever since the Thracian tribes first banded together to establish their nation, the Bulgarian people have been locked in a perpetual cycle of invasion and uprising. From the Persians to the Romans, and the Ottomans to the Soviet Union. An unending parade of empires have attempted to subjugate the territory, only for its inhabitants to re-establish their independence after periods of brutal and bloody struggle. The unremarkable village of Saricina is located approximately 20 miles northwest of the Bulgarian capital, Sofia. Up until 30 years ago, it was a place that was unknown to the majority of the Bulgarian population, let alone beyond the country's borders. But on the 6th of December 1990, a large military force descended on the settlement, cordoning off a sizable tract of farmland in the process. Codenamed Operation Sunray, the project was commanded by Colonel Svetko Kurnev, with the Bulgarian Ministry of Defense announcing that the aim of the endeavour was to locate a treasure trove that was believed to be buried there. For centuries, rumours had circulated around the region that Samuel, the Bulgarian emperor, had buried a huge cache of gold near the village before going into battle with the Ottoman Empire. It was now Colonel Kurnev's task to locate and recover the lost fortune. Once the site was secured, Kurnev ordered his men to begin digging a large shaft deep into the earth. The work proved problematic, as in addition to the risk of flooding from a nearby underground lake, the soldiers found that all the electrical equipment that they had brought with them began to malfunction. Excavators and power tools failed to operate properly, and so the men were instead forced to use pickaxes and shovels. At a depth of approximately 6 meters, the workers suddenly encountered a thick layer of stone, which they were unable to penetrate with hand tools. Explosives were used to eventually break through this barrier, and a mysterious spiral passageway was discovered underneath it that wound its way deep underground. As the first squads of soldiers tentatively set off into the tunnels, the excavation site was suddenly plagued by unexplained phenomena. Almost immediately, a number of the infantrymen guarding the compound reported seeing mysterious figures and creatures moving around just beyond the perimeter fences. Sometimes these were described by witnesses as 7-foot-tall monsters. On other occasions, the guards sighted tiny figures hiding in the undergrowth that were hardly more than a foot in height. As well as the inexplicable failure of the site's vehicles and machinery, radio equipment also malfunctioned. For the duration of the project, it proved impossible to transmit radio communications into and outside of the compound. Eventually, a telephone landline was laid from the nearby village into the command post, but the operators who were assigned to use it complained that they could hear strange voices whispering in the background of their telephone calls. As time passed and military personnel ventured deeper along the spiral corridors, the region around the site was consumed by reports of unidentified flying objects. Although the individual descriptions of these craft varied somewhat in appearance, all were reported to be brightly illuminated and seeming to emit flames as they travelled across the sky. In June 1992, a local resident named Alka Kirova was awoken by the sound of her dogs barking outside the property. When she opened her front door, she observed 3 shadowy figures hurrying across the land from the direction of the excavation site. They quickly disappeared into a nearby tree line, only for a brilliant white light to then rise up into the sky and disappear. When Kirova reported the matter to Colonel Kurnev, a team of his men located a circular patch of burned ground where she reported seeing the object. In the days that followed, both Alka and the soldiers who had been sent to her address experienced feelings of utter exhaustion that would confine them to their beds. Worryingly, this was one of the least bizarre incidents reported. On the evening of the 27th of November 1991, a villager by the name of Graicho Korlev had been nearing his home when he had suddenly found himself bathed in a bright light, being projected down from the sky above him. He blacked out, and when he awoke the following morning, he had no recollection of the previous few hours. Stranger still, he now found himself in the village of Mishtitsa, 40 miles to the south of where he had been walking. After 2 years of exploration, The riflemen exploring the tunnels beneath Saricina found their path blocked by a huge slab of polished stone, shaped like a concave lens. When they eventually broke through this entry point, they found themselves in a
I'd shoot
circular
it, but I'm
chamber
not going to shoot
where the stone walls had
dog.
been polished to a mirror-like sheen. And at the far end of this room, the skeletal remains of a towering creature seemed to have been fused into the rock. Colonel Kernev himself was present as his men tried to traverse the chamber, noting with
I
interest
don't
that
have
at
any
certain
bones,
points in the wall,
so I can't.
strange symbols which resembled hieroglyphs were visible just underneath the stone surface.
Like I tracked them.
When the soldiers reached the center of the room, they were prevented from crossing by some form of invisible barrier, which severely injured some of them. Whatever transpired in the aftermath of this event, the army rapidly withdrew from the tunnel network, destroying the entry point as they left, and then concreting over the entire site. All records of the operation were later hidden from public record. It was estimated that the whole endeavour had cost the Bulgarian government in excess of $20 million, with nothing to show for it other than a legacy of confusion and misery. With no official records to explain what took place deep in the ground beneath Saricina, commentators have been forced to piece together the events from the testimony of some of the surviving members of the excavation. One of those interviewed was Colonel Kernev himself, from whom the descriptions of both the spiralling tunnel network and the central chamber that housed the unknown being have been obtained. Kernev conceded that the tale of Emperor Samuel's lost treasure had always been a cover story. In reality, he and his men had been guided to the location by a group of psychics and remote viewers, who described something buried just underneath the surface there, which was designated by the military as Object Number 1. He went on to relate how a number of his men had died following exposure to a mysterious bacterium, and how others had somehow been teleported around the site, their lifeless bodies subsequently found fused within the rock itself. One of the aforementioned remote viewers, named Airly Loganova, spent years after the project trying to drum up support for a further expedition to the location. She explained how the entity that dwelt within the buried object was one of mankind's oldest ancestors, and that it had been trying to guide people to its location for thousands of years. She also claimed that Hitler had searched in vain for the entity for the duration of World War II, invading Russia in the hopes of securing it. She also claimed the creature had somehow shown her visions of the future. Loganova describes how she wrote down these visions in 4 journals, all of which were later confiscated by the Bulgarian army. The books contain descriptions of vessels that travelled through space by harnessing the sun, and clothing worn by soldiers that had the power to repel bullets, directing them back at the guns that had originally fired them. A further source of information about Operation Sunray came from the writings of military professor Delchona Platinov, whose daughter Marina was attached to the expedition due to her latent psychic abilities. He claims that prior to her departure for the mission, Marina was contacted by the famed seer, Baba Vanga, who warned her not to disturb whatever creature dwelt beneath Saricina. Professor Naplatanov goes on to describe how Marina worked closely with Colonel Kernev throughout the project and accompanied him down into the tunnels. When she returned from the site, she was never quite the same, and sadly chose to end her life by jumping from the roof of a tall building. In the years following the closure of the Saricina site, a team of researchers from the University of Sofia camped out near the town. They intended to conduct scientific tests which might explain what the army had been searching for, and why they had invested so many resources into the expedition. They spent a total of 20 days out in the field, scanning for a variety of anomalies such as variations in electromagnetic radiation. By the end of the first week, they had recorded multiple sightings of UFOs, and one mystifying incident where their equipment had been picked up and hurled around by an invisible poltergeist-like entity. But it was when an unknown craft flew in low over their campsite and projected a beam of light onto their campfire and caused it to burn wildly out of control that they decided to abandon their tests and return to the safety of the capital. What is it that remains hidden away under the rock and
Capital.
stone of this Bulgarian landscape? What is the force that reached out to the military psychics and ordered them to bring soldiers and engineers to the place where it lay dormant? Airly Loganova maintains that it is a creature from long before the time of mankind, a towering behemoth in possession of boundless psychic powers, determined to manipulate humanity into freeing it from its subterranean confinement. Others believe that what the army located was in fact a downed spacecraft. Their actions at the site had activated some form of distress beacon or transmission, which caused other extraterrestrial beings to come to its aid. It is hardly surprising that, given this hypothesis, Tsarichina had earned something of a reputation as the Bulgarian equivalent to Area 51. The significant degree of variance reported in the shape and size of the entities and flying craft that were observed by witnesses also points to a third, more intriguing hypothesis. Some believe that Tsarichina is yet another example of an interdimensional portal, where the fringes of our existence collide and merge with those of neighbouring realities, allowing the inhabitants of those vast domains to enter and roam freely amongst us. The most notorious of these alleged crossover sites is a place which we have already visited, Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. Incidents reported there include mysterious beings, giant creatures and alien spacecraft, all seeming to appear in our reality as if they had passed through some form of invisible gateway, only to then return from whatever plane of existence they came from. The Bermuda Triangle and the US Air Force facility at Montauk in Long Island are cited as further examples of this phenomenon. But the wide range of markedly different incidents that were reported during the course of the operation may also suggest a more rational explanation. Over the 2 years that the project was underway, a large number of military staff would have found themselves temporarily stationed at the site. Influenced and affected by the myths and rumours that had been circulated by their predecessors, new personnel would already have been on edge upon their arrival. Working in such an isolated and stressful environment, it is hardly surprising that they experienced what their mind would go on to interpret as paranormal encounters. Every equipment failure suddenly became the result of a mysterious and malevolent force. Every curious trespasser near the base perimeter was suspected to be a marauding cryptid or alien interloper. Despite all of the reported incidents and a large number of alleged witnesses, it is important to note that there is no photographic or video evidence of what took place. This may well be the result of deliberate suppression on the part of the military, but could also signify that there was little in the way of truth to the sightings, other than the workings of overactive imaginations. Operation Sunray remains buried, both internally and figuratively, underneath a veil of secrecy. The result of this has been twofold. Firstly, we may never ultimately learn the truth of what took place, but secondly, the mystery remains firmly lodged in the consciousness of both the Bulgarian people and the scientific community as a whole. Whether a naive and foolhardy search for buried treasure, or a misguided attempt to open dialogue with a powerful and mysterious entity, it is clear that the operation was a failure. But the rumours and stories that it has spawned, be they the result of paranoia or a deliberate attempt to deceive, mean that the legend of Tsarichina is one that can now never truly die.
American
Over
Vamp.
the decades, successive literary and cinematic offerings have gradually bastardized the original interpretation of the vampire from that of a terrifying and murderous monster into a somewhat romanticized and almost comedic caricature. But the reality behind the concept of vampirism is far removed from the fantasy, born out of a flurry of brutal and truly horrifying murders. This week, we meet America's vampires. The earliest references to vampirism can be found in the folklore of Eastern European and Baltic cultures. These stories told of nocturnal creatures endowed with supernatural powers, which had the ability to bewitch and enthrall in order to drain the blood of those unlucky enough to encounter them. All of that changed with the publication of a novel written by Irish author Bram Stoker in 1897. The story achieved international success and acclaim, and introduced the world to the most iconic portrayal of the vampire legend, the enigmatic Count Dracula. Almost overnight, the vampire ceased to be a cannibalistic forest-dwelling entity and morphed into a charming yet sinister European nobleman. Successive interpretations of the vampire legend have almost universally utilized Stoker's source material as the blueprint to work from. Audiences have been invited to fear this creature, in some cases to sympathize, and in others to ridicule it. But the central message has always been that vampires are easy to detect when you look for the telltale signs, and equally as easy to defeat using appropriate techniques. Whilst the medical ailment of vampirism itself is a work of pure fiction, it does bear striking similarities to some existing diseases. The maddening psychological effects of rabies on the human body, and the need for sufferers of porphyria to ingest large amounts of hem into their bloodstream, have both been identified as being similar to the core concepts of the vampiric condition. Incidents involving alleged vampirism in Western society do exist, predating Stoker's novel and conceivably having influenced his writings. But the antagonists in these stories were a far cry from the mustache-twirling, cape-sporting dandy that would eventually become the accepted face of the vampire. They were seemingly ordinary members of society, with very dark secrets that they sought to keep hidden from the rest of their communities. In May of 1866, a whaling bark named the Atlantic set sail from the port of Boston on a 2-year hunt amidst the Indian Ocean. She was a vessel of significant size and tonnage, and carried a crew of 38 sailors. The majority of those aboard were migrant workers, who had joined the crew at various stages of her previous voyages, including a 25-year-old Guyanan national named James Brown. Brown had enlisted aboard the Atlantic as a cook, and had acquired something of a reputation for being quick to temper. He had been repeatedly warned about his extreme behaviour by the ship's captain, Benjamin Wing, as his constant quarrelling and fighting with fellow crew members proved difficult to diffuse on such lengthy voyages. Not long into the journey, Brown came to blows with a 19-year-old mate by the name of James Foster. As he was being physically restrained by the rest of the crew, Brown raged that Foster had used a racial slur against him, an allegation that Foster fervently denied. Eventually, Brown seemed to calm and reluctantly resumed his duties in the galley. The following morning, Foster did not report for his watch, which necessitated a search of the vessel. A short time later, another ship's mate named James Gardner found Brown crouched behind some crates in the smothering darkness of one of the vessel's holds. Underneath him were the mutilated remains of James Foster. The dead man's body was covered in deep and bloody lacerations, apparently inflicted by a whaling knife wielded by Brown. The cook was crouched down on all fours when he was discovered, lapping up blood that had pooled on the deck. Gardner immediately cried out in horror, bringing more of the crew down to the bloody scene, who were able to incapacitate and restrain the murderer. A cursory check of Foster's corpse found it had been completely exsanguinated by the deep and vicious knife wounds that had been inflicted upon it. Worse still, the body of a second young crew member lay hidden a short distance away, similarly drained of blood. Hissing and lashing out at anybody who tried to communicate with him, seemingly possessed by the devil himself, Brown was clapped in irons and thrown into the brig until a vessel could return him and the witnesses back to Boston for his trial. On November the 13th, he was found guilty of the two murders and sentenced to death. In a bizarre quirk of fate, Brown would be saved from the gallows by none other than the President of the United States himself. Andrew Johnson had assumed the presidency following the death of Abraham Lincoln and was notorious for his sympathy and clemency towards those who had been given the death penalty. Brown's execution was rescinded, and he was instead sentenced to life imprisonment. The sailor was transferred to the Charlestown State Prison in Massachusetts, quickly becoming one of the most problematic inmates. It was rumoured that the murder of two other prisoners by Brown was kept quiet by the prison authorities, to prevent undue interest from the press. But in 1873, Brown was dragged off a fellow inmate having stabbed the victim 7 times, in an apparent attempt to drain him of his blood. The attack resulted in Brown being transferred to solitary confinement, but prison records show that he still managed to perpetrate a further 26 attacks on guards and other inmates, despite apparently being held in segregation. The jailers were at a loss as to how the prisoner repeatedly escaped from his confinement, possessing almost supernatural levels of strength and stealth. In 1892, Brown was found hunched over the lifeless corpse of one of his guards. He had apparently murdered the jailer with a broken chair leg, and was repeatedly tearing away with his teeth at a jagged wound he had inflicted to the dead man's throat. In the aftermath of this third murder, he was declared criminally insane, and was transferred to St. Elizabeth's Mental Institution in Washington, D.C. The former sailor would remain there until his death 3 years later. The majority of his crewmates had already perished when the Atlantic was wrecked off the coast of San Francisco during an almighty storm, which some commentators have noted may have served as inspiration for the arrival of Dracula in Bram Stoker's novel. But whilst Brown is one of America's most notorious vampiric killers, he was by no means the first. The remote community of Dillsboro in North Carolina sits halfway between the cities of Charlotte and Atlanta, nestling at the base of the Great Smoky Mountains. It would not be officially recognized as a town until the early 1880s, with the arrival of the Murphy Branch Railroad, but the settlement would first come to national attention over a century before this, following a series of brutal slayings. In the spring of 1788, a doctor by the name of Alfort moved into the settlement with his wife and son, building a large residence on the banks of the nearby Tuckasegee River. A surgery and apothecary were installed in 2 of the upstairs rooms, and a steady flow of townsfolk were soon visiting the family in search of treatment for a variety of mundane illnesses and ailments. After a few months, 2 local labourers who had recently been treated by Dr. Alfort both died suddenly. Their passing had been completely unexpected, and when no obvious cause of death could be identified, accusations against the good doctor began to circulate. It would take the intervention of the local minister to calm the more hot-headed members of his congregation before things eventually settled down again. But several weeks later, the minister's wife was about to retire to bed for the evening when she noticed the door to their young daughter's bedroom was ajar. On entering the room, she saw the silhouette of a dark figure standing over the girl's bed and screamed for assistance. As the intruder fled via the open bedroom window, the minister came running, his lantern illuminating the body of their dead daughter and the 2 fresh gaping wounds to her throat. Over the next few evenings, the population was gripped with fear, as reports of a giant flying creature circling above the town spread like wildfire. Doors and windows that would previously have been left open at night were now tightly secured and bolted, with families huddled together overnight in one bedroom for safety. One evening, a pair of elderly residents were awoken by an almighty hammering on their front door. They found their young grandson outside, breathless and terrified, claiming that a monster had attacked his mother and father. Once a sufficient number of able-bodied men had been gathered, they set off for the family's home. Upon their arrival, they discovered the bodies of both his parents and 2 young sisters, all killed as a result of blood loss from horrific injuries to their necks. An extensive search of the settlement and surrounding areas by detectives, paid for by a town hall collection, uncovered no clue as to the identity of the family's killer, and as the next 6 months passed without further incident, the townsfolk gradually began to lower their guard. But in February 1789, death once again came to the streets of Dillsborough. 2 brothers were awoken by screaming from the house of their neighbours, and having armed themselves with their labouring tools, they quickly ran next door to investigate. As they burst in through the front entrance, they saw a dark shape fleeing through an open window, leaving behind the lifeless bodies of the young couple who resided in the house. Consumed by anger, the brothers gave chase, following the fleeing figure a short distance to the Alfort residence. Within minutes the alarm had been sounded, and a posse of enraged and vengeful townsfolk had surrounded the doctor's home. The decision was made to stand guard around the premises until morning, and to send for help from neighbouring settlements. At the break of dawn, several hundred men armed with a variety of tools and weapons were ready, and the front doors to the premises were smashed in. The house appeared empty, with all the beds freshly made as if they had not been slept in the night before. The mob refused to be sated, surging once again through the household, until they finally uncovered a trapdoor leading down into the cellar. With no small amount of foreboding, the vigilantes cautiously made their way down into the darkness. By the light of their lanterns, they found the cellar completely bare, save for 3 elongated wooden crates. Dr. Alfort and his wife were fast asleep in 2 of these, whilst the 3rd remained unoccupied. Of their 15-year-old son, there was no trace. As the couple were hauled from their slumber by angry and vengeful hands, Mrs. Alfort began to hiss and spit, clawing at the faces of her attackers with cold, undead hands. For his part, the doctor remained silent as he was manhandled out into the sunlight. He refused to answer any of the questions put to him, sitting in stony silence as his wife howled and struggled alongside him. After a short conference, the decision was made to execute the couple and then leave their corpses inside the house they had built, whilst it was burned to the ground.
Ew.
With the deaths of the Alforts, the murders in Dillsborough immediately ceased. For a few months afterwards, there were fleeting reports of a lone shadowy figure moving through the town streets at night, but these quickly died down. It was never fully ascertained if the doctor's son had been complicit, or if he was another target of the evil that possessed his parents. Sadly, this would not be the first time that members of the same family would be accused of killing and feasting on the blood of their victims. Whilst allegedly vampiric incidents have been documented all over North America, an overwhelming number of these reports herald from the southern United States, with the location of New Orleans emerging as an apparent focal point for the phenomenon. This is perhaps unsurprising, given its rich and diverse history, with the city housing several notorious residents who were suspected of being vampires.
How are
During
you?
the late 18th century, a European nobleman named the Comte de Saint-Germain arrived in New Orleans. In possession of a small personal fortune and an aptitude for a variety of different musical instruments, he soon cemented his position within the city's upper social echelons. One evening, a young lady was found to have fallen from a balcony at his home, claiming that the Count had attacked her and tried to bite her neck. When the authorities eventually forced entry to the premises, they found the nobleman long gone, but what appeared to be flasks of wine mixed with blood hidden in his cellar. During the 1930s, this nightmarish scenario was seemingly repeated, when a teenage girl managed to escape from inside a residential property in the city's French Quarter. As she showed the attending officers deep lacerations to both of her wrists, she told them that she had been abducted from the street by two brothers, and that more people were still trapped up in the third-story apartment. The police found 4 other victims barely alive inside, tied to chairs, and all with identical cuts to their wrists, which had slowly drained their bodies of blood. Some had apparently been there for over a week, with the survivors claiming that the flat's 2 occupants would go to work during the day, and then return to systematically drain their victims of blood every evening. At approximately 5:30 that same day, John and Wayne Carter returned home from their shift at the docks to find a small army of police officers waiting. The 2 men fought with what the arresting officers described as superhuman strength, with 7 or 8 officers needed to incapacitate each brother and wrestle them to the ground. A search of another nearby property belonging to the family uncovered the remains of 14 further victims, all of whom had died from extreme blood loss. The brothers were subsequently tried for multiple counts of abduction and murder, and were sentenced to death. The Carter family had resided within New Orleans for several generations, and owned a crypt within one of the city's graveyards. After they were executed, the bodies of the 2 brothers were conveyed to this crypt, their remains placed inside atop those of previous family members. Several years later, when the tomb was again opened for another relative, it was found that both John and Wayne's bodies were inexplicably missing. Unconfirmed sightings of a pair of shadowy figures resembling the brothers were later reported in the vicinity of their apartment, but the story of the Carter vampires still had a further bizarre twist of fate in store. It was reported that one of their surviving victims, a young man named Philippe, would later go on to be arrested himself for the brutal and bloody murders of several local homeless men. It is clear that whilst the fields of science and medicine undermine the traditional depiction of vampirism, as depicted by Bram Stoker in his novel, social history is littered with incidents containing mysterious and bewildering events, which are difficult to explain using conventional investigative techniques. There is something not yet quite quantifiable that seemingly drives a small minority of antagonists to seek life through the deaths of others. Whether this is a human condition that is contracted physiologically or psychologically remains to be seen. But given the significant number of crimes that fit these characteristics, it seems that at least something fitting the description of a well-known folklore may indeed have some sort of basis in reality. Whether the causes behind the cases we have related are supernatural or more psychological in nature, there is no denying how deeply disturbing they are. We can only hope that our knowledge of the vampiric condition evolves to a point where we can understand and manage those afflicted by it in a humane and effective manner. As the Second World War raged back and forth across the front lines of far-flung lands, the residents of a small town in rural Illinois would find themselves fighting their own battle for survival against a sinister and mysterious enemy. This week we ask, who was the Mad Gasser of Mattoon?
Question. I've partnered.
On account of her husband working as a local taxi driver, it wasn't unusual for Aileen Carney to be alone of an evening, with only her 2 young daughters for company. However, on the night of Friday the 1st of September 1944, she had felt sufficiently vulnerable to have asked her sister to come and stay with her. One of the reasons for Aileen's nagging feeling of apprehension was that there was a significant amount of money on the premises, as she had cashed a cheque at the town's bank earlier that day. The house was single-storey, and with all the windows needing to be kept open to counter the stifling heat, the possibility that someone in the small town might have known of the transaction had persistently gnawed at her. A quick glance at the local newspaper that morning had done little to alleviate Aileen's worries. In addition to an increase in reported prowler incidents in the area of late, the Mattoon police were also currently engaged in the search for a German prisoner of war who had escaped from an internment camp in nearby Peoria. But for now, there was little more she could do, other than hope that Bert Carney came home from work a little earlier. As she lay in bed comforting one of the girls, the nervous housewife thought she noticed a slight movement outside the open bedroom window, but when she took a closer look, there was nothing to be seen. A few minutes later, however, she realized that the air in the room suddenly hung thick, with a sickly sweet and overpowering odor. As she hauled herself up off the bed, Aileen realized that she had lost all feeling in her legs, sending her crashing to the floor. On the bed above her, 3-year-old Dorothy was sobbing, asking her mother why she too wasn't able to move her arms or legs. Their combined screams eventually drew the attention of Aileen's sister, Martha, who immediately ran to their neighbours to summon help. At the same time, as Aileen's husband pulled onto the driveway of the Carney premises, he was horrified to see a dark silhouette unexpectedly illuminated by his headlights, apparently leaning in through their open bedroom window. The figure was tall and thin, holding a long metal implement of some kind, and wearing an odd facial apparatus. With a cry of anger, Bert leapt from his vehicle and ran at the masked intruder, who immediately fled down a nearby alleyway. When he returned to the house a few minutes later, the bewildered taxi driver found police officers and ambulance men already in attendance, desperately trying to calm the distressed female occupants of the address. Within hours of the incident, the local press had already coined a nickname for this mysterious attacker, the Mad Gasser of Mattoon. Prior to the horrifying events that were to unfold there in the autumn of 1944, the town of Mattoon's only other claims to fame were that it had served as a staging post for General Ulysses S. Grant during the American Civil War, and that President Abraham Lincoln had once rested there en route to a nearby political debate. Nestled in central Illinois at the point where 2 major railway lines converged, by the outbreak of World War II, the town was largely inhabited by workers from the local agriculture and petrochemical industries. The shadowy attacker first struck without warning on the evening of Thursday the 31st of August, pumping an unknown substance into the bedroom of the Rafe family at an address in Grant Avenue. Mrs. Rafe awoke to find her husband collapsed on the bedroom floor, vomiting uncontrollably. As she clambered out of bed to assist him, she too then fell to the floor, completely paralysed. It would be an hour before either of the traumatised couple could call for the authorities, who found nothing out of the ordinary at the house when they finally arrived. Since neither party involved sustained any lasting ill effects, the matter was attributed to a localised gas leak, until the police switchboard suddenly burst into life the following evening. Shortly after Bert Carney had lost sight of the intruder, there was a further incident reported in nearby Prairie Avenue. Mrs. Ryder awoke to hear her children crying and vomiting in the next room, before becoming overpowered by a sweet-smelling mist that had drifted into her bedroom through an open window. Whilst officers were en route to her address, they were informed a third incident of a similar nature had also now been reported. A few days later, on the evening of the 5th of September, Mrs. Leonard Burrell called the police in a panic, claiming that she had just disturbed a nightmarish figure wearing a mask of some kind, trying to clamber into her house through a bedroom window. But as the attending officers had arrived, they were suddenly faced with an equally bizarre incident that was unfolding at a neighbouring premises. Directly across the road from the Burrell residence, which was also situated on North 21st Street, the Cordus family had been awoken by the family dog, barking at the front door. Already on edge with what was apparently now taking place in his town at night, Carl Cordus armed himself and immediately hurried to see what was happening. When he opened the front door, he found that the external screen cover had been jimmied open, and he briefly caught sight of a dark figure fleeing off down the road. On joining her husband on the porch, Beulah Cordus noticed discarded on the floor what appeared to be a metallic lipstick holder and a small white cloth. The cloth was soaking wet, apparently saturated with an unknown chemical of some kind, and when Beulah had knelt to inspect it, she had immediately suffered a violent reaction. Carl began to cry out in terror as his wife slumped to the ground, her face visibly swollen as she vomited an unyielding mixture of bile and blood. Once an ambulance had arrived to treat the stricken Mrs. Cordus, the attending police officers spread out to conduct an extensive search of the area around the household. Lying in the grass a short distance from the door, a small metallic item was located, which was later identified as a well-worn skeleton key. The following night, a further 6 attacks were reported, mainly focused again on residences located in the North Street area. At approximately 1 a.m, Robert Daniels was awoken by the sound of metallic scraping coming from somewhere nearby outside his address. When he looked out of his bedroom window, he saw a tall, slender figure holding an unidentified metallic implement, leaning in through the window of the house next door. In the time it took Daniels to make his way outside, the stranger had vanished, and when he looked in through the open window, he cried out in horror. His neighbour, 60-year-old Fred Goebel, was lying on the floor in the middle of his kitchen, coughing and choking uncontrollably. It would be a further 2 hours before the effects of this attack subsided, with Goebel having no memory of what had transpired. The next evening, the attacker targeted the home address of Miss Francine Smith, the principal of the local grade school. She and her sister Maxine reported having heard a strange buzzing noise on each occasion, before a thin blue vapour suddenly wafted into the room. They lay in their beds paralysed and helpless whilst the attacker returned, staring at them for a protracted period through the window, before finally disappearing into the night. By now, the town was in the grip of hysteria, with the police unable to locate the offender and groups of armed citizens having taken to patrolling the streets at night. Their actions did little to deter the perpetrator, who would go on to carry out a total of 25 separate attacks over a 2-week period. As FBI agents from the nearby Springfield office finally arrived in the town on the night of September the 13th, the last recorded incident took place. A frantic phone call for assistance was received that evening from a housewife named Bertha Birch. When officers arrived, She described how she had heard movement in her son's bedroom and had subsequently gone to investigate. When she entered, she discovered him lying unconscious on the floor and a mysterious figure in the act of clambering out of his bedroom window. One intriguing feature about this incident is that the witness involved described the attacker as distinctly feminine in appearance, but dressed as a man. The subsequent police report would ultimately validate this somewhat unexpected development, when the investigating officers found what appeared to be high-heeled footprints in the wet mud and the flower beds below the window. But a more troubling facet of Mrs. Birch's description provides vital evidence that the attacks in Illinois were far from the first time that the mad gasser had plied his, or her, terrifying trade. One of the most distinctive features about the Mattoon case, which has continued to invite speculation over the decades, is the apparent lack of motive for the offender's actions. The gas that was used never affected the victims for longer than a 2-hour period, and left no noticeable side effects. The attacker also made no effort to harm or interfere with their victims in any way once they had been incapacitated, seeming to rule out any violent intent. Nothing was stolen or destroyed, and the gasser rarely even entered the building he or she targeted, choosing instead to lean inside, if circumstance dictated, via insecure doors and windows. Whatever the desired goal may have been for these attacks, they were markedly different to others which had taken place in Florida's Lake County during the latter half of 1935, where an unknown offender had used a flick gun filled with medical anesthesia to assist in the execution of a series of domestic burglaries. The Mattoon attacks do, however, bear more than a passing resemblance to a series of bizarre incidents which occurred across rural Virginia during the festive period of 1933. In total, 13 separate households reported to the authorities that they had been subjected to attacks from mysterious assailants, apparently in possession of gas-producing equipment. The bulk of these occurrences took place in Botetourt County, and unlike the Mattoon attacks, the intruders were often disturbed or chased away before incapacitating anybody in the households they targeted. It is clear from the police reports that there were multiple offenders involved, with between 2 and 4 shadowy figures seen running away from each premises. There are clear and obvious differences in these incidents compared to those which took place in Illinois, with the offenders using a motor vehicle to flee the scene, and on occasion trying to barricade their victims inside their homes using uprooted trees and piles of rocks. But the fact that mask-wearing females were reported amongst their number, and high-heeled footprints were again recovered from the scenes, bears a striking similarity to the Mattoon attacks. It still remains to be seen whether these two sets of incidents can ever be successfully linked. It is entirely possible that the gas attacks in Virginia could have been the first experimental efforts of one or more serial offenders, some of whom would eventually find their way to Illinois over a decade later. It is also possible that someone in Mattoon researched the incidents in Botetourt County before carrying out copycat attacks of their own. This was certainly the hypothesis of author Scott Maruna, who published a book about the Mad Gasser attacks in 2003. After extensive research, Maruna hypothesized that the attacker was an antisocial local misfit by the name of Farley Llewellyn. His reasoning for this was that Llewellyn was believed to have an unnatural fascination with harmful and noxious substances, and that many of the households that were targeted contained either his classmates or teachers. This is not a conclusion that the Mattoon Police Department ever came to, citing vastly different reasons for what they believed was taking place in their town. In the aftermath of the attacks, Chief of Police C.E. Cole released a statement in which he declared that he believed the incidents were a result of accidents and chemical leakage at the nearby Atlas Imperial manufacturing plant. The company were quick to deny this accusation, citing a strong safety record and pointing to the fact that none of their employees had ever reported suffering any similar harmful effects. Chief Cole then went one step further, declaring that he was fully of the opinion that no such mad gasser had ever actually existed, and that what had taken place in the town was a classic case of mass hysteria. There have been many famous cases of the mass hysteria phenomenon, where members of some communities have gone on to suffer undiagnosable illnesses with mysterious symptoms and side effects in the aftermath of a key trigger event. Recent examples include multiple employees at the US Embassy in Havana claiming to be the victims of inexplicable sonic attacks of some kind, and viral outbreaks of fainting at a girls' school in Malaysia. Cole believed that the idea of phantom gas attacks within the community had been planted by the initial incident reported by Aileen Carney, and in the aftermath of that report, suddenly every odd symptom or illness in the town was attributed to this so-called mad gasser. Rather than rationally analysing their own individual elements of sickness, the people of Mattoon were helplessly drawn into a cycle of fear and suspicion, nervously mistaking every shadow and movement for a sinister attacker. It is important to look at the social landscape in America at the time of the Mattoon gassings. The country had been at war for 3 years, during which time the government and media had repeatedly told the population to be on the alert for enemy agents and invaders. Any suspicious activity was to be feared and reported. This raises another hypothetical possibility that the gasser was indeed some form of Japanese agent or sympathizer. In 1942, a biplane launched from a Japanese submarine had already successfully bombed targets in the state of Oregon, and at the time of the attacks in Mattoon, the Japanese army were in the process of launching 10,000 firebomb balloons in the hope of causing damage to the US mainland. An even more eccentric suggestion favoured by conspiracy theorists is that the incidents were perpetrated by the US Army itself, who were testing the effects of a new weapon on their own domestic population. Ultimately, however, there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that this was the case. So what exactly did transpire in the alleyways and backstreets of this rural settlement for 2 terrifying weeks in late 1944? Alien visitors from another planet? Japanese wonder weapons? Or simply a little understood phenomenon where people became ill out of fear and suspicion of what may have happened to others around them? Given the physical evidence that was recovered by the authorities from the crime scenes, and the very real sickness and symptoms that the victims experienced, Police Chief Cole's declaration that the matter was a case of mass hysteria seems a little disingenuous. It is highly likely that at least one malicious attacker was stalking the streets of Mattoon, intent on causing as much chaos and confusion as was humanly possible. As scientific understanding and technological advances continue to steadily progress, it seems like mysterious happenings such as the mad gasser of Mattoon have become less and less prevalent. That does not mean, however, that you should not think twice about closing your bedroom windows before you go to sleep at night.
boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy and vague. Who shall say where the one ends and where the other begins? That was written by Edgar Allan Poe, and he poses a question which we hope to explore here. Considering the existence of what seems to be an ever-growing pile of stories to read through, I think it's safe to say that the military and the supernatural have a very close and complicated relationship. In the chaos of war, where the life of every man, woman, and child hangs in the balance, tales of the extraordinary often emerge. Some speak of luck or coincidence, but in the eerie quiet of the aftermath, something unexplained continues to haunt the survivors. It's not so much a question of why they survived when others died, but who or what was it that kept them alive. During my time in the Marines, particularly the more dangerous parts of it, I certainly was able to recognize my own mortality in those moments. And yes, when I had time to think about it, I sincerely hoped that there was some higher power waiting to intervene. While I don't recall any specific instances where my life was overtly saved by something I couldn't explain, the following stories are from those who do. From full-bodied apparitions, disembodied voices, and prophetic dreams, these are just a handful of the many incredible stories of people who, in times of war, say that something supernatural stopped them from dying. The mist which hangs before you offers you a choice to pass through or to escape. Beyond it are stories which defy explanation and fly in the face of what we know to be real. It is a void of both reality and impossibility, of both fact and superstition. You alone are left to discern what to believe as you pass through what we call the fog of war.
So,
like so many others we've read, a couple of the stories in this episode were passed down by family members. And speaking of family, I wanted to thank this video's sponsor, MyHeritage. After my parents married, they moved to a different country, and so growing up, I really had no connection with my extended family. For years now, I've been digging through other people's families' records for these stories, and I started to wonder, what about my family? Fortunately, MyHeritage has made it super easy to find them. I knew my grandparents' names, and that was about it. When I started, my family tree looked like Charlie Brown's Christmas tree. The Instant Discoveries feature did the rest, which was insane to watch. One click, and MyHeritage was able to... In France, British and French armies clashed with the invading German. By late 1915, the First World War had been raging for little more than a year, and yet it was already the most catastrophic conflict Europe had ever seen. On the fields of Belgium and France, British and French armies clashed with the invading Germans, the two sides quickly getting bogged down in hellish trench warfare. While fierce fighting stretched all along the 400-mile front line, the area around the Belgian city of Ypres proved to be especially deadly in the war's early stages. Surrounded on three sides, the Allies had, by the end of 1915, fought off two German assaults, the combined casualties on both sides totaling over 200,000. In the second attack, launched in April of that year, mustard gas would be employed for the first time by German forces. Despite the brutality of this new weapon, as thousands of men died in horrible agony, the British forces still clung to the battered city. Among the ranks of the exhausted British troops was a young lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion West Yorkshire Regiment by the name of William Spate. On a chilly December night in 1915, Lieutenant Spate found himself sitting in a frontline dugout, trying to keep warm during his late-night rotation on watch. The young officer was in a particularly down mood, having lost a good friend and fellow officer to enemy fire earlier that day. Since the name of Lieutenant Spate's friend wasn't recorded in his account, we will call him Edward. While silently mourning Edward's death, the young lieutenant was caught off guard by another